For the first time since he had entered the Museum of Gigantic Achievement, Knox was met with an unsettling quiet. The terrifying cacophony from above, the roars of dragons and the shuddering collapse of buildings had ceased entirely. The only sounds now were the soft whimpers of a child and the faint, hopeful breathing of the others huddled in the dim, subterranean room. This space, tucked away behind a heavy iron door in the museum's deepest cellar, was a haphazard refuge. The furniture was a mismatched collection of oversized pieces, looking like forgotten props from various exhibits on giant history. One entire wall was dominated by a macabre display of taxidermied creatures, a horse, an elk, a tiger, all pinned like oversized insects behind glass. In a corner, a young giant girl carefully sliced the last of an apple, offering the pieces to a smaller boy who sniffled between bites. A giant woman with a scarf tied over her hair stood motionless, a huge infant asleep in the crook of her arm, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as if willing the silence to hold. The fine shower of dust that had been filtering through the cracks had finally stopped. She was responsible for the 8 giant children and the frail elder resting on a massive bed, all while their city was being torn apart. Sharing this cramped sanctuary were Knox, Tess, and the 2 satyrs Newell and Doran, all trying to stay out from underfoot and very aware of the morbid collection on the wall. "Did the dragons finally get bored and leave?" Newell murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "More like they're waiting," Doran countered softly. "It's a classic predator's ploy, create a calm to lure the foolish into the open." Knox shifted uncomfortably. "I doubt we're that high on their menu. If they wanted us, this door wouldn't stop them." "Hush, all of you," the giant woman whispered urgently, not looking away from the ceiling. "A dragon's ears are sharper than you know. Silence is the hunter's friend." "She's not wrong," Doran conceded in a hushed tone. Newell simply gave a slow, skeptical shake of his head. The thunderous crash finally subsided, leaving only a heavy silence. It felt like the entire museum had collapsed. The destruction above seemed to have ended, leaving them buried under a mountain of debris. "I'm starving, Nisha," Dirk, an 8-year-old giant, complained. Knox was so small he barely reached the boy's knees. "Pull your belt tighter," the matronly giant answered with a sigh. "I can't conjure food from thin air. We ate what little we grabbed. There was no time to pack a proper meal. And don't you start looking at us like we're a snack," Doran said, his voice edged with suspicion. "We're here as the Queen's honoured guests. Besides, we'd be tough and stringy. They won't eat us," Tess insisted, standing close to a 4-year-old giant girl who towered over her. "We're friends." A raspy voice cut through from the old giant on the bed. "The worms are coming for us. They have a debt to collect. You can be sure of it. They'll sniff us out, every last one." "Quiet, you old fool," Nesha snapped. "You're scaring the little ones." Propping himself up, the ancient giant let out a dry, wheezing laugh. "What's the point in sheltering them now? Their parents are gone, and they'll be next. Our time of plenty is finished. Now it's our turn to be on the menu." A few of the younger giants started to whimper. "See what you've done?" Nesha scolded, hurling a wooden salt cellar at him. "Hush! If the dragons missed us before, they've certainly heard us now." The old giant fell back onto his pillow with a dismissive wave. "Bah! Better to face it head-on. We danced with dragons for far too long. Every one of us knew the risks. Now it's time to pay the price." A cold shiver ran down Knox's spine. The chaos in the streets had been a nightmare. He had arrived at Hamburg with Tess and the satyrs through the Queen's secret passage from Terrastios, fully expecting to find a fortified city. Hamburg was supposed to be safeguarded by Humbuggle and his legendary Wizenstone. Instead, the sky giants guarding the passage delivered the grim news. The defences had inexplicably failed. Big Side, the giant district, was under assault. A giant guard named Morgana, was tasked with escorting them to a secure vault deep within the museum's sturdy walls. After securing them inside a transport cage, she cradled it like a football and sprinted into the street. The moment they emerged, a monstrous two-headed dragon, armored in jagged purple scales, soared just above the rooftops, its vast wings blotting out the sun. Twin maws unleashed a torrent of fire and searing lightning. Morgana ducked into a doorway, raising a massive rectangular shield against the onslaught. Once it passed, she dashed across cobblestones glowing with heat, past shattered windows, a burning produce cart, and the blackened remains of two giants. Paralyzed by a primal, overwhelming dragon fear, Nox could only watch, Tess clinging tightly to him. Trapped in their cage, they witnessed the symphony of ruin, the snarls of dragons, the groan of collapsing buildings, the crackle of flames, and the boom of thunder. Giants roared commands and defiance. Through the smoky haze, Nox saw dragons sweeping over Big Side, raining down acid, fire, and lightning. Dozens more darkened the horizon. Darting around a corner, they came upon a chaotic scene. A greenish gold dragon, harnessed to a heavy wagon, was thrashing wildly against its bonds. The driver, a burly giant with a wild beard, laid into the creature with his whip. Leather strained and wood splintered as the dragon rocked the wagon violently. Suddenly, an enraged maroon dragon with black markings dove from one side, while a speckled grey dragon attacked from the other. The maroon beast snapped off the giant's whip arm in one bite, then doused him in a sticky, burning orange gel, as the giant fell from the wagon, screaming and clawing at his melting skin. The grey dragon shredded the harness. Freed, the greenish gold dragon turned and pounced on the struggling driver before he could rise. The entire city, it seemed, was being torn apart from the inside out. Nox averted his gaze as the dragons swarmed to feast. The giants appeared frantic and disorganized against the relentless assault. He spotted a handful putting up a desperate fight, one even managing to bring a dragon down with a massive bow. A fallen orange dragon lay twisted in the street, its spine shattered and wings mangled. Yet the sight of numerous slain giants and others trembling within the ruins told a clearer story. These were powerful beings, but Nox understood this was turning into a slaughter. The magical wards meant to shield the city had catastrophically failed. The giants, who had come to see dragons as little more than tamed beasts, were now reeling from their raw, unleashed savagery. The Museum of Gigantic Achievement, with its 3 domes each supported by a statue of a triumphant giant, stood as a scarred monument. Its marble face was smudged with soot, and the tattered remains of banners shed glowing cinders. Morgana had bypassed the grand front steps, instead hurrying through a side door, down a staircase, and along a corridor to reach the fortified safe room. After a brief shouted exchange through the iron door, she had entrusted her companions to Nesha before rushing back into the chaos. Sword in hand, the terrible sounds from above had finally ceased. "I think it's finished," Nox murmured. "The dragons aren't being coy anymore," Doran raised a finger. "Or maybe they're just waiting for the survivors to wander out, saving themselves the trouble of digging through the wreckage." "Go, take a look if you're so restless," grumbled the old giant from his cot. "Better you than any of the rest of us," Dirk tugged at Nesha's skirt. "I don't want the dragons to eat the little goat boy." "I'm not keeping anyone prisoner," Nesha replied firmly. "The satyrs make their own choices." "I'll just peek out," Newell said, moving to the door. "If there's any danger, I'll be back in a flash." "And bring it right to our doorstep," the old giant complained. "If you go out, you stay out." "Quiet," Nesha snapped. "This is my nursery. You're here as a guest, not to give commands. I could flatten every one of you," the old giant retorted before dissolving into a coughing fit. "Pay him no mind," Nesha said to the others. "But I want to know what this silence means. Go look if you wish." Just don't lead any trouble back here, or I'll personally see you flattened. If all is clear, come back and tell us. If I were in my prime, we wouldn't be hiding, the old giant declared. I'd have those dragons tied in knots. Be thankful you're down here, Naisha said. I'd bet plenty of so-called brave giants met their end today. The old giant snorted. What brave giants? That was my father's time. Mark my words, we had this coming. It arrived, and not one of us was giant enough to stand against it. I'll be quick, Newell promised. Be careful, Knox urged. I have a talent for avoiding problems, Newell assured him, and the dragon fear scrambles my senses, Doran whispered. I don't feel any now. I'd wager my horns they've moved on. Newell worked the latch within his reach. The door, towering over 10 times his height, had multiple locking points. Naisha strode over, lifted the heavy bar, and slid back an enormous bolt. We need a secret knock, Knox suggested. Newell rapped his knuckles against his palm, 2 slow taps, a pause, then 3 quick ones. That will do, Naisha said. What about a signal if you're in trouble? Knox asked. Clever thinking, Doran remarked. They don't call him Knox for nothing. Newell tested a pattern on his palm, 1 tap followed by 5 rapid smacks. If you're in trouble, don't you dare come back here, Naisha hissed. She heaved the door open just enough for Newell to slip through. I'll wait right outside, Doran offered. I might hear what's happening upstairs better from there. Naisha closed the door after Doran and secured the heavy bar and bolt once more. Dirk spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension in the room. Don't worry about the dragons. I'll handle them. Tess stepped closer to her brother, offering a quiet reassurance. They're going to be all right. Knox simply nodded, his hand drifting unconsciously to the concealed shape beneath his shirt. Nestled, there was the shrunken crown of the fallen giant queen, a secret he alone carried. He, Tess, and the satyrs had been there when Celebrant and his dragon horde had overwhelmed her. In the chaos of the throne room's destruction, as Terrastios burned, the massive crown had been left behind, forgotten. On a desperate impulse, Knox had doubled back for it, and the moment his fingers touched the cold metal, it had contracted to a size that fit perfectly in his grasp. In the frantic escape, no one had noticed his brief disappearance. Now the weight of it was a constant presence, a source of endless silent debate. Were the dragons even aware it was gone? Had any giants survived the assault to miss it? The crown was surely central to choosing their next ruler. Did simply possessing it grant that authority? A wild, thrilling thought took hold. If he placed it on his head, would he be transformed? Would power flood into him, making him a king, or even reshaping him into a giant? He could picture uniting the scattered survivors, leading a counterattack that could turn the tide of the war. The giants had been caught off guard, but they weren't finished, not if someone could rally them. Then the darker doubts crept in. What if they saw him not as a saviour, but a grave robber and a traitor? Would they blame him for their queen's death? Keeping the crown was a risk. He could hide it somewhere no one would think to look, creating a secret option for the future. Or he could try to forget it entirely, dropping the burden into some dark corner of the ruins and walking away. The responsibility felt immense. 2 slow knocks, followed by 3 quick raps, sounded at the door. Naisha worked the locks and opened it just enough for the satyrs to slip back inside. The path is clear, Newell reported, dust coating his fur. The upper way is clogged with wreckage, but it's passable. Might be a tighter squeeze for you taller folk. I had to shimmy through a few cracks myself. Did we force them to retreat? Naisha asked. The skies are empty for now, Newell confirmed. No trace of that dragon fear in the air. Big Side is just ashes and rubble. The rest of Hamburg is battered, but still standing. Told you, the old giant muttered from his corner. This is where our road ends. Maybe yours, Nesher shot back. "Did you see any other giants moving out there?" "Not a one," Newell said. "Here's hoping they're just lying low." The heavy silence that followed felt anything but hopeful. Tess voiced the fear they all shared. "What if the dragons come back? They'll cook you and gobble you up," the old giant predicted grimly. "We should use this quiet time," Newell urged. "Head over to Small Town and see what we can learn." "You're welcome to leave whenever you like," Nesher stated flatly. "But if you go wandering out in the open, don't come back here." "Good riddance," the old giant grumbled. "Let us have our peace to grieve. Do you need us to stay for protection?" Dirk offered. "We'll manage," Doran said, his tone firm. "Your duty is here watching over the younger ones." "Let's move," Nox said, his mind made up. The crown felt heavier than ever. "I need to see what's happened out there." Elsewhere, Seth moved down a dungeon corridor, the only light coming from the maroon glow of his blade, Vasilis. The hue was deeper, a darker red than he remembered from wielding it in the past. It made a grim sort of sense. Since then, he had walked a path shrouded in shadow, and that journey had left its mark on the energy he now projected. He glanced back, his oversized, distorted shadow looming on the rough wall, its form made stranger by the silhouette of his wings. The corridor bent sharply ahead, limiting his view. The other cells he could see stood empty, but a deep, instinctual sense told him he was not alone in the darkness. The spectral figure beside him was a chill in the air, its form seeming to swallow the light. With the sword's energy coursing through him, Seth's thoughts were finally crisp and focused, the fog of his regained memories lifting. This escape felt less impossible now, and the confidence surging within him made obstacles seem smaller, yet he knew better than to trust that feeling entirely. Morrison's warnings echoed in his mind. Vasilis amplified what was already inside a person, and Seth had learned the hard way that some parts of himself were best left unchecked. This blade had broken others before him. Ahead, a bobbing torchlight broke the gloom. No sound of footsteps accompanied it, but someone was definitely coming. In these tight passages, any dragon would be in human guise. For a heartbeat, Seth thought of retreating, but turning back would mean his empty cell would be found too soon. The guard had to be dealt with, and quietly. He reached for his shade walking ability and found it answered with an unsettling ease. Another gift from the sword, no doubt. He dropped into a crouch and crept forward to the next corner as the torchlight drew nearer, still in perfect silence. Hidden in the shadows, he would be nearly invisible. Maybe the guard would pass by, letting him strike from behind. Seth gestured for Wyner to press against the wall, and the wraith obeyed without a sound. The guard rounded the bend and halted. She held a torch aloft, her face sharp and merciless, her body covered in dark, sleek feathers with wings folded behind her like a grim cape. Her eyes locked directly onto his hiding place. "Return to your cage," she commanded, her voice, a distorted, layered rasp. So much for stealth. Seth rose. Vasilis held ready before him. "Step back. I don't want to fight you." The woman grinned, revealing a row of needle-like teeth. "I ask no mercy from a human. Go back, or I will feast on your bones." "Wyner, now," Seth ordered. "I cannot overcome a Siberian harpy." The wraith's thought brushed against his mind, cool and certain. "You hide behind a shade?" The harpy taunted, a cruel amusement in her tone. "I'm warning you," Seth said, even as the sword in his hand seemed to lean toward her, eager. "Face me if you dare," she invited, one hand curling into a claw, talons catching the firelight. "I consider my work an art. Your end will not be quick."
"I'll manage," Seth retorted, a sudden defiant smirk touching his lips. "You'll just end up as abstract art." The harpy let out a piercing hiss. "Then come and learn the price of your defiance." Drawing smoothly on the cold well of his power, Seth focused on the torch, and its flame died instantly. In the deep crimson glow of Vasilis, he saw Wyner lunge.
The harpy dropped the darkened torch, spinning with terrifying speed, and sank her talons into the wraith before hurling it down the passage. Then she whirled towards Seth, feathers flaring, and a wave of putrid air washed over him as she charged. Vasilis practically lipped in his grip, pulling him forward to meet each slashing attack, every clash ringing out and scattering bright sparks. With a shriek like a raptor, the harpy recoiled as Seth's blade severed one feathered arm below the elbow. His feet scrambled to keep pace as he stepped inside her guard and brought the sword across her body in a blazing arc. She fell, motionless, to the stone floor, the wound smouldering with embers and tainting the air with the stench of scorched feathers. A wild, roaring mix of triumph and fury surged through Seth as he stood over her. Sliding Vasilis back into its sheath helped him wrestle the emotions down, but he still had to pace a few steps, fists clenching and unclenching, before he could turn his gaze back to the corridor ahead. "Are you okay, Wyner?" Seth asked, the torch now out, and leaving the passage in near total darkness. He gripped Vasilis tighter, the sword sending a fresh wave of courage through him. The wraith's voice echoed in his mind, faint but clear, damaged but not gone. "I tried to follow your order." Seth shook his head. "I didn't think a creature like that harpy could even touch you. Harpies can torment almost anyone," the wraith corrected. "I feel others nearby. Do not take them lightly." "I'll be careful," Seth promised. A pause hung in the air before the wraith's thought returned, tinged with annoyance. "Must you use that name?" "It's just a joke," Seth said with a faint smile, the memory clear. "When we first met, all you did was complain about being cold and hungry." "That condition hasn't changed," the wraith admitted. "But when you found me, I had been alone for a very long time. My mind was faded. The witches helped bring me back. I can think of a better nickname," Seth offered. "That would be appreciated." "How about Witch Prize?" Seth suggested. The wraith seemed to consider it. "Would you want to be called that?" "Or just Prize," Seth amended. "Very well," the wraith accepted. Seth couldn't help a dry chuckle. "Glad to finally meet your high standards. Now, do you know how to get out of this place?" "I do," Prize replied. "You will be thankful for those wings of yours." "Lead on," Seth said. They moved down a corridor lined with a handful of vacant cells, finally stopping before a gated archway. A cold draught slipped through the bars, and beyond them Seth could see a sky full of stars. He took a step back, surprised. "I thought we were deep underground." "The opposite is true," Prize informed him as Seth cautiously approached the arch and looked down. The view stole his breath, a sheer terrifying drop into darkness. "A dragon put me to sleep before I got here," Seth murmured, the memory sharp. Its breath knocked me out before I could blink. "Your cell was situated high inside a massive rock spire," Prize explained. Pressing his forehead against the cold iron bars, Seth saw the landscape unfold. Moonlight painted the jagged shapes of distant mountain peaks, most far below his current perch. The rock face fell away precipitously beneath him and climbed just as steeply above. "How did you even get up here?" Seth wondered aloud. "It was a very long climb. Prize conveyed—" "Are there stairs? A ladder in the center?" "No stairs. No ladders. This section of the prison holds only 11 cells. But I could feel other presences in here," Seth insisted. "This towering dungeon has many disconnected sections," Prize answered. "Separate clusters of cells. All are primarily reachable by flight, or by a really good climber," Seth conceded, a new respect for the wraith's journey dawning on him. Prize then held up a small, worn pouch, a gift from the Singing Sisters. "Put this silt into a pool of water, and you can speak with them. Can't wait to catch up," Seth said, taking the pouch, his tone laced with a sarcasm he didn't entirely feel. The sisters are wise, Prize stated. Until you complete their task, your fate rests with them. Seth's brief humour vanished, replaced by stubborn resolve. Putting the ether gem back together is an impossible job. I'm not sure I want them dictating how I do it. We must leave before more harpies find us, Prize urged. Seth flexed his astrid wings, knowing the night sky held threats far worse than harpies. The dragons would never let him slip away. I can't go without the unforgiving blade.
But you have Vasilis, Prize pointed out. The unforgiving blade is too powerful, Seth argued, his voice low and intense. Celebrant already has every advantage. I won't hand him this one too. I am not leaving it behind. I have to find it. I can sense the blade, Prize told him. The weapon is deeply tied to the void. Can you take me to it? Seth asked urgently. I could guide you, but it would be slow, Prize replied. The blade is above us, in a higher cell inside Solitude Keep.
Where is that? At the very top of this spire? Is it the main fortress of soaring cliffs? I know it is where the caretaker lived. Can you climb to it? In time. Seth knew time was the one thing he didn't have. Can I carry you? You must not touch me directly, or I will drain your life force, Prize warned. Can't you control it? Hold back the draining for a while. Consuming life is my nature, as unavoidable as your own heartbeat. I am exercising control every single moment I choose not to feed on you. You want to eat me right now? I hunger for your warmth and life force. I really need to find some safer company, Seth mumbled under his breath. Can you hang on to something? What do you weigh anyway? I am not as substantial as I seem, Prize conveyed. A potential path forward presented itself. As the wraith drifted back, Seth seized the iron bars of the gate, squeezing his eyes shut. He could feel the basic lock mechanism, and with a small, focused push of his will, he felt it snap open. Seth retreated a step from the arch, dropping into a crouch and wrapping himself in the concealing cloak of his shadow walking. "Calvin, you set?" Seth breathed out. "I'm going to need your senses. Last thing we need is a dragon catching us off guard." "When you're my size, you learn to stay alert," Calvin said, peeking from Seth's pocket. "Everything looks like a threat. I've got your back. Remember, not every ally you have is some gloomy spectre." The tiny warrior had been a constant through countless scrapes, both before the memory loss and after. Though no bigger than Seth's thumb, Calvin's steadiness in a crisis was never in doubt. "Wraiths are exactly the kind of friends I've earned," Seth muttered darkly. "I've danced with the shadows for so long, it's a part of me now." "You had your past taken from you," Calvin countered. "And you were led astray by guides who served the dark. Yet, when it counted, you fought against it instead of giving in. My abilities come from the dark," Seth whispered. "I can use tools that decent folks wouldn't go near. Just look at Vasilis." "It's a deep, bloody crimson," Calvin admitted, "but it burns with a fire, and fire creates light. You'll find your way through the gloom." "I'm a shadow charmer," Seth insisted, a hint of bitter irony creeping into his tone. "Not some heroic vanquisher of darkness. Let's be real. My resume is more skulks in gloom than bringer of dawn." "Don't write your own ending yet," Calvin said firmly. "That story isn't finished." From the blackness beyond the stone arch came the slow, powerful thrum of immense wings. Seth raised a finger to his lips and, staying hunched low, eased back from the gate. The heavy beats came with long pauses, like the pull of giant oars. Seth froze, every muscle tense, until the rushing sound slowly faded, the creature climbing higher and moving off into the distance. "Dragon," Calvin breathed, barely audible. "Something huge," Seth replied in the faintest whisper. "We won't have the sky to ourselves." "The moon's giving us some light tonight," Calvin whispered. "Might be wise to scout the terrain first. We should know what we're walking into." Seth's belly crawled back to the gate and lay still, watching from the ground. The night sky revealed little, but every so often the flap of wings echoed from random points in the darkness. Sometimes he heard the collective rustle of much smaller wings and faint chirps that could have been bats or field mice. Far below, on the shadowy ground, a large, shaggy form loped across a pale stretch of stone before disappearing into a thicket of trees. "Place is busier than a city street," Seth finally whispered. "We should get up high, fast," Calvin advised. "Are you absolutely sure we have to go after that unforgiving blade? If we leave it, the dragons will eventually turn it to their purpose," Seth said. "Its power is immense. It was sealed away for a good reason." Prize drifted back, the air growing noticeably colder around them. The wraith pulled a length of sturdy metal chain. "This will suffice." Seth allowed himself a tight, humorless smile. "So we'll be flitting through the night, avoiding harpies, with a wraith on a leash beneath me, heading for a dragon-infested castle. What could possibly go wrong?" Flying just above the highest branches, Kendra, gripped in Raxtus's claws, spotted 3 thick pillars of smoke climbing from the city of Hamburg, accompanied by dozens of thinner, greasy plumes. The nearer they drew, the more the devastation came into awful focus. Seared stone walls, toppled spires, and structures reduced to rubble. Raxtus flew with his form magically obscured, making him almost impossible to see, even cradled in the dragon's front claws. Kendra could only make him out as a faint shimmer in the air above her. Merrick glided close by, his magnificent golden astrid wings fully extended, giving an occasional powerful flap. Kendra's feet brushed through the tall grass just outside the city as they came in for a landing, weeds slapping against her legs, before they finally touched down near a shattered section of the outer wall where charred blocks of stone lay scattered like fallen teeth. Raxtus tucked his wings close and crouched low, his form disappearing against the scorched wreckage. "What in the world happened?" Kendra cried out. "I thought this place was supposed to be safe." "Humbuggle's enchantments have clearly broken," Merrick stated. "Does that mean Seth has the Wizen Stone now?" Kendra pressed. "It's not certain," Merrick admitted, "but it strongly suggests Humbuggle's hold has been weakened. Could Seth be here somewhere?" Kendra wondered. "You mean right in Hamburg?" Merrick clarified. "It's possible if severing the harp strings called him back to Humbuggle, this is where he'd appear." A fresh worry tightened in Kendra's chest. "What about Nox and Tess?" she asked. "We flew over Terrastios," Merrick reminded her, his voice grim. "The sight was the same for all of us. That fortress is gone. They likely weren't the main focus of the attack." Serena's tiny voice piped up from Merrick's pocket. "With any luck, they got away." "I didn't spot any trace of them in the rubble," Raxtus added. "Let's hope no other dragons took a closer look." "The truth will surface in time," Merrick said, his tone shifting from grave to one of brisk, almost sarcastic resolve. "For now, let's stop standing around like tourists at a disaster site and actually go into Hamburg. The whole game has changed. Everything hinges on who's holding the Wizenstone now and what became of that reckless brother of yours." Kendra turned to the dragon. "Where will you wait? Right here, unless I'm spotted," Raxtus answered. "The folks in there have had enough dragon drama for one day, shiny scales or not. If I have to move, I'll head west. You focus on finding Seth. I know a place we can begin," Merrick said. This way, Kendra clambered after him over the shattered remains of the outer wall. He could have simply flown over, but he kept his wings furled, choosing the difficult climb. The rubble grew deeper and more treacherous near the wall's base, forcing Kendra to use her hands to pull herself over jagged heaps of stone and splintered wood. "Hamburg is huge," she noted, catching her breath. "More than you'd think," Merrick replied. "A good portion of it is out of sight. Accessed from the town square, there's an entire coliseum on an island in a pocket dimension. I spent years there training fighters. I hope it's still standing," Kendra said. "The town looks pretty beaten up." "Not as completely as Terrastios," Merrick countered. As they moved further in, Kendra was struck by the variety of the architecture now sadly exposed by collapsed neighbors, buildings of 3 and 4 stories adorned with gables, pointed spires, rounded domes and ornate chimneys. The streets were eerily quiet. The few souls who dared to emerge moved quickly, their eyes darting nervously upward. Kendra spotted centaurs, a pair of hulking ogres, several dwarfs, and a handful of humans. "How did you and Seth meet?" she asked. "He found me," Merrick said. "Or more precisely, he found my memories. They were floating around as their own entity because of something Humbuggle did. Seth befriended them while he was searching for his own past. When I finally woke up and remembered who I really was, I quit the gladiator games and teamed up with him to go after the Wizenstone." "I'm glad he had someone with him," Kendra said softly, her boots crunching on broken glass from a shattered lantern. "So am I," Merrick said, pausing to peer through a gaping hole into a basement below. "There's a story here. The people are hiding for a good reason," Serena chimed in. "The protection is gone. If the Wizenstone's power has vanished from Humbug, then Humbuggle doesn't have it anymore. This level of chaos is unprecedented for him." They navigated a tight alleyway and emerged onto a wider road dominated by a fresh, smouldering crater. It looked as if a tremendous blast had just rocked the area. Merrick quickened his stride to approach a dwarf with a rust-colored beard who was hurrying away. "Excuse me, friend," Merrick called. "A quick word. I've got my own problems." The dwarf growled, veering sharply to avoid him. "Wasn't Humbug protected?" Merrick persisted. "What caused all this?"
"You'd have to be dead asleep not to know," the dwarf muttered, not breaking his hurried pace.
Undeterred, Merrick jogged toward a centaur who was sifting through a stack of charred timber.
"Greetings," Merrick said. "Mind telling me what happened here?" Merrick asked. The centaur eyed him skeptically. "What are you meant to be? Some kind of patchwork angel? Where were you when the attack started?" Ignoring the question, Merrick moved on down the street, with Kendra hurrying to keep pace.
"I couldn't help overhearing," croaked an elderly woman with a sharp, beak-like nose, her head wrapped in a shawl. Kendra noted the greenish hue of her skin and the boils dotting her hands. "You truly missed the whole spectacle?" "We've only just returned," Merrick replied. "How was Humbug assaulted?" She let out a raspy laugh. "A magical catastrophe first, then a physical one. The enchantments holding Humbug together have unraveled. Dragons followed soon after. Big Side suffered the most devastation. Then, just like that, the dragons vanished. Where they went, or if they'll return, nobody knows. The slumbering giants awakened and turned the battle. Merrick told her, 'I doubt the dragons will be back soon.' The old woman released a frustrated sigh. 'You repay honest news with falsehoods. We witnessed the giants rise,' Merrick stated flatly. 'Believe what you will.' Without another word, Merrick strode off, Kendra at his side. They navigated more ruined streets, passing one where an inn had been utterly demolished. A handful of goblins scavenged grimly among the debris. Merrick didn't attempt to speak to anyone else, moving with clear intent until they reached a row of townhomes with their roofs ripped away. After a quick knock, the door was opened by a satyr wearing a long red vest with gold buttons, a pencil tucked behind one ear and brass binoculars hanging from his neck. "Virgil," Merrick greeted him. "Merrick!" The satyr exclaimed cheerfully. "You're alive? And who's your new companion?" "Kendra Sorensen," Merrick said. "Seth's sister?" Virgil asked, looking her over. "I see no family resemblance. You both look intact. How is Seth?" "That's what we're here to find out," Kendra said. "Calvin was with him," Serena added. "Hello, Serena," Virgil said. "I never should have left his side." Serena lamented, her tone shifting from concern to a sharper, more self-critical edge. "He doesn't have my extensive experience in surviving absolute chaos after all." Calvin handles himself remarkably well, Kendra countered. You'd be impressed. Have you heard any news? Merrick pressed. Nothing specific about Seth, Virgil answered. Were you here for the attack itself? We arrived mere minutes ago, Merrick said. Virgil lifted the binoculars to his eyes, scanning the sky nervously before stepping back inside. Best come in, just in case. Let's not be caught out here if there's a second wave. They entered his cluttered living room, where an overturned bookshelf had crushed a small table, scattering volumes across the floor. Kendra spotted a half-finished painting on an easel and several blank canvases leaning against the walls. I wouldn't expect another wave any time soon, Merrick said. We watched from Beacon Hill as the Titan Garacles awoke, alongside the other giants, and routed the dragons. You're serious? Virgil asked, astonished. The Titan was colossal, Kendra confirmed. We live in an age of marvels, Virgil murmured. And you have wings now. It's been a rather full day, Merrick said, giving his wings a slight flex. We secured the Harp of Ages, and Seth severed its strings with the unforgiving blade. You actually succeeded, Virgil said, amazed. Seth vanished after cutting the final string, Merrick continued. He and Calvin were presumably taken to Humbuggle. That tracks, Virgil nodded. Humbuggle must have lost control of the Wizenstone. The games are finished, Merrick. The pocket dimension collapsed. The main square was suddenly flooded with gladiator refugees. All at once, the magical foundations of Hamburg failed. Buildings crumbled or altered their forms, some becoming visible for the very first time, even before the dragons ever appeared. That must have been when the city's defenses fell, Serena realized. The dragons hit like a hurricane, Virgil said, his voice dropping. There was nowhere to hide. Whole blocks were erased in moments. One of them clipped our row of homes and tore the attic clean away. My bedroom now offers a breathtaking view of the stars. It's enough to make a satyr grateful for renting here. Parts of the city are still burning, Merrick observed. Virgil released a heavy sigh. Let's hope someone bothers to put the fires out. I fear Hamburg has outlived its purpose.
What do you mean? Merrick asked. Virgil countered with a question of his own. What becomes of a mining town once the ore is gone? The games were always Hamburg's true draw. Now that they're finished, so is the unique magic that kept this town both special and safe. You're predicting everyone will leave, Merrick said. Virgil shrugged, his gaze shifting to Kendra. You were with Seth at Stormguard Castle. You met Humbuggle. You're the one who sent the Wizenstone away.
Yes, Kendra confirmed. Then you understand, Virgil continued, that winning at the castle and dispatching the stone didn't affect Hamburg at all. The games here carried on without a pause, and the town stayed perfectly intact. Now, with the pocket dimensions unraveled and the foundational magic gone, it's clear something has finally shifted. My guess? Humbuggle has lost his grip on the stone for good. Could Seth have it now? Merrick pressed. It's only a guess, Virgil admitted. But if he truly won the game, that's the logical conclusion. If he's wielding the Wizenstone, he commands immense power and faces mortal peril. That's too much for any one person to handle if, by some chance, he found a way to possess it without actively using it. He might have a fighting chance. But mark my words, countless forces will hunt him for it, dragons included. We have to find him, Kendra insisted, a sudden memory flashing of Seth's confident grin just before he vanished. Could he still be close by? Virgil offered another shrug. Hamburg was Humbuggle's stronghold. The final confrontation probably happened right here in town. The dragons were likely chasing the stone too. All I know for certain is that Humbuggle no longer has it. When did you last see Seth? Right after he cut the final harp string, Kendra recalled. The sleeping giants woke up, and Seth just disappeared. Virgil rubbed the top of his head, his eyes scanning the room before drifting toward the window. Be careful what you wish for, he muttered, almost to himself. What does that mean? Kendra asked. Virgil picked up a messy stack of papers covered in notes and sketches, then let them flutter to the floor. I dedicated my life to studying the games, clinging to the wild hope that I might help a champion win them someday. Well, mission accomplished. I even played my part. And on the very day the games are finally won, I find the town I love in ruins, the life I knew gone forever, and myself out of a job. I'm an expert in a field that just became obsolete. A word of advice: don't climb a mountain without a plan for what comes after the peak. Everything has changed so fast, Kendra said softly. I know some of what you built your life on is gone, but don't let a victory turn into a defeat. You helped Seth win the games. You became the leading authority on Humbuggle and the Wizenstone. There's still so much you can do. Virgil managed a faint, tired smile. I'm not a champion, Kendra. I was only ever a scholar of courage. I never set foot in the arena myself. I was happy to watch from the sidelines while others battled monsters in the ring. There are many ways to fight, Merrick stated firmly. Seth might never have found me without your help. I trained plenty of fighters for the games on that arena floor. The strategies I taught spilled far more blood than any single blade. The arm that swings the sword is just one piece of the puzzle. Knowing where and how to strike is everything. You're more than you give yourself credit for. Virgil rubbed a finger against the tip of one of his horns, considering this. I suppose going to that meeting with Isidore did involve some risk. And it's true, I probably know more about Humbuggle and the Wizenstone than just about anyone. Kendra's right, Merrick affirmed. You'd be a major asset to us in the fight against the dragons. What happened to Hamburg is a tragedy, but it's only a preview of what's to come if the dragons aren't stopped. We have to win this war, or our ability to live safely anywhere in this world could be lost forever. I think I'm just in shock, Virgil murmured, his voice distant.
For now, Merrick said, steering them back, we need to figure out what happened to Seth and the Wizenstone.
And Calvin, Serena added quietly. Virgil gave a small, solemn nod. I might be able to help with that, Virgil offered. Kendra seized the moment. I also need to find out what happened to my cousins, Knox and Tess. Have you heard of them? They're known to run with a pair of rather boisterous satyrs, Virgil recalled. That's them, Kendra confirmed. Last I heard, they had gone back to Terrastios, Virgil said. Merrick's voice was grim. Terrastios is gone, destroyed. Virgil flinched, a shadow crossing his face. Let's pray they escaped in time. Satyrs have a particular talent for staying clear of fights, and the dragons would have been focused on the giants, not them. As for your brother, Seth, there is one location that comes to mind for answers. We should go and see if Humbuggle's manor is still standing. Meanwhile, Seth's flight was anything but graceful. The wraith chained beneath him acted like a living anchor, dragging through the air and making every movement a struggle. The easy, soaring arcs he had mastered were a distant memory here at Soaring Cliffs. Now, his metallic wings beat a steady, laborious rhythm, fighting for every foot of altitude against the pendulous weight below. It felt less like flying and more like trying to swim upstream while towing a boulder. Concentrating hard, Seth wrapped himself in a cloak of shadows. If he could walk unseen, why not fly that way? It was essential. The sky around him was not empty. He caught glimpses of smaller shapes flitting about, and in the distance, vast, amorphous forms would sometimes pass, blotting out entire sections of the starry sky. His destination, Solitude Keep, clawed its way upward from the top of a monstrous stone spire, the same pinnacle that housed the dungeons far below. The castle was a vertical maze of walls, towers, and precarious balconies, all stacked upon one another to extend the peak's summit. Parts of the grim stone fortress jutted out over the sheer drop, held in place by a skeletal framework of buttresses, struts, and trusses that angled up from the cliff face like exposed ribs. Seth aimed for the deepest shadow under the largest overhang, his jaw clenched, every muscle burning. The wraith felt like it was gaining weight by the second. "You're weaving in the air," Calvin whispered, concern evident in his quiet tone. "Exhausted?" Seth breathed out. "It's just too heavy." "Just reach those support beams," Calvin urged. "You can stop there." "Working on it," Seth grunted back. The chain links bit painfully into his palms as he forced his wings to lift him into a cavernous space that resembled the underside of a massive reinforced pier. He set Prize down on a thick timber and then fluttered to a slightly higher perch, collapsing onto his hands and knees. His wings folded around his body like a tattered cloak as he gasped for air, flexing his hands to work feeling back into the raw, grooved skin. A soft rustling echoed in the darkness around them. Despite the bright moon outside, little light penetrated this hidden space, but Seth could make out countless shapes stirring in the gloom. "We have company," Calvin whispered. Gargoyles? Prize communicated directly into his mind. Seth had only seen their stone counterparts perched on old buildings. Encountering them as living creatures was entirely different. He eased Vasilis an inch from its scabbard, the sword's deep, crimson glow washing over the scene. It revealed he had landed in the middle of a colony of gigantic, malformed bats. His body went rigid, and he stifled a gasp. The gargoyles were everywhere, crouched on every available beam and ledge, many hanging upside down like grotesque fruit. Their faces were monstrous and animalistic, often with jagged teeth protruding over lips and stubby, twisted horns. Their bodies were painfully thin, making their ropey muscles stand out in stark, unnatural relief, and each seemed locked in some perpetual, uncomfortable twist. The nearest one, perched on the same timber just a few feet away, slowly turned its head toward Seth. It was hairier than the others, with a severe underbite and a ribcage that looked ready to burst through its skin. It smelled of damp fur and old zoo. "Why, you here?" it rasped, its voice a crude, grating sound. Seth realized he wasn't speaking English, but somehow understanding. "Just catching my breath," Seth said, keeping his voice level. "I mean no harm. I'm a friend." The gargoyle snorted, a puff of dank air hitting Seth, and gave its leathery wings a shake. "Our friend, dead." "Which friend?" Sang Roo at the name. The other gargoyles shifted, their malevolent gazes locking onto Seth. He fought to ignore their protruding fangs and razor-sharp talons. The name was whispered and hissed by several raspy voices. Seth didn't recognize it. What occurred? The gargoyle before him seemed to shrink. Worms came. Sang Roo did not return.
Sang Roo is lost. Sang Roo. Sang Roo, the others muttered like a grim chant. Was Sang Roo your keeper? Seth pressed. The creature struggled with the words. Sang Roo could speak to us. Sang Roo knew language. The name became a frantic chorus, echoing through the shadowy space as some took flight, leathery wings beating the stale air. Seth felt a surge of relief that Vasilis was only partially unsheathed.
One wrong gesture, and he could be at the heart of a furious assault from creatures mostly larger than himself. "My name is Seth. I am not your enemy. I intend to discover what the worms are planning." A low, primal growl rumbled from the gargoyle, making Seth's grip tighten on his sword. "Worms hunt us? No safe walls. Only hiding. You used to guard the castle walls, didn't you?" Seth asked. The question sent a wave of agitated motion through the cramped colony, a cacophony of guttural clicks and snarls, filling the air as wood groaned under their weight. The nearest gargoyle rubbed its hairy wrist across its snout. "We were aloft before, saw everything. Now we are below." "I'm going to scout the worms," Seth declared. The gargoyle ducked its head, shielding its eyes with one hand, while gnawing thoughtfully on the other. "Safer? To hide. Better? To hide." "Not for me," Seth said firmly. "Stay safe." He slid Vasilis fully back into its scabbard and launched himself from the timber beam. Pulling the chain tight, he lifted Prize from its perch. He dipped slightly as he cleared the patio's edge, then began the strenuous climb upward. Emerging above the overhang, he saw it supported a stable block. High above, a serpentine shape uncoiled along the battlements of a towering wall, a long eastern dragon with a crocodilian head. It wasn't looking his way yet, but Seth knew those keen eyes would find him soon. The stable on the platform appeared dark and still, so he angled toward it, landing with Prize beside a slightly open door. He nudged it wider and slipped inside. "What's in here?" he whispered into the gloom. "We are the only presences." Prize's voice resonated in his mind. Once the wraith had entered, Seth quietly pushed the door shut. In the faint light, he could discern a pile of dry manure in the nearest stall. "What was housed here?" "Winged steeds," Prize answered. "Mostly griffins, some hippogriffs, and other breeds." "How can you be sure?" Seth asked, creeping toward a grimy window to peer up at the central keep. "Droppings, scent, lingering essence," Prize explained. "They were here until recently, perhaps a few weeks past. They must have fled when this place was overrun," Seth murmured. "Can you feel the unforgiving blade?" "The blade rests in an upper chamber of the castle," Prize confirmed. "In a tower?" Seth asked. "Not so high. Your objective lies on the top floor of the main structure. Will we need to cross the walls by air?" Seth questioned, his eyes scanning the dim stable. "A dragon is on watch. Courage will be necessary. Is there anything here we could use for a disguise?" Seth asked, a sudden, desperate idea forming. "Or will moving through shadows be sufficient?" From somewhere deep below, a chorus of piercing, discordant shrieks erupted, the sound grating enough to make his jaw clench. The harpies sound the alarm. Prize warned urgently. "They have found your trail and are converging here." Seth bolted out the stable door and leaped into the air, the chain snapping taut as he climbed, with desperate strength toward the castle wall, no longer caring about the dragon above. The overlapping screams grew deafening as the harpies closed in. Glancing up, he saw the crocodile dragon now staring intently into the night, directly toward the source of the screeching. Seth focused his shade-walking ability around himself, his wings beating steadily as he worked. Reaching the top of the wall, he saw the crocodile dragon's head snap toward him. Moonlight shimmered on its scales as a ripple moved through its long, tubular body like a wave traveling down a length of rope. Clearing the wall, Seth drove himself harder toward the castle, trading a little height for a burst of speed. "It's coming," Calvin's voice cautioned from his pocket. The dragon launched from the battlements and shot toward them, its elongated jaws spreading wide. A powerful wave of dragon fear hit Seth, but he braced himself, refusing to let the paralyzing dread take hold. Knowing he couldn't possibly outfly the creature, Seth released the chain and pulled Vasilis free. Prize vanished from sight, dropping into the courtyard below. The sword blazed to life in his grip, instantly burning away the last traces of dragon fear. In its place, a fierce boldness filled Seth, and he surged forward to meet the dragon, the sword almost pulling him along, the weight of the wraith gone. He was caught in a wild, rushing thrill. The crimson blade burned brighter as the dragon closed in. Those crocodilian jaws hungered open, revealing row upon row of sharp, triangular teeth. At the final second, Seth dipped down and swung Vasilis in a clean arc. The blade sheared through the dragon's lower jaw as if scales and bone were nothing, leaving the beast with a massive, grotesque overbite. The dragon tried to twist away, its serpentine body coiling, but it wasn't fast enough. Vasilis sliced along its flank, and hot ichor sprayed from a glowing red gash, wounded the dragon dove, but Seth chased after it. He wasn't about to let the enemy recover. The injured creature flew in frantic jerking patterns, zigzagging, corkscrewing, and Seth followed as best he could, swerving and darting until he predicted a turn. That brought him right behind the dragon's head. With one more swing, his blade cut deep into the top of the dragon's neck, nearly to the hilt. The magnificent beast went limp and tumbled from the sky like a discarded rope. Hovering in the sudden quiet, a wave of pure exhilaration washed over Seth. He'd not only survived the dragon, he'd killed it in mid-air. In the distance, harpy shrieks still pierced the night. Watching the sizzling blood steam off his sword, Seth realized just how brightly Vasilis was shining and quickly sheathed it. Tuning his senses, he located prize in a courtyard far below. He landed beside the wraith on a shadowy lawn bordered by gnarled, twisting trees. "You okay?" Seth whispered.
"Falling is not my chosen method of travel," Prize conveyed, still gripping the chain, but it did minimal damage. "The unforgiving blade, it's in the castle above us," Seth asked. "How can you sense me yet not perceive the blade?" Prize returned. Seth paused and deepened his shadow senses. He drew Vasilis again to strengthen his connection to his power. Quickly, he detected wraiths and other undead presences in the dungeons below, but nothing he could identify as the dark sword.
"What does it feel like?" Seth pressed. "The castle is shielded by spells," Prize explained, "but nothing can completely hide the pull of the void within that blade. Does it feel like a wraith?" "A wraith is sentient," Prize answered. "The blade has no mind to reach. Look for the pure essence of the void." Seth remembered his first encounter with the unforgiving blade, how he had felt drawn toward it, nearly swallowed by the darkness surrounding it. Without Merrick's help, he might have been lost in that endless oblivion. Abruptly, he became aware of a similar darkness inside the castle, tugging at his attention like a magnet. How had he overlooked it? Now that he knew what to seek, he felt certain he could pinpoint that dense, steady concentration of shadow anywhere. "I feel it," Seth said. "Then you no longer require my assistance." Prize resolved. "Go, I will return to the sisters." From beyond the castle walls, Seth could hear the harpies screeching. Their cries seemed to come from every direction, as though they were circling Solitude Keep. Seth figured the harpies couldn't breach the castle grounds, since none had yet cleared the wall. "They're swarming everywhere. Stay sharp." "I will endure," Prize assured him, letting the chain fall. Go. Seth knew time was short. Once word got out that he'd broken free from the dungeon, the hunt would intensify, and defenses around the unforgiving blade would tighten. He had to move fast. "See you," Seth said, keeping Vasilis drawn as he leapt from the ledge, his wings driving him into a steep ascent. Flying without a chained wraith dragging behind was a relief. Holding the enchanted sword made his wings hum with extra power. He landed lightly on a high balcony, sheathed the blade to kill its glow, and immediately missed the easy confidence it gave him. The harpies' shrieks clawed at the night. Now, connecting to his power required focus. Crouching in the shadows, Seth pushed his will outward and began to shade walk. The balcony door was unlocked. He slipped inside a moonlit bedroom, empty and still, and closed the door behind him, muting the harpies' din. His fingers brushed Vasilis's hilt. With no time to linger, he crossed the room and entered a long, dark hallway. The castle felt unnervingly quiet and abandoned. Had everyone fled, or had they fallen when the caretaker was overthrown? How many dragons would choose to stay in a fortress built for humans? They'd have to take human form, and even then, would they invite others to join them? Goblins, minotaurs, someone else? It was hard to picture many remaining. The hall was too dark to navigate quickly, so Seth drew Vasilis again. With his wingtips grazing the walls, he soared down the corridor and landed at the base of a narrow, spiraling staircase. Too tight for flight, but Seth could feel the unforgiving blade somewhere above. He took the twisting steps, 2 at a time, A locked door at the top slowed him only for a moment. Focusing his power, he disengaged the lock with a soft click. Swordlight revealed a passage even narrower than the last. He was on the right level now. The blade was close, down this hall and to the right. Where were the guards? If Celebrant was off waging war, maybe he'd left only a skeleton crew at Soaring Cliffs. Seth sprinted forward and stopped before a heavy iron door. He didn't need to touch it to sense the locks, both mechanical and magical. "Is it in there?" Calvin whispered. Seth nodded, gritting his teeth. He pressed a palm flat against the cold iron, bowed his head, and pushed with all his will. The protections resisted. Leaning into the door, breath coming in ragged gasps, he strained until Vasilis flared brightly, and all at once the locks gave way. Seth wiped sweat from his forehead, steadied himself, and pushed the door open. The room beyond was windowless and dark. In the crimson glow of his sword, the unforgiving blade hung from a rope at the center of the space, tip pointing down. The sleek metal seemed to swallow the light, like a slice of emptiness itself. Hanging it by the hilt was practical, Seth supposed, since it couldn't be sheathed. "You've found it," Calvin said, as Seth stepped inside. "Don't touch the edge." "The cut never heals," Seth replied. "I remember." "Is that your bag?" Calvin asked. Seth dragged his eyes from the blade and noticed makeshift shelves along one wall, cluttered with cloaks, hats, weapons and satchels. A leather messenger bag was propped beside one cubby. Seth hurried over, grabbed it, and looked inside. "It's mine. And my things are right here, including the 2 halves of the wizen stone?" Calvin inquired. "Those 2, Seth confirmed, his thumb brushing the smooth edges of the fractured stone. "Excellent!" Calvin exclaimed. "Now all we require is the gem from the Dragon King's crown, the one from the Giant Queen's diadem, the jewel from the Demon King's coronet, and the Ethazard. Once you have those, the Ethergem will be whole again." Seth let out a weary breath. "More, probably. I'll get myself killed in the process. But at least Celebrant won't get his hands on another powerful artifact." He walked over to the unforgiving blade and severed the cord, tethering it to the hilt. The blade fell, embedding itself into the stone floor up to its grip with a solid thunk. "Now that," Calvin remarked, "is one seriously sharp knife." Crouching, Seth retrieved the dark blade. In his other hand, Vasilis burned with a crimson light, but the unforgiving blade seemed to swallow all reflection. Seth stared into its perfect, endless blackness, a void so deep it felt like a tear in the fabric of reality itself. "Seth," Calvin's voice cut through his trance. "Snap out of it." With effort, Seth tore his eyes away. He noticed then that Vasilis had dimmed to a deeper, more somber red than he'd ever seen. Blinking to refocus, he gave both swords an experimental swing through the air. "We need to move." Stepping into the corridor, he was immediately met with opposition. To his left stood 2 men, to his right a man and a woman. Both pairs were several yards off, armed and clearly intent on blocking his path. "You had the chance to run," said the man on the left, the tallest of them, with broad shoulders and long blonde hair framing a sharply angular face. "Yet you chose to come for the blade. And you located it with surprising speed." "I'll be leaving just as quickly if you step aside," Seth retorted. The blonde man gave a slow, dismissive shake of his head. "My father would never allow it. Dead or alive, you'll make a remarkable trophy." The ornate outer fence of Humbuggle's estate looked as if a titan had stomped on it, the wrought iron mangled into bizarre, pasta-like shapes. Vast stretches of the manicured hedgerows were either crushed flat or torn from the earth. The grand central fountain was a memory, now just a pile of shattered marble and vaguely recognizable statue parts submerged in the murky basin water. Near the manor, a grove of trees stood as nothing but charred, smoking poles. One of the massive columns framing the porch resembled a snapped tusk. A blanket of grey ash dulled the entire property. "It must have been beautiful once," Kendra observed, her boots crunching on the remnants of the gravel walkway leading to the front steps. "Until today, it was pristine," Virgil said. "But the house still stands. Most of Hamburg can't say the same." "I spotted a face in an upper window," Merrick mentioned. "It vanished the moment I looked up. If the manor is intact, you can be sure the staff is inside," Serena added. "Humbuggle's servants were famously loyal." "How long did you live here?" Kendra asked. "A couple of years," Serena replied. "Not all of them knew me. Nipsies are experts at staying hidden from larger folk. But several staff members connected me to Isidore, who had a dubious standing. If it's all the same to you, I'd prefer to keep a low profile. I'd rather not be seen with your group." As Kendra reached the base of the steps, the heavy front door swung inward. An older woman glared out at them. She wore a stern, matronly dress, her left arm in a sling, and part of her hair was visibly singed. "No visitors this week," she declared in a tone that brooked no argument. "Be on your way." "Is Humbuggle here?" Kendra asked. The matron's scowl deepened. "The master of this house comes and goes as he wishes and answers to no one, least of all to you. Has he noticed his city is in ruins?" Merrick challenged. The woman's gaze turned distant, scanning the devastation. "What is that to him? He invited no one here and promised them nothing. They came of their own volition, and they are harvesting what they sowed, same as the rest of us." She began to push the door shut. "Humbuggle knows me," Kendra insisted. The matron paused, the door left barely ajar. "He knows every soul in this town." "He'll want to speak with me," Kendra pressed. "And why would that be?" "My brother won the Wizenstone from him," Kendra stated. The woman let out a derisive huff and shook her head, her expression a mix of skepticism and weary defiance. "I've listened to some wild tales over the years, but that one really tops them all. You'd better move along now." "Go ask Humbuggle yourself, unless you want to face his anger," Merrick insisted. "Her brother is Seth Sorensen. This is Kendra Sorensen. Are you seriously claiming the games have finished?" the matron replied sharply. Virgil gestured around them. "Just look. The protections are gone. The pocket realms have dissolved. The arena has vanished." "That's your story," the woman snapped. "Go check for yourself," Virgil challenged, "or send someone to look." "Has nobody left this place since the attack happened?" "The games are over," Kendra stated firmly. The matron narrowed her eyes and shook her head in disbelief. "You clearly don't understand Humbuggle. He builds layers upon layers of plans. This is just part of the illusion, another deception, another trial. The kind of deception where he allows dragons to burn the city down." Kendra shot back. Just then, a tall man in a dark suit appeared behind the woman and whispered something into her ear. Her expression shifted, eyes going wide. She pulled the door open and stepped aside. "It seems your presence is requested after all," she said. "You may enter? Baynard will show you the way." Inside, the manor showed no sign of the chaos outside. Lavish furniture and decorations were arranged with perfect order, kept spotless by what must have been a diligent staff. Floors glistened. Brass fixtures gleamed. Fresh flowers brightened the rooms, and the windows were so clean they seemed almost invisible. Everything was neat and polished. Only a faint layer of soot on the outside of the window panes hinted at the destruction the town had endured. The grave-faced butler led them without a word or a glance. One sleeve of his jacket was torn, but otherwise he appeared flawless, right down to the shine on his shoes. Baynard opened a door to a richly furnished study. Heavy curtains covered the windows, and shelves of dark wood reached from floor to ceiling on two walls, crowded with books and odd artifacts. In one corner, a bulky suit of armour stood as if holding a halberd. A cold fireplace waited with logs neatly arranged. Behind a massive desk of deep reddish wood sat a dwarf with a forked beard, peering through spectacles at an open book. "Thank you, Baynard," Humbuggle said. "That will be all the butler left," closing the door softly. Humbuggle shut his book and took off his spectacles. "Welcome to my modest home. A delight to see you again, Merrick. And you as well, Kendra, along with my old companion Virgil, and Serena keeping to the shadows." "We have questions," Merrick began. "Everyone always does," Humbuggle replied. "Virgil, you look like you've seen a ghost." "It's really you," Virgil whispered, barely audible. "In the flesh," Humbuggle confirmed. He slid from his chair and came around the desk. "How well do you know me?" Virgil asked. "We've met many times, though I was always in disguise. You paid close attention throughout. Would you like to guess who I was?" Virgil cleared his throat.
"I'm not certain. Perhaps the elderly flower seller at the corner near the plaza." "I wasn't Midge," Humbuggle said. "She was the real article, but as a disguise she would have suited my needs perfectly. She watched nearly everyone come and go, took interest in many while blending into the scenery."
"A clever guess, just as I'd expect. When did we actually meet?" Virgil pressed. "You knew me most often as Dante the Briar Troll," Humbuggle answered, shifting his voice to match the character. "No," Virgil said, stunned. "That was you, every single time." The dwarf spread his hands in a half shrug. "Just one of my many roles. You interacted with me more than most. Thank you for steering Seth the right way." "Did Seth defeat you?" Kendra broke in. "Did he claim the Wizenstone?"
"You set a valuable example for him at Stormguard Castle, Kendra," Humbuggle said. "It was helpful for him to learn that seizing the stone wasn't always the path to victory." "Where is Seth now?" Merrick demanded. "I see you've grown wings since we last met," Humbuggle observed, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "You might have been the most skilled trainer we ever had." "I was your prisoner," Merrick countered, his voice tightening. "You stole my memories and made me a slave."
"I most certainly did not," Humbuggle stated flatly. "Words carry weight, so choose them wisely. You surrendered those memories in your pursuit of my stone. As Dante, I guided Seth to recover what you had lost. I restored them to you. You caused immense pain, and then offered a small remedy," Merrick replied. "I assume I knew you during the games." "Most frequently as Driggs," Humbuggle said. "Ah," Merrick acknowledged. "You were my guide when I first arrived." "I have also portrayed countless gladiators," Humbuggle added with a grin. "A dramatic death scene is always a delight." "You competed in your own games?" Kendra asked. "I gave the appearance of fighting, certainly," Humbuggle said, "and I seem to perish on many occasions, all in the name of entertainment." "Your city is destroyed," Merrick observed. "A house of cards was destined to fall," Humbuggle mused. "It was a city constructed with borrowed strength, its foundations cemented by ambition and greed." "Where is the Wizenstone now?" Virgil pressed. Humbuggle leaned in, lowering his voice. "Can the three of you keep a secret? They each agreed they could. So can I," Humbuggle whispered, mimicking, locking his lips and throwing away the key. "Seriously?" Kendra exclaimed, her frustration evident. "You let us in here only to say nothing? Where is Seth? We saved Titan Valley." "You owe us answers?" Humbuggle tilted his head, feigning confusion. "I was under the impression the Titan chased the dragons off." "After we woke him," Kendra countered. "And how did you manage that?" Humbuggle inquired. "Seth severed the strings of the Harp of Ages," Kendra stated. Humbuggle adopted an innocent look. "And who assigned him that task?" Kendra hesitated. "You did. You're welcome for the rescue of Titan Valley," Humbuggle said with a slight bow. "It was my pleasure." "Seth did the actual work," Kendra insisted. "Let's consider it a team effort," Humbuggle suggested. "Semantics become so tiresome." "What are your plans now?" Virgil asked. "Me?" Humbugle replied, as if surprised. "Really?" He walked to his desk, pulled a small suitcase from behind it, laid it open, and began packing. "As mayor of Hamburg, I will officially declare the township dissolved." He gathered papers from his desk and placed them inside. "After that, I plan to travel."
"What about this home?" Kendra asked. "Your staff?" Humbugle paused his packing. "I have capable people here. Some are quite skilled in magic. They all serve a purpose. They held the dragons back during the assault and repelled a rogue giant who came searching for me. They kept my residence standing, but they all came to win the games, and the games have concluded. So you lost the Wizen Stone?" Virgil asked. "Kendra's brother split it with the unforgiving blade," Humbugle explained.
"He holds the pieces." "The Wizen Stone was destroyed?" Merrick asked, a note of disbelief in his voice. "And now, for the first time in ages, I am free," Humbugle declared, a genuine lightness in his tone. He stood on his toes, raising both arms overhead in a long stretch. "Every possession is a chain. Life teaches you that if you're paying attention. I now command less power, but I feel considerably unburdened."
For a moment, his usual mischievous demeanor softened into something resembling relief.
"Where is my brother?"
Kendra demanded. "Impatient, aren't we?" Humbugle chided. "Allow a dwarf to finish his thought." "I admitted you for a purpose." "What purpose?" Kendra asked. "I was no amateur before I claimed the Wizen Stone," Humbugle said, twisting at the waist. "I orchestrated plenty of trouble without it, witnessed kingdoms ascend and crumble. This dragon war troubles me." He twisted the other way, his expression turning uncharacteristically grave. "Now that they tried to burn your house down," Kendra asked. Humbugle waved a dismissive hand. "My property here has become a poor investment. When Seth shattered the Wizen Stone, this town was finished, if not by dragons, then by giants. To truly enjoy my freedom, I require a world in which to exist. The Dragon War threatens that entirely."
"Don't tell me you intend to assist us," Merrick asked, skepticism clear.
Humbugle took a small jar from his desk and placed it carefully in his suitcase. "You Slayers are the architects of this chaos. Dragons do not naturally cooperate. A dragon army was never meant to be. Hunting them in concert forced them to unite. And then, confining them to sanctuaries allowed a shared resentment to simmer for centuries. The conflict with the dragons before was a minor skirmish next to the cataclysm celebrant has now unleashed. Those who predict doom are usually wrong, but this time the end might truly be upon us." "What's our move?" Virgil pressed. "Trying to control the uncontrollable is a fool's errand," Humbugle replied. "Any peace you force will be fleeting, and the backlash will be far worse." Kendra's voice was tight. "So we just let the dragons take over everything." "At this point, we fight to slow the flood," Humbugle stated. "In a battle for your very existence, you use every tool you have. You adapt." "Your brother is getting a masterclass in adaptation right now." "Is he?" Kendra asked. "From the finest instructor there is," Humbugle said. "Who? You?" Humbugle's laughter echoed, harsh and mocking. "Don't be naive, child. The real teacher is agony." A cold dread settled in Kendra's stomach. "Is Seth injured?" "Wounded in ways no scale can measure," Humbugle explained. "Getting his memories back forced him to face deeds that now horrify him. Some truths you only absorb through sheer misery." "Where is he?" Kendra demanded. "I lost sight of your brother after Celebrant took him," Humbugle admitted. "Celebrant has him." "The Dragon King caught up to him right after Seth shattered the Wizen Stone," Humbugle confirmed. "Fresh from regaining his past, your brother was in no state to resist. He left as Celebrant's prisoner. He could be anywhere now, assuming he's even alive." The news felt like a physical blow, and Kendra swayed, feeling Merrick's hand on her arm to steady her. "Did Celebrant hurt him?" "Celebrant took him captive," Humbugle repeated. "I observed from the shadows. If the Dragon King wanted Seth dead, he had his chance right then. Any idea where they went? Kendra asked, her voice barely a whisper. Somewhere distant, I imagine, Humbuggle said. What about my cousins, Nox and Tess? They were last at Terrastios, from what I heard, Humbuggle offered. By all accounts, Terrastios was levelled and the giant queen fell. That news does not look promising for your family or for the satyrs who were with them. Kendra's legs felt weak. What do we do now? That is your choice to make, Humbuggle said. I've given you information that might have taken you ages to uncover. You asked, and I answered freely. I hope it aids you against the dragons. We all lose if they rule unchallenged. Why not help us more? Merrick challenged. I just did, Humbuggle countered. Any demon in my position would do the same. We've never had affection for dragons. History taught us that trying to master them only brings ruin to the one holding the leash. Humbuggle moved to the door. You're leaving? Kendra asked. You should as well, he suggested. With the giant queen gone, this refuge is now the eye of a storm. Get away until the chaos subsides. You can take a moment to plan in here. I'll instruct my people to let you leave undisturbed, but I can't promise they'll listen to me for long. Good luck. He opened the door, stepped through, and shut it behind him. He just walks out like that, Kendra said, frustration boiling over. I'm not sure what more we could expect from him, Merrick reasoned. He turned to the satyr. You believe he was telling the truth? Mostly, Virgil said. Humbuggle deals in half-truths and omissions, but I didn't catch an outright lie. He had his own reasons for sharing what he did. He always does. I think so too, Merrick agreed. He had no solid news about Nox and Tess. Do we start by looking for them? Terrastios is gone, Kendra said, a new determination cutting through her despair. Could you scout from the air around Hamburg, see what's left? Let's see what we can find, Merrick agreed. I'll keep watch from here while Merrick flies, Serena offered. Virgil and I will search on the ground, Kendra decided. What about your brother? Virgil asked gently. Kendra's jaw set the helplessness was gone, replaced by a grim resolve. We have no trail to follow. For now, Seth is on his own. Elsewhere, a voice cut through a different tension. Lower your weapons, and I might let you live, said a man with blonde hair. Who is your father? Seth demanded, his own stance wary.
Celebrant, naturally, the blonde man replied. I am Tamrin, his firstborn son. Lower your weapons, and if I do, how exactly am I supposed to finish you off? Seth countered. Tamrin's smile was sharp and cold. You really don't grasp the situation you're in. I'm guessing you're all dragons, Seth stated, his eyes scanning the hall. You are completely surrounded, Tamrin replied smoothly. Your little breakout is over. I was presenting you with an option to keep breathing.
Seth risked a quick look over his shoulder to ensure no one was creeping up from behind. Was that the same generous offer you gave Sangru? A low laugh escaped Tamrin. The gamekeeper? He met his end pleading for mercy? Drop your swords now, or you'll be keeping him company. You just want me to surrender my only edge, Seth said. Tamrin gave a casual shrug. If you prefer to die fighting, I am more than happy to arrange it. Step aside, and I might let you live, Seth retorted. Tamrin's smirk widened. You are one person with no allies, deep inside enemy territory. The four of us are sufficient to handle you outside. Scores of harpies and a legion of other devoted sentinels are waiting, not to mention numerous dragons. I'm aware there's a dead one out there, Seth said. You managed a lucky strike against Pershanka. The one with the crocodile skull, Seth verified. I severed its jaw, then finished it as it tried to run. Your blade caught her off guard, Tamrin conceded. I'm full of little shocks, Seth replied. My patience is wearing thin, Tamrin warned. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Demanded the man beside Tamrin. He was broader than Tamrin, with a bent nose and full cheeks, hefting a weighty spear. This is the master of this stronghold, the firstborn son of Celebrant and the heir to his throne. Seth kept his gaze fixed on the tall, blonde warrior. He held Vasilis aimed at him and kept the unforgiving blade pointed toward his rear. Heir. I was under the impression the crown had to be won in battle. Heir apparent, Tamrin corrected, with a tone of bored superiority. Others have challenged our father, but when the time truly comes to claim his place, most understand it will be my right and my responsibility. Then I guess most dragons are mistaken, Seth said flatly. And why is that? Tamrin inquired.
Because you're not moving, Seth answered. Tamrin let out a soft, humorless chuckle. You are genuinely committed to dying here. A surge of power and certainty flowed from Vasilis, pulling Seth forward. But Seth fought the impulse. The sword's constant hunger for conflict didn't make it the wisest advisor. If all four attacked at once, surviving was far from guaranteed. He needed to buy time. "Where's your father?" "Concluding a war," Tamrin said. "He left you here on babysitting duty?" Seth prodded. "I oversee our captives," Tamrin replied, his voice turning icy. "You were kept alive on the chance you could be used for negotiation. But why bargain in a war we have all but won?" "Face me yourself, Tamrin," Seth challenged. "Just you. You've already lost." Tamrin dismissed. "You are a prisoner because you were captured. There is no honor in surrendering my tactical advantage." Seth raised the unforgiving blade. "Your fear is justified." "Let me demonstrate how I made Velrog plead for the end. You're reaching levels of delusion?" Tamrin scoffed, his hand going to his sword hilt. "This was very recent," Seth insisted. "He was the third guardian at the Dragon Temple in Titan Valley." "Ridiculous," Tamrin spat. Seth offered a tight smile. "Come and see for yourself alone, since you know so much." "Hilzog, remove him," Tamrin commanded, gesturing toward Seth. The bald man beside him shuffled his feet nervously. "It's all right, Hilzog," Seth said, his voice deceptively calm. "I'll make it quick." Hilzog lunged forward, spear poised to strike. "Behind you?" Calvin's voice shouted in warning. A fleeting glance back revealed the woman sprinting at Seth from the rear, a sword gleaming in her hand. In moments of flight, Seth had learned to rely on the innate skill of his astrid wings. Vasilis possessed a similar ingrained mastery. He had always felt the weapon guide his movements. But now, under this acute pressure, Seth consciously surrendered to the sword's instinct as never before. Driven by Vasilis, he burst forward, closing the distance to Hilzog just before the woman could reach his back. As the spearhead shot toward his chest, Seth pivoted, letting the tip whistle past, and with a precise fluid motion, he severed the spearhead from its shaft. Seth sidestepped the charging Hilzog, whose momentum carried him directly onto the waiting edge of Vasilis. The blade carved a fatal gash across the man's chest, spinning to meet the woman's attack. Seth parried her initial strike with Vasilis before a swift chop from the unforgiving blade shattered her weapon, leaving only the hilt in her stunned grasp. He didn't hesitate, driving Vasilis forward before she could react. Turning to Tamrin, he found the man poised, sword in hand. Seth's wings instinctively snapped into a protective shield behind him, just as a sharp impact pinged against the feathers. A glance back revealed the crossbowman already reloading. Seth locked eyes with Tamrin. "Step aside," Seth commanded, his voice low, "and call off your friend." "Why don't we take this outside?" Tamrin called, already turning to sprint down the corridor. The crossbowman bolted in the opposite direction. "They prefer their draconic forms," Calvin observed. Seth gave a terse nod, faced with a choice windows at both ends of the hall. With a crash of shattering glass, Tamrin dove through one. A moment later, the other man followed suit through the window opposite. Almost instantly, the gaping maw of a dragon filled the opening Tamrin had used, and a torrent of fire erupted down the hallway. Seth threw himself through the nearest door, slamming it shut against the blistering wave of heat that licked at his heels. He retreated across the room to a heavy, leaded window. Throwing it open, he ducked to the side, wary of an ambush.
A few cautious glances revealed only moonlit parapets and stillness. Behind him, the roar of flame continued in the hall, tongues of fire now seeping under the door. Seth sheathed Vasilis, extinguishing its light and freeing a hand. The other blade would remain drawn. Tucking his wings tight, he launched himself headfirst through the window. He fell for a heart-stopping moment before snapping his wings wide, arresting his descent into a controlled swoop. The mournful wails of circling harpies filled the air, and the dark, massive shapes of dragons converged on the castle from all directions. A surprising floral fragrance drifted up from the courtyard gardens below. Focusing his energy on cloaking his presence, he darted over the outer wall and plunged into the shadowy refuge beneath the overhang where the gargoyles lurked. Above, a dragon's furious roar split the night. "I need a favor," Seth announced into the gloom. The stone forms stirred, wings rustling like dry parchment. "The sky is too quiet up there," Seth pressed. "I need a distraction. The dragons drove you from your perches. The harpies think they can take your place. I'm here to upset their plans. Their reign won't last. I've already ended 3 of them. Now it's your turn to remind everyone you can still fly." A gravelly voice answered, "Dragons snap at us, scorch us when we fly." Another added, "Hunt us like pests." "Do you know what else they've done?" Seth asked, his tone shifting to one of deliberate, cold fury. "They murdered Sang-Ru," the name echoed through the recesses. "Sang-Ru," many voices groaned. Tamrin, Celebrant's son, bragged that Sang-Ru died screaming, Seth declared, the sarcastic edge in his voice sharpening to a blade. It was a calculated provocation. The effect was immediate. Gargoyles began pounding on the support timbers, the structure groaning in protest. "Filthy worms," one cried out. "Sang-Ru," the chorus shouted. "Show them they can't get away with it," Seth urged, his voice now strong and commanding, cutting through their grief. "Take to the air. Be unpredictable. Don't let them catch you. Can you still fly, or have you forgotten how?" "We still fly," one asserted. "Better than sparrows," another claimed. A third voice rasped. "Better than bats." "Then prove it," Seth challenged. "Go, fly, tell every gargoyle to take wing. Help me escape, and I will see the dragons stopped. Sang-Ru will be avenged." "Sang-Ru," they chanted, the name becoming a battle cry. One gargoyle detached from the ceiling, wings spreading with a crack of stone, and flapped away into the darkness. His departure broke a dam. A flood of gargoyles poured from the beams and shadows, a whirlwind of stone and leathery wing. Seth merged with the flock, hoping his golden plumage wouldn't shine too brightly in the moonlight. Most of the gargoyles banked upward and to the left. A smaller group veered right, and a few spiraled down toward the deeper shadows of the castle grounds. Seth dove sharply, veering off from the peak and letting gravity pull him into a blistering descent. The roars of dragons echoed from above, and a sudden burst of flame briefly illuminated the dark sky. They weren't just chasing one lone target anymore. They were attempting to pick out a single mosquito from a thick cloud of gnats. Icy wind rushed over him as Seth carefully held the unforgiving blade at a safe distance. Staying focused was critical. One careless move against that unnaturally sharp edge would mean a wound that could never mend. He banked hard to the left, and a harpy shot past just in front of him, her slashing claws whistling past his ear. If he hadn't changed direction so suddenly, she would have slammed right into him from above. "We have you now," the harpy crowed triumphantly. "Come, sisters." Seth threw himself into a series of evasive rolls and dives, shifting course erratically. The harpy clung to his tail, and he spotted more closing in from the sides. As she drew in directly behind him, Seth suddenly slowed and pivoted, swinging the unforgiving blade in a wide arc. The blade sliced cleanly across her shoulders. With a choked sound that was part scream, part hiss, the harpy broke away, clutching at the injury. Nightbringer. She shrieked in a guttural, almost unrecognizable tongue. He carries Nightbringer. The other harpies who had joined the chase immediately scattered. Seth, suspecting a trap, kept flying at full speed, weaving unpredictably. After several minutes and numerous course changes, he finally allowed himself to ease up slightly. Scanning the surrounding darkness, he appeared to be truly alone. He concentrated on his natural camouflage, blending his form seamlessly with the night. The distant chattering calls of gargoyles, the fading shrieks of harpies, and the occasional deep roars of dragons fell away behind him. Now he flew low over ridgelands and treetops by himself, burdened by the weight of two immensely significant blades. Just another nameless shadow in the dark, adrift in a strange and trackless wilderness, with no clear path forward. "Are the dragons actually gone?" Nox asked, turning slowly to survey the damaged city and the now clear sky beyond. "Seems like it," Doran replied, hopping over chunks of rubble littering the street. "But if we're wrong, we're dead. It doesn't take an army of dragons to finish us off. One would be plenty." "They were winning," Newell said, skipping a stone sidearm down an alley. "Why call off the attack? They crushed Big Side," Tess pointed out. "Maybe that's all they came for." Nox looked back toward the Giants' district. It had once towered over the rest of the city, but now only a few broken structures remained, a leaning chimney, a fractured arch, the jagged corner where two walls met. The rest was reduced to heaps of scorched debris. "You might be right," Newell conceded. "Maybe the dragons achieved their goal and left. I don't feel that dragon fear anymore, but who knows when they might come back." "What an incredible smell," Doran said, sniffing the air before breaking into a jog. The quiet street they were following into Small Town opened into a square centered around statues of dancing dryads. Near a horse trough on the far side, Doran stopped beside an abandoned cart. He lifted a wooden lid to reveal a bin packed with baked apples. Closing his eyes, the satyr breathed in the sweet, spiced aroma. "You stay back," a dwarf shouted from the doorway of a townhouse. He stomped forward, a stuffed sack slung over one shoulder and a hand axe gripped tightly. His black, braided mustache hung down to the middle of his broad chest. "I just have to know how they taste," Doran insisted. "We'll pay for them. I'm not open for business," the dwarf stated flatly.
"Leaving town, are you?"
Newell inquired.
"None of your concern."
The dwarf snapped. "You wouldn't want these wonderful treats to go to waste, would you?" Doran exclaimed. The dwarf simply turned back to his door, locked it, and began marching up the street away from them. "You want the apples? Take the apples. You can have the cart too, for all I care. I suppose the games are cancelled for today," Doran called after him. The dwarf turned back briefly and let out a dismissive harumph before continuing on his way. "Where have you been? The Colosseum is gone, the games are over, and this whole town is shutting down." The dwarf gestured dismissively before stomping away. "What's his problem?" Tess wondered. Newell scanned the bustling square. "People are on edge. Look at them. Half the town seems to be packing up. See that man with the rolled-up rug, or the woman carrying those bird cages? They're grabbing what matters most to them." Doran took a bite of an apple. "The cinnamon's good," he remarked. "Could use a bit more heat, though." He held up another apple with a questioning look. Nox caught the one Doran tossed his way. "Aren't we basically stealing these?" Tess asked. "He handed them over," Newell said. "First rule for surviving out here, never pass up a meal." He grabbed an apple for himself and passed one to Tess. "Honestly, that's the first rule anywhere," Doran added. "In a tent, under a bridge, doesn't matter where you are." Nox bit into his apple, surprised by its soft texture and rich flavour. Across the square, a pair of heavy doors swung open, and a cluster of goblins hurried out, two of them struggling with a large chest. "You're right, everyone's getting out." While Newell chewed, Doran nudged him. What's the worst part about a ghost town? The ghosts? Newell guessed. No, I mean a deserted town, Doran clarified. What's the downside? Everything's shut down, Knox offered. Doran shook his head. It's already been stripped clean. All the good stuff is long gone. Newell tapped his nose and pointed at Doran, then looked around the square with fresh eyes. But we're catching this panic at the very beginning. The place is just starting to empty out. Hamburg is yesterday's news, Doran stated. The main attraction is gone, and the defences are clearly failing. If dragons don't come back to raid this place, giants will.
We're ahead of the looters, Newell said, his eyes brightening. The great departure is just getting started, Doran noted. Wait, you want to loot the town? Knox asked, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. What's the best kind of treasure? Doran quizzed. Gold? Knox tried. Jewels, magic items, Tess suggested. Unclaimed treasure, Doran declared. Without a doubt, forgotten riches beat everything else. High reward for very little risk. Newell glanced at Knox and Tess.
We have to think about the kids. Exactly, Doran agreed. We have to show them how to stay sharp when everything falls apart, how to thrive when others are losing their heads. We're planning for their future. A small fortune can make all the difference. How would we even carry it? Knox asked. Some things we could wear, Tess said, like bracelets or rings. Newell rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice as he looked around. A town this size. It's not about how much we take. It's about what we take. We want things that are valuable and easy to carry. The kind of treasures you two mentioned. Enchanted objects, gold, gems. The possibilities are endless, Doran said. We might even find gear that could help in the war. Knox couldn't help but think of the crown hidden in his pack. It was likely the single most valuable item in all of Titan Valley, but mentioning it might mean losing it, so he stayed silent.
What if the dragons return? Tess asked.
Doran shrugged. We hide or we run. Same as we'd do without any treasure. Would you rather escape rich or poor? Tess grinned. Rich, life's a lot more enjoyable when you're not broke, Newell said. For one thing, you eat better, but are you sure this isn't just stealing? Tess pressed. Look at it this way, Newell replied. If you discovered a chest of treasure at the bottom of the sea, inside a sunken ship, who would it belong to? I guess to whoever finds it, Tess said. Is this why people have kids? Newell exclaimed. I feel like a beaming parent. We can keep an eye out for Kendra and Seth as we move, Doran added. Try to find them. So where do we start? Knox asked. Now you're talking, Newell said, giving Knox an approving pat on the shoulder. Somewhere with real valuables, Knox thought aloud. Like a vault or a gem merchant? Smart, Doran said. But those spots might still have guards this early in the rush. We might have better results searching some of the more upscale private homes, Newell suggested, his eyes scanning the deserted streets. I've always fantasized about having a tavern all to myself, Doran sighed dreamily, completely empty. Just me, surrounded by all that unprotected food and drink. Newell's stomach gave an audible rumble. You're talking directly to my gut now, and you have its full consideration. You don't think Hamburg has a Burger King, do you? Or maybe a Wendy's? Now you're just cruelly teasing my deepest desires, Doran complained. Imagine it, Newell pressed on, ignoring him. Limitless supplies of crispy French fries, all for us, premium cheeseburgers, self-serve soda machines. I'm partial to the onion rings. Tess chimed in, her voice muffled by her sleeve as she coughed. Keep your minds on the task, Knox insisted, a wave of frustration hitting him. This whole situation was absurd. This place is practically ancient. There's zero fast food here, but once we're clear of this mess, you can purchase a mountain of chicken nuggets with all that gold. The boy isn't wrong, Doran conceded, and if we lose this fight, there might not be any drive-thrus left anywhere? Knox added sharply. The two satyrs snapped out of their culinary daydream at once, their expressions turning grim. Newell pivoted slowly, his gaze sweeping the plaza with new intensity. "I really wish I had a better lay of this land," he muttered.
"What about trying the arena plaza?" Doran ventured. Newell dismissed the idea with a shake of his head. "That's the most conspicuous spot in the entire city. It's probably a complete catastrophe after the stadium came down. If the wreckage spilled out from that folded space, the whole plaza would be under a mountain of stone," Doran reasoned. "The mechanics of it escape me," Newell admitted. "But there could very well be a mob of furious fighters trapped in there. Do you suppose the Hamburg Mystery House contains anything valuable?" Doran pondered aloud. Newell gave a non-committal shrug. "Might be worth investigating. It was supposedly locked down with powerful enchantments. If those protections have failed, anything could be inside." "Do you actually know how to get there?" Knox asked, his patience wearing thin. "West, I believe," Newell said, gesturing down a wide boulevard. The absurdity of their quest, hunting for treasure in a dying city while debating fast food, struck Knox suddenly, and a dark, sarcastic laugh almost escaped him. They were like children planning how to spend an allowance while the house burned down around them. "We'll correct our direction as we go," Newell finished. "Anyone care for another apple?" Doran asked, already plucking a fourth one from a nearby stall. "I'm saving my appetite for something with more protein," Knox stated. Doran began crunching into his apple as they moved on. The nearer they drew to the city's outskirts, the more congested the avenues became. Carts and wagons choked the central lanes, compelling pedestrians to press themselves against the buildings. Nearly every person clutched belongings, parcels of provisions or overstuffed bags. Some had piled their goods into pushcarts or hand trucks. A few led dogs or carried cages with birds. The entire tide of traffic was streaming out of Hamburg. Newell guided the group on a detour around a city block that was still smouldering, the flames now guttering low after devouring most everything they could. Passing the dying fire, Knox held his shirt over his nose and mouth, using the fabric to strain the smoky air. Tess coughed persistently, her eyes red and streaming. The refugees trudging out of the city looked utterly defeated, a cluster of goblins, coated in a fine grey dust, strained together to shove an overburdened cart. An ogre lumbered by with a large cask balanced on one shoulder, his body marred by serious, livid burns. A troll with a crudely splintered leg limped along, using a broom handle for support. Newell abruptly quickened his pace to a brisk jog. After a second, Knox understood why Newell had spotted another satyr. This one appeared quite young, with tawny fur on his legs, only small buds where horns would be, and a thin, patchy moustache. A strip of cloth was wrapped around his forehead. "Hey there, young fellow! A word," Newell called out. The adolescent satyr shuffled backward to lean against the wall of a general store, getting out of the flow of evacuees. "What do you want?" he asked, his eyes flicking to Doran before settling warily on Knox and Tess. "I'm Newell. This is Doran. Delighted," the young satyr replied flatly, his attention darting to the sky. "Name's Rory. We're trying to find the Hamburg Mystery House," Newell said. Rory let out a short, humourless laugh. "Sightseeing, are we? The tournament's finished, you realize?" "We have an appointment there," Newell stated firmly. "Are you certain about that?" Rory challenged. "Most appointments in Hamburg are cancelled indefinitely. When a vessel is going down, even the rodents know to abandon it. Take advantage of the quiet, friends. No telling how long it'll hold." "Message received," Newell said. "But we're supposed to meet someone. More humans?" Rory asked, his tone dripping with disdain. "Something along those lines," Newell confirmed. Rory shook his head in clear disappointment. "What have our people sunk to? This city twists everyone. Satyrs were never intended to be babysitters. It doesn't matter what they're paying you," Doran stated firmly. "We have our own reasons," Newell added. Rory gave them a sceptical look. "You're clearly new around here.
Can't argue with that, Newell conceded. Which is exactly why you need help with the basics. Rory shot back. Whatever's hunting this town next won't show an ounce of pity. You missed the mystery house. He jerked a thumb toward the nearest alley. Go that way until you hit the main road, then you'll be fighting the current of that crowd. Good luck with that. Appreciate the advice, Newell said. One thing about this exodus, what's the plan if you're caught in the open when the dragons come back? Rory just shrugged, his eyes darting nervously between the sky and the fleeing masses. I let the slow groups become a distraction while I stick to the edges and find a hole to hide in. Better than getting trapped in this death trap. Where is everyone actually going? Doran pressed. Depends on who you ask, Rory replied, his voice tight. There's nowhere left that's as safe as Hamburg used to be. A lot of folks are hoping to get clear of Titan Valley altogether. For now, some are aiming for the Sky Giant garrison. Others are trying for the southern villages, or making a run for Milford. A handful might gamble on begging the Valley Giants for shelter. Anyone with half a brain is heading for the woods. Are there satyrs in those woods? Doran asked. Back in Titan Valley. Our kind mostly stuck to Hamburg, Rory said. The woods are crawling with trolls and giants. A few demons too. But the woods offer more places to hide than villages that are already overrun. I'm out of here. Rory ducked away without a backward glance. Should we go to the woods as well? Tess asked. If it comes to that, Newell said. But what about the trolls and the demons? Tess worried. We'll steer clear of them, Doran assured her. Satyrs are experts at survival, especially in the wild. Here's the foundation. Never volunteer to be the hero. Always choose the most uncomfortable spot to sleep. Why? Tess asked. It's more important to wake up quickly than to sleep deeply, Newell explained. And always make sure you're travelling with someone slower than you, Doran finished. Knox shifted uncomfortably. I'm slower than you under normal circumstances. That would make you our insurance policy, Doran said with a wink. Don't fret. We've got you covered. I'm sure we can find somebody even slower if we need to. Rory might have been onto something about using this quiet spell, Newell mused. We could use the time to reach the woods. That wasn't wisdom talking, Doran countered. That was sheer panic. While he's using the lull, we'll use the panic. Trying to outrun dragons across open country sounds like volunteering for a firing squad, Knox said. It does have that particular aroma, Newell admitted. Just then, from the direction they had come, a horrific grating wail shattered the relative quiet, making them all recoil. As the unearthly shrieking persisted, heads in the crowd swiveled, searching for the source. A few people broke into a run, then, in mere heartbeats, the weary trudging in the street erupted into a blind, screaming stampede. Newell grabbed Knox's arm and yanked him into a narrow alley, cutting across the flow of the panic. Doran scooped up Tess. Behind them the desperate wailing continued, and in the terrified crush, people began to collide and stumble, some vanishing underfoot. Don't look back, Doran urged. We're okay for the moment. Knox couldn't help but glance over his shoulder at the chaos consuming the street. A pair of dwarves and a hulking troll had also scrambled into the mouth of their alley for cover. What in the world is making that noise? Knox breathed. I hope I never find out, Newell said grimly. It doesn't sound like a dragon, Tess offered. Not a human either, Doran said, or a satyr. The farther we go, the fainter the screams get, Knox noted. Let's hope the people ahead aren't as jumpy, Newell said. They pressed on in the direction Rory had indicated, weaving through a few minor lanes and keeping mostly to the back alleys. By the time they reached the next broad avenue, the terrible wailing had faded away entirely. The wide road was a river of refugees fleeing the city, wagons inching along, hemmed in by the multitude. This must be the main road, Doran observed. Time to start swimming against the current. Knox, stick right behind me, Newell instructed. I'll give Tess another piggyback ride, Doran said, crouching down. Knox fell in step behind Newell as they began to push their way forward against the relentless tide of frightened people. The flow of the crowd was a river of desperation, and anyone moving against its current earned scowls and shoves. Every handcart was a tragedy on wheels, piled high with salvaged belongings or, worse, with people. The old, the wounded, and those who looked far too still, Knox focused on the steady rhythm of Newell's hooves, a deliberate anchor to avoid seeing too much. "Excuse us?" Newell kept saying, his voice a practiced monotone. "Coming through family emergency, pardon me?" Behind him Doran carried Tess, her small arms locked around his neck for stability. They passed a row of buildings on the right that were now little more than charcoal and ash, the air so thick with the smell of ruin that Knox had to pull his shirt over his face again. After several more blocks of this grim parade, Newell spotted another satyr and veered toward him. "Hey there, the Hamburg Mystery House," he called out. The satyr, whose legs were covered in dark fur and who sported a neat, narrow beard along his jaw, shook his head. "You've overshot it. It's a block back the way you came." Turning around, Newell fell in step with the helpful satyr, and Knox felt a wave of relief at no longer fighting the human tide. "It came down," the satyr said, gesturing to a massive pile of wreckage. "Didn't burn, though. Once Humbuggle's magic failed, some of the most enchanted places just fell apart." Leaving the satyr behind, Newell guided them off the main avenue and into the chaotic mound of debris. Knox had only vaguely registered the collapse earlier, but now, up close, the absurdity of it was clear. The heap was a bizarre museum. Weather vanes poked out at odd angles beside mounted grizzly bears, grandfather clocks, clawfoot tubs, and oversized portraits in gilded frames. Splinters of dark wood and stone were tangled with bright swatches of wallpaper and ornate, foreign-looking rugs. Newell led them deeper into the jumble, away from the fleeing crowds.
"Looks like the mystery house decided to vomit up its contents and then implode," he observed. Knox reached out and touched the soft ear of a stuffed bear. "Anybody want a new pet?" he asked. "Obviously," Doran replied. "The trick is getting it home. That's a two-person job, minimum. There's real treasure buried here," Newell said, kicking at a piece of carved wood. "And it would take real back-breaking labor to dig it out," Doran countered. "Hard pass." Tess, peering over Doran's shoulder, asked, "I thought we were in a hurry. Why are we the only ones even looking?" Knox nodded. "Maybe because everyone else knows looting is a terrible idea." "Don't lose sight of the opportunity," Doran insisted, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "This is the peak evacuation. Give it another hour, and this whole city will be a giant unattended mall, or it'll be a dragon's all-you-can-eat buffet for the fools who stayed," Knox muttered. "Where would you even run?" boomed a deep, resonant voice from behind them. Knox jumped, his whole body going rigid with shock as he turned. Towering over them was a massive giant, with skin like rough, red tree bark, and a head reminiscent of a hornless rhinoceros. A deep gash on one shoulder wept a slow trail of blood down his side. Craning his neck to look up, Knox instinctively took a step back. This creature could end him with a casual swipe. "We didn't mean to trespass," Doran blurted out quickly. "Is this your place?" "I intend no violence," the giant rumbled. "That's incredibly decent of you," Doran said, the words tumbling out in a nervous rush. "Given the circumstances, we should probably all agree we're on the same side here." "You believe you are here to scavenge," the giant said, his ponderous tone leaving no room for argument. "But destiny often has a more significant purpose in mind." "What?" Doran asked, waving a dismissive hand. "Who thinks about scavenging right now? We were just avoiding the mob." "Is that so?" the giant replied, utterly calm. Tess, ever practical, added,
We were also hoping to find some useful things that got left behind. The giant's gaze settled on them, and I was hoping to find you. We stand at the precipice of a pivotal historical moment, and each of you has a part in what comes next. I am known as the diviner. We need to talk. Meanwhile, Kendra and Virgil rested on a short bench, their backs to the wide window of a boutique art gallery. Glancing over her shoulder, Kendra could see the interior displayed through the glass. Elegant arrangements of blown glass, thick textured paintings on the walls, and dignified sculptures carved from marble and bronze. Most depicted trolls or dwarves, though a few were shapeless, abstract forms. "Stunning, isn't it?" Virgil remarked, noticing Kendra's attention fixed on the gallery. "Plenty of trolls around," Kendra observed. Virgil let out a soft laugh. "Trolls are major art buyers. They particularly enjoy paintings and sculptures of themselves. Artists need to make a living, after all. Do dwarves spend a lot here too?" Kendra inquired. "Not as much as the trolls," Virgil replied, "but dwarves own and operate this gallery." The satyr turned, looking out at the street with a sigh. Hamburg had real refinement, so much to appreciate. It was more than just art, cuisine, and entertainment. It was full of mysteries. Kendra, layers upon layers of puzzles. This town was a crafted web of concealed truths. I often wonder how many hidden rooms were never found, how many clever hints went unseen, how many fortunes were left untouched. "Maybe Hamburg will pull through," Kendra offered. Virgil shook his head. "I don't see a way. It's tough to create beauty when giants are pounding on your door, or when dragons are ripping the roof off. This place was dangerous, and the games were brutal, but it also felt strangely secure if you followed the rules. Humbuggle offered a shield, and the games fueled everything." Merrick touched down in the closest crossroads. The refugees flowing through the street adjusted their paths to avoid him. Virgil waved. "Over here." Pushing back into the air, Merrick opened his wings and glided to the gallery's entrance, taking several steps to steady himself as he landed. Sweat dampened his brow, and a pale coating of ash and dust covered his clothes. "Any news about Knox or Tess?" Kendra asked. "Afraid not," Merrick answered, "though I should admit getting a good view from above was challenging. Arrows were fired at me, and quite a few rocks, too. Everyone is watching the skies right now, and even though I don't look much like a dragon, anything flying is immediately suspicious. Shoot first, figure it out later," Virgil muttered. "I moved from roof to roof using steeples and chimneys for cover," Merrick explained. "That was the only way to stay low enough to see people clearly. I covered the whole town, but if your cousins were inside a building or on the move, I might have passed right by them." Kendra's expression darkened. "There's just no way to tell. They could be hiding behind any door on this block, or they might already be miles from Hamburg." "One thing is clear," Serena interjected. "Hamburg is being abandoned. The main roads leading out are jammed. Soon, this town will be practically empty. But the Titan chased the dragons away," Kendra said. "Most of the town is still standing. Why are they running now that the fight is over?" "The magical safeguards are gone," Virgil stated. "Outside the Sky Giants' territory, this is the wealthiest settlement in Titan Valley. Hamburg has been under Humbuggle's protection since the beginning. The people here have never lived alongside giants without that shield. Even if the dragons don't come back, the Sky Giants or some of the smaller giant clans will show up to loot and plunder. Our walls and weapons can't stop them." "But what about all these?" Kendra started, before a dreadful, piercing wail cut her off, coming from just a few streets away. It was a sound of pure distress. Kendra pressed her hands over her ears. "What is that?" "I'm not certain," Merrick said. "No idea," Virgil added. Even with her ears covered, Kendra could hear the awful shrieking clearly. "I hope my cousins aren't caught up in that," she cried. "Maybe we should go see," Merrick suggested. breaking into a run before launching himself toward the source of the noise. Kendra and Virgil followed on foot, both keeping their hands clamped to their heads. Merrick flew no higher than the second-floor windows, speeding straight down the avenue before banking sharply around a corner. Everyone they passed was fleeing in the opposite direction. As they got closer to the agonized cries, the ground itself seemed to tremble from the force of the sound. Virgil halted at the next intersection. Balancing on one hoof, he used the other to point toward a partly crumbled building further down the block. The architecture of the collapsed structure reminded Kendra of an ancient Spanish mission, with its soft, rounded corners and a faded yellow plaster coating the curved facade. The terrible wailing had been coming from inside. Virgil took the lead up the empty street, where the only other people were tiny figures far in the distance. As they neared the partially shattered building, the awful noise cut off completely. Kendra kept her hands pressed to her ears, looking to Virgil, expecting the cries to start again, but a heavy silence settled over everything. "I don't see Merrick," Virgil noted. "Do you think he managed to silence whatever was making that sound?" Kendra whispered. "Or did it just die? It stopped so suddenly, Virgil could only shrug. We'll have to hope the quiet means something good."
What was this place for, anyway? Kendra asked, studying the damaged exterior. A private club of sorts, Virgil replied, his voice low. Exclusively for trolls. I've often wondered what really went on in there. Well, now's your chance to find out, she said. One of the two front doors was hanging crookedly from its hinges, but it gave a loud protesting squeal when Virgil tugged it open.
Inside, the part of the building still standing was a disaster of warped walls, drooping ceilings and broken beams, with entire sections of masonry missing. It felt like the whole thing could collapse with a strong gust of wind. Kendra paused on the threshold, seriously questioning the wisdom of going in. A massive iron chandelier lay in the center of the entryway, its fall having smashed the tile floor beneath it. Virgil carefully stepped around the twisted metal, freezing when a groan came from the timbers above and a trickle of grit rained down. "I'm afraid if we sneeze, the whole ceiling will come down on us," Kendra murmured, eyeing the cracks overhead. Virgil stamped a hoof experimentally, watching the dust drift. "I'm no architect, but if it's held this long, we might be okay." Merrick appeared at the far end of the hallway. "You're actually in a more precarious spot there. It's more stable further in." Virgil and Kendra quickly moved to join the winged dragon slayer. "Have you seen my cousins?" Kendra asked immediately. Merrick shook his head. "There's only a demon here." His gaze was steady and serious as he looked at Kendra. "And she insists on speaking with you." "With me?" Kendra asked. Bewildered, "She claims she could sense your approach," Merrick explained. "Both the light within you and the mark you bear. What was all that screaming about?" Virgil interjected. Merrick's expression was grim. She woke up to find herself buried under half the building. The noise was pure despair. "Is she going to make it?" Virgil asked. "I doubt it," Merrick said. "She seems to want to aid you, Kendra, but my knowledge of demons is limited." "They're notorious for deceit," Kendra stated flatly. A flicker of dark amusement passed over Merrick's features. "Oh, I'm well aware of their reputation for treachery. It's practically their defining trait. But this one seems more focused on her final words than another round of trickery." "Then why did she stop screaming?" Virgil pressed. "She stopped when I found her," Merrick said. "She was lost in a blind panic, never expecting anyone to actually come. My appearance shocked her right out of it." "Show us," Kendra said. Merrick led them deeper into the building, and Kendra noticed the damage lessened the further they went. He lit a torch as they went down a set of worn flagstone stairs into a basement, then along a corridor with a barrel-vaulted ceiling that ended in a cave-in. From beneath a mountain of dusty rubble, a massive grey arm reached out, scaled for a creature far larger than a human. Rows of short, sharp quills, like toothpicks, ran along the back of the forearm from the wrist to where it vanished under the debris. Beside the arm, A large head hung low, crowned with longer quills and cruelly pinned to the floor by an enormous stone slab, crushing its neck. The head lifted slightly as they approached, and slitted yellow eyes locked onto Kendra. "You came?" The female demon rasped, her voice shredded from her earlier cries. "You wanted to talk to me?" Kendra asked. "You are the one who defeated Gorgrog." The demon whispered harshly. "You are Kendra Sorensen." "I am," Kendra confirmed. "You're badly hurt." A dry, rattling sound that might have been a laugh came from the demon. Hurt is far too gentle a word. Fate has a vicious sense of irony. I was a prisoner here for decades. The very day my chains were broken, as I tried to flee, my own prison decided to bury me. "Is there anything we can do?" Kendra asked, a strange pity stirring in her chest. "Moving any of this would only finish me faster," the demon said. "Do you have a name?" Kendra asked softly. "My name is Raisha," the demon stated. "The trolls held me captive, forcing me to share my knowledge with them." "You were crying out," Kendra noted. "Are you hurt?" "The physical agony is minor," Raisha replied. "My suffering is more profound. Those who imprisoned me evaded my retribution. My people have been confined, pushed to the edges. The loss of any demon is a catastrophe. Our existence is such that the realms awaiting us are far from welcoming." "That's terrible, Raisha," Kendra said softly. "You bear a mark."
From Jubaya, an old associate, Raisha uttered her words labored. "Yes," Kendra confirmed. "We demons seek restitution," Raisha breathed out. "I also share this longing." "Restitution for what?" Kendra asked. "End the Dragon King," Raisha said, her breath coming in pants. "We are already at war with the dragons," Kendra reminded her. "Celebrant is the corruption," Raisha whispered fiercely. "You ended our sovereign, end theirs, and disable his heir. Tamrin."
"Who might continue this same destructive pattern." "I'll do what I can," Kendra promised. "Celebrant instructed dragons to act like humans, or like us. Merging, plotting, waging war. This must cease, eradicate him, obliterate his methods." "I understand," Kendra said. "Do not prod the serpent. Do not bargain with it. Remove the head." "Perhaps you're correct," Kendra conceded. Raisha let out a choked sound, squeezing her eyes shut. Her breathing became quick and shallow. She opened one eye, a glint of dark certainty within it. "I am correct. No one comprehends the true nature of power like a demon. Ask any of my kind, or any who are truly wise." "I will oppose him with everything I possess," Kendra vowed. "Deceiver," Raisha hissed, her teeth clenched. "You have resources available, yet you disregard them. Talizar, Batusa, Vez Radim. True assistance, skilled assistance, our goals align. Why reject support?" "I suppose I have overlooked some potential allies," Kendra admitted. A flicker of memory crossing her mind. A forgotten conversation in a rain-soaked marketplace about seeking unconventional aid. Talizar is at Wyrmroost. Batusa resides at the Starlit Shrine. Vez Radim can be found at Salona, within the previous dwelling of the vampire. "You possess extensive information?" Kendra inquired. "Possessed," Raisha corrected with a rasping breath. "Past tense, dying."
"What can you tell me about Ronodin?" Kendra asked.
A faint, grim smile touched the demon's lips, a trickle of dark fluid escaping the corner of her mouth.
"The Dark Unicorn?"
Finally, subjugated. "The fairy folk, is he a demon?" Kendra pressed. Raisha made a sound of contempt. "No, far too disorderly, holds no allegiances." "Too chaotic to be a demon," Kendra murmured to herself. "How can he be stopped?" "He does not belong wearing that crown." Raisha struggled to say, "It is a mismatch. It will not endure. A catastrophic miscalculation. He could ruin much, including the aid you require." "Does he have a vulnerability?" Kendra asked. The demon coughed violently, speckling the air with black residue. "He has no true comrades. He can be an instrument, but he also undermines everyone, kills celebrant. Raisha drew in a series of tiny, frantic breaths, but could not release them. Her eyes widened with panic. "Seek out the demons," she mouthed, the sound barely audible. Then her head dropped forward. The spines on her head and arms lay still. "She has passed," Merrick observed. Kendra fought against the tears welling in her eyes. This creature had likely inflicted harm, betrayed the trusting, and fueled conflicts during her long life. Yet, witnessing such a raw, struggling end was difficult, especially when the demon's final acts seemed aimed at aiding her. "That was
"A lot," Kendra said, exhaling a shaky breath. "I propose we depart," Virgil said, "before this place decides to entomb us with her."
Merrick took the lead out. Kendra heard timber straining. Somewhere masonry crumbled. The entire fortress felt like this troll refuge, injured and teetering on the edge. Once they navigated past the toppled chandelier and emerged onto the street, the boulevard was still empty. The far-off crowds appeared thinner and more distant. "What is our next move?" Virgil asked. "We must engage fully in this war," Kendra stated. "Is that the entirety of the plan?" Virgil questioned. "I need to locate the other dragon slayers," Merrick said. "My siblings will be formidable allies." "What of King Conrad?" Kendra asked. Merrick's expression darkened. "Our father disappeared ages past. I hold to the belief he still lives, but he has been absent for a span threefold longer than any of us." "Of course we'll look for him too, but I'm worried this war might be over long before we track him down. Finding him won't be easy. Are you in?" "I have something else I need to do first," Kendra replied. "Something Raisha said got me thinking. You're not planning to go after Celebrant, are you?" Virgil asked. "I will, but not right now," Kendra said. It was what she mentioned about Ronodin, how he stands completely alone. "What are you getting at?" Virgil wondered. "I'm not alone," Kendra stated. "I have powerful friends who have always had my back, and right now they're in danger. They need my help. I need them too." "We all do? Are you referring to the Fairy Queen?" Merrick inquired. "Yes," Kendra confirmed, and her son Bracken, Virgil, let out a low whistle. "That's a tall order. How do you plan to reach the fairy realm?" "Raxtus," Kendra said simply. "He'll know how to get there." "My path leads me to my brother and sister," Merrick declared.
"I'll stay with you," Serena offered. "Having another set of eyes will be a big help," Merrick acknowledged. "Sounds like a plan," Kendra said. "I'll find you all and lend a hand as soon as I can. These wings give me an edge I've never had before," Merrick mused. "Could you do something for me?" Kendra asked. "Just say the word," Merrick replied. "Fly back toward the Dragon Temple," Kendra instructed. "Find Tanu, Vanessa, and Warren. Tell them where I'm headed."
"And let them know we need to locate Nox, Tess, Newell, and Doran. I can't just leave without making sure someone is looking for my cousins." "I can help with finding your cousins," Virgil said, raising his hand. "I want to make myself useful. I actually have a different job for you," Kendra said. "How would you feel about coming with me to the fairy realm?" "Me?" Virgil asked, surprised. "It'll be dangerous," Kendra warned. "But what happens there is crucial. Everything hinges on it." "Some satyrs do visit there, right?" "Those satyrs tend to be a bit more dedicated in their beliefs than I've been," Virgil admitted. "But technically she is my queen as well." "Raxtus can carry two of us," Kendra pointed out. "I could really use your help." Virgil looked around, cleared his throat, and adjusted his shirt. "There's not much keeping me here. It would be the adventure of a lifetime, far beyond anything I've ever imagined." "Sure, Kendra. Why not?" Seth huddled closer to the campfire, its heat a welcome relief from the night's cold grip. Dawn had to be approaching, but the horizon remained stubbornly dark. Once the moon had vanished, the sky had blossomed with stars, though the fire's glow now spoiled his ability to see them clearly after his hours of flight. Hoping he wasn't being followed, Seth had finally touched down on a wooded mountainside beneath a rocky ledge. He had collected firewood, and Calvin had gotten the blaze going. The frantic escape had drained his wings, forcing this necessary stop. The unforgiving blade lay on the ground beside him. Seth had learned that if he carefully positioned the flat side of the blade flush against the dirt, it would stay put. But if the sharp edge or the tip pointed downward, the weapon would sink into the earth, leaving only the hilt visible. Now, the blade was a sliver of absolute shadow, pointed and refusing to reflect any of the fire's light. Those harpies were really shaken by this sword, Seth observed. They scattered after you injured one of them, Calvin noted. I didn't spot any trying to pick up our trail afterward. The one I cut called it Nightbringer, Seth said. She was speaking in that harpy tongue. She sounded terrified. Harpies are masters of inflicting pain, Calvin said. They're used to dishing out misery. They wanted nothing to do with the unforgiving blade. It was like getting a taste of their own cruelty. Do you think the harpies know which way I flew? Seth asked. We changed course so many times. If they were truly determined to find you, harpies could hunt you better than bloodhounds, Calvin stated. My guess is the risks just got too high for them. But we have to stay alert. That could change. Dragons or harpies might show up at any moment, or anything else really. Seth listened to the fire pop and hiss. The night felt too peaceful for a dragon to suddenly appear, though maybe that was just his exhaustion talking. Some part of him knew Calvin was right. His eyes drifted back to the dark shape of the unforgiving blade. Harpies had scattered at its presence. Dragons kept their distance, not from any sense of righteous justice, but from a deep, primal dread. This was no noble sword like Vasilis. It was a shard of the void-given form, a tool that carved wounds time itself could not mend. Its victims perished in agony, their ends as grim as the sundering of the Wizenstone. Once locked away in a forgotten vault, shielded by cunning deceptions, Seth had now unearthed it. The potential for catastrophe, if it were misused, was immense. Imagine Kendra, or anyone fighting for good, scarred forever. Seth clenched his fist, studying his own hand. Were his hands the right ones? He'd made his share of mistakes. To assume he was worthy of such a dark instrument was the height of arrogance. But how to be rid of it? Tossing it into a river, or burying it in the earth, felt reckless. A wraith had already sensed its power. What other malevolent beings might come hunting? Leaving it unattended was practically an invitation. For now, it had to stay with him at least until a truly secure disposal could be arranged. You're quiet, Calvin observed. Just wrestling with this blade, Seth admitted. The unforgiving blade. I don't like having it. Might come in handy, Calvin offered. The road ahead isn't safe. I think the blade is the danger, Seth countered. Vasilis is weapon enough. So what's the next move, Calvin asked, shifting the subject. Do you have any clue where we are? Seth replied. Somewhere beyond the soaring cliffs, Calvin ventured. A forest, obviously, somewhere in Asia. Helpful, a whole continent, Seth said, a dry laugh escaping him. He was suddenly struck by the absurdity of it all. Here they were, debating cosmic weapons while utterly lost. I'm no map expert, but the soaring cliffs are supposed to be in the Himalayas, Calvin continued. We flew a long way. Could be Nepal or northern India, maybe even Bhutan. Narrowed it to a few countries. Progress, Seth said, his tone shifting from weary to lightly sarcastic. At this rate, we'll pinpoint our location by the next century. We'll manage, Calvin said, undeterred. But I've got my own problems. That deal with the singing sisters. It's my burden. You shouldn't feel obligated to tag along. Is this a loyalty test? Calvin asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. I gave you my oath. Besides, your quest might be the key to lifting the Nipsey curse. You really think so? Seth asked. The curse came from stealing the ether gem, Calvin reasoned. Maybe restoring it, piece by piece, reverses the magic. We're restoring it for a coven of witches, Seth pointed out. Calvin gave a non-committal shrug. We can debate the morality after we've actually accomplished something. Seth's eyes drifted past the firelight into the surrounding woods. I landed us near water. I should probably use that silt Prize gave me. Check in with the sisters. You don't sound too eager, Calvin noted. I don't want them calling the shots, Seth said, his frustration boiling over. He was tired of being a pawn, sick of fetching and carrying for shadowy figures with their own agendas. I'm done taking orders, especially from potential villains. Are we sure they're villains? Calvin pressed. They're not a charity, Seth said flatly. They're dangerous, useful but costly. Patton pointed me to them as a last resort, so he must have seen some sliver of reliability in them. Could they at least tell us where we are? Only one way to find out. Seth pushed himself to his feet, the world tilting briefly. Whoa, you all right? Just dizzy. I'm completely drained. It was a tough flight, Calvin said. The wings have their own power source, Seth explained, rubbing his temples. But it's not infinite. When I overextend, it takes a toll. A deeper fatigue weighed on him, a mental and spiritual exhaustion that sleep in a dungeon cell hadn't touched. It's more than just being tired. It feels like I've been running for weeks. You're carrying a heavy load, Calvin said softly. Aren't we all? Seth muttered. I'll be back in a minute. His gaze fell on the sinister blade. Take it for safety. He'd only be steps away, and Calvin was here. If the witches glimpsed it through their magic, they'd covet it. Best to leave it out of the discussion entirely. Seth moved toward the small pool he'd spotted from the air, separated from a wider pond by a stretch of boggy ground. The bank was firm, allowing him to kneel at the water's edge. The night air had a sharp bite. In a few more hours, a skin of ice might form on the dark surface. Fortunately, he found himself back in the northern hemisphere, where summer held sway, even if the thin air suggested he was still somewhere high up. The pool's surface perfectly captured the dense scatter of stars overhead, though Seth could scarcely see his own face in the dark water. He prayed it wasn't too dim for whatever magic this was supposed to work. Opening the pouch from Prize, he took a pinch of the fine, gritty silt inside and scattered it across the pool, half expecting some forgotten chant to be necessary. Instantly, the mirrored stars winked out. The water churned, and a rotten, swampy smell wafted up. Then the surface stilled and grew luminous, revealing 3 elderly women peering up at him as if from a great depth. One had sharp, pinched features. Another was nearly bald. The third was bloated and soft. They were huddled close, and though he couldn't see their arms, Seth sensed their wrists were fused, binding them in a silent circle. Their gaze felt oddly inverted. Though they stared up from the water, it seemed as if they were looking down on him. "Is that the boy?" asked Orna, the one with sparse hair. "It's terribly dark," complained Berna, her narrow face scrunching. "Gromlet, more light." "We sent the wraith with the silt." Wilner's voice was flat. "Who else would use such a method?" "The wraith found me," Seth confirmed as he spoke. The pool's glow intensified, throwing more light onto his own form and clarifying the grotesque details of the conjoined sisters. "So it is," Berna conceded. "The boy is filling out," Orna observed with a hint of approval. "Show us the sword of light and darkness," Wilner commanded. Seth drew Vasilis, and a wave of vitality washed through him, banishing his fatigue. The blade's crimson radiance seeped into the water like blood. "He has known suffering," Berna murmured. "And tasted shadow," Orna added. "The boy is uncertain," Wilner declared. A flash of irritation cut through Seth. The boy broke out of prison and took down 3 dragons he shot back. "I'm not quitting. Can you just tell me where I am?" "You linger on the edge of the sanctuary known as the Soaring Cliffs," Berna stated. "Am I outside its protection?" Seth pressed. "Yes." Orna answered. You are in Nepal. Perhaps the better question is, where do you intend to go? Wilner suggested. Seth sheathed Vasilis, and the weariness crashed back over him, heavier than before he'd drawn the sword. His thoughts turned sluggish and murky without its presence in his hand, and he fought the urge to pull it free again. He couldn't let himself rely on it. Are you listening, Seth? Berna asked, leaning closer in the water. I was thinking, Seth said. I don't know what my next step should be. The wraith is no longer at your side, Orna noted. I left Prize behind, Seth explained. I needed to move quickly. Your wings are quite impressive, Orna blurted out. Very regal. Compose yourself, sister, Berna chided. You gave our wraith a name, Wilner inquired. It's short for which prize? Seth said. Wilner gave a soft, dismissive sniff. I suppose that is fitting. Wilner approves. Orna stage whispered. You gave me 5 jobs wrapped into one, Seth reminded them. You owed us a debt, Berna stated simply. Retrieving the fragments of the ether gem constitutes a single favor, Orna clarified, albeit one with several steps. We could have left you to decay in that cell, Wilner said coolly. How did you even know I was there? Seth asked. How did Prize locate me so fast? We keep an eye on you, child, Berna said. The Wraith Prize travelled the paths of the Underking, Orna explained. We do not pursue our debts lightly, Wilner intoned. Seth felt a surge of frustration. There's a war happening, he said. Did you know I lost my memories? Do you understand what's going on with the dragons? The 3 sisters exchanged glances and then broke into harsh, cackling laughter. Who was it that warned you a storm of dragons was coming? Orna asked, her voice dripping with mockery. Have you forgotten already? We know far more than you ever will, Berna said smugly. Seth glared at their watery images. Then you know there are bigger problems right now than chasing pieces of a glittering rock. Do you currently hold any fragments of the ether gem? Wilner asked, ignoring his outburst. I have the 2 halves of the Wizen Stone, Seth admitted. A commendable beginning, Orna said, nodding slowly to her sisters.
He's barely started, Wilner murmured under her breath. Berna's voice was calm, but carried a distant echo. Remember, our sight pierces both depth and distance. This endeavour may serve a greater good before its conclusion. You speak out of turn, Wilner snapped. Seth cut in, his voice edged with frustration. Can you actually see what's coming? Do you know how this ends? The magical order is fractured, Berna stated. The balance has been tipped. The storm's true wrath is yet to come, Orna intoned. Wilner chastised. We do not give our secrets away lightly. Berna countered. The boy acts on our behalf. He requires sufficient understanding to prevail. He only needs to understand that straying from his path will summon the Covenant Blade, Wilner said coldly. Berna offered a different view. Obedience can be inspired through various means, Orna added. Not many are eager to see the dragons claim victory. Seth pressed them. So you're saying if I gather the fragments of the ether gem, it will help us win this war? Succeed, and many will thrive, Berna assured. All except the dragons, Orna finished with a grim smile. What will you do with the gem pieces? Seth asked. The 3 sisters erupted into shrill, unnerving laughter. As their mirth subsided, Wilner's tone turned severe. Our reasons are our own. Orna chimed in. We have no dealings with source magic. Silence, sister, Berna warned. Orna couldn't resist a jab. Do we appear to be wish-granting sprites to you? She snickered. That is sufficient, Orna, Wilner commanded. Seth wrestled with the practicalities. How am I supposed to retrieve the gem from the Dragon King's crown? Wouldn't we need to win the war before that's even possible? The path ahead is obscured, Berna admitted. The currents of fate are turbulent, like trying to see through a desert whirlwind. Yet one vision holds clear. The dragons will triumph unless the stone is removed from Celebrant before the final battle is done.
I will share this to sharpen your resolve, Wilner said. Should you fail in the task we set, the war will be lost beyond recovery. Orna shot her a dark look. And you claim, I reveal too much. What if you're just using me to collect the fragments? Seth challenged. How can I trust you with them once I have them? The witches cackled again, the sound grating in the quiet clearing. He's pattern reborn, Orna declared with a shake of her head. Berna chuckled. We must ensure he survives, if only for the entertainment value. Wilner's declaration brooked no argument. It is far too late to doubt this alliance. Where will you begin? Seth rubbed his tired eyes. I don't even know where to find Celebrant, and stealing the crown from the new demon prison? That sounds impossible. 2 of the shards you seek remain in Titan Valley, Berna informed him. You are presently on the same continent as that refuge. The giant queen has been overthrown, Orna announced. Her crown is now unclaimed. The ether shard is still held at Stratos, Wilner confirmed. Seth sighed. So I start there? A prudent course, Berna approved. Do not dawdle, Orna urged. You must not fail, Wilner stated flatly. How do I get back? Seth asked. Retrieve what remains of the Wizen Stone, Wilner instructed. Now. Seth remembered the fragments were in his pack, back by the campfire. Give me a second. He trudged over to the low-burning fire. How's it going? Calvin asked, as Seth searched his knapsack. They say collecting the ether gem pieces will help win the war, Seth muttered, his doubt clear. Or they're just cleverly getting me to fetch what they want. He pulled out the 2 halves of the Wizen Stone. Their inner light had faded, but they still caught the fire's gleam. Why do they want the fragments? Calvin wondered. They're not exactly an open book, Seth said. The official story is it helps the war effort, but who knows? Maybe the sisters plan to unravel the world in some brand new, spectacular fashion. We won't allow that, Calvin said firmly. Really? Seth asked, a bitter, sarcastic laugh escaping him. Let's be honest. With my history, I'll probably trigger the apocalypse and then have the miserable luck of being the only one left standing to see it. Seth returned to the dark pool. We have no desire to rule the world, Berna said, her voice carrying clearly across the short distance. Or to unmake it, Orna added. Wilner concluded, your goals and ours are more closely twined than you currently perceive. You were listening? Seth asked, startled. You were barely 30 feet away, Berna noted dryly. Orna grinned. You weren't exactly keeping your voice down. Wilner posed a final pointed question. Who provided the weapon that felled Growlers, Nagi Luna, and the Demon King? Did that act unleash a demonic plague, or did it prevent one? I hear you, Seth conceded, the weight of their past collaboration settling on him. We couldn't have stopped the demons without your help. Patton spoke highly of you, and we trust his judgment, Berna remarked. It's difficult to achieve anything significant without the right guidance. Seth gave a weary smile. Lately, I've felt more lost than guided. Surely we haven't led you astray, Orna countered gently. Tested you, certainly, challenged you without a doubt. You helped me locate Vasilis and confront the demons, Seth acknowledged. Wilner nodded. We returned Vasilis to you now. We ask for the service you promised. Place the Wizen Stone into the pool. Seth knelt, dipping the stone into the chilling water. Hold it there, Berna instructed. The 3 witches closed their eyes in unison. For a brief moment, the pool shimmered with an inner radiance, like captured moonlight. You may remove it now, Wilner said, her eyes opening. Orna continued, the fragment you hold is now attuned to its counterparts. If you extend your arm, it will emit a soft glow when pointed toward another stone. You might also sense a faint tremor as you approach one, Berna added. Wilner detailed the signs. The stone set in the Demon King's crown will glow a profound midnight blue, best observed in daylight. The Dragon King's stone radiates white light, The giant queen's jewel will pulse with a crimson hue. As for the ethosard, it will sparkle with a prismatic display. Prismatic? Seth asked, feigning confusion. I must have left my thesaurus in my other trousers. Rainbow colours, Orna clarified succinctly. Move with haste, Berna urged, a note of concern in her voice. We fear time may already be slipping away. Do not allow yourself to be distracted, Wilna warned, her tone sharpening. Remember our agreement. Our blade will not delay in claiming what is owed. The luminous glow in the pool vanished, leaving the water's surface to mirror the starlit sky once more. Stepping back, Seth held the wizenstone aloft, rotating slowly until the crystalline hemisphere began to emit a faint, rosy glow. Tiny, shimmering rainbows danced within its depths. From this vantage point, both the giant queen's crown and the elusive ether gem seemed to lie in the same general direction. He was stranded somewhere in the vastness of Nepal, with dragons seeking his end and witches demanding their due. At least the stone offered a path forward. What other choice did he have?
Please come this way, the diviner invited, leading Knox, Tess, Newell and Doran toward 4 chairs arranged in a semicircle, partially concealed from the street by piles of debris. He had seats prepared for us, Tess observed, surprised. Doran eyed the giant warily. What if he regularly dines with his guests before making a meal of them? When do you plan to grind our bones for flour?
I am of the Kurut Oi, the diviner explained patiently, settling himself cross-legged on the ground opposite the chairs, often known as the gentle giants. I commit no violence and consume no meat. That's one massive vegan, Knox muttered under his breath. What do you want from us? Tess asked directly. That depends somewhat on you, the diviner replied. Please sit. They took their seats, 2 ordinary dining chairs, 1 plush armchair claimed by Knox, and a small bamboo seat where Tess perched. They call you the diviner, Newell began. Does that mean you locate things? Indeed, the giant answered. Leaning forward, he produced a tuning fork and set it humming with a tap of his fingernail. Remain still, he instructed. He held the vibrating fork near Doran's left ear, then slowly moved it over his head to the right ear, repeating the process with each of them. Knox was struck by how much more resonant the tone became beside his own ear. Are you helping us find our perfect pitch? Newell asked, attempting to hum along with the fork's steady note. I am learning about you, the diviner said. My circumstances are less than ideal, and I have lost many of my instruments, yet I can still perceive much. I need to find my cousins, Knox stated, Kendra and Seth. I have met Seth, the diviner revealed. We conversed not long ago, you know Seth? Tess asked, leaning forward. Do you know where he is now? You might ask his companion, the diviner said, his gaze shifting to a crumpled tapestry half buried beneath broken bricks nearby. Step out, little one. The heavy tapestry stirred, and a stout small troll appeared, his head disproportionately large and his limbs short and thick. How you know, I hear, the little troll grumbled. I pay attention, the diviner replied calmly. Who's this? Doran inquired. Me, Hermo, the troll announced. A hermit troll? Newell asked, intrigued. Tell them about Seth, the diviner encouraged gently. These are his family and companions. Hermo spat onto the dirt. Seth gone, went far away. No use looking fishy people. How do you know Seth? Tess pressed. Hermo crossed his arms stubbornly. My friend, he lost me. May I? The diviner asked, extending the tuning fork. Hermo swatted the air dismissively. No tricks, no magic. Me already follow goat boys and cousins. Find Seth. Were you tracking us? Newell questioned. Me on walk, Hermo stated simply. Found you, going same way. What does that chime show you? Knox asked the giant. Truth resonates, the diviner answered. I seek what is, what was, and what will be. Simple truths are often hidden by lies and illusions, overlooked because people do not pay close enough attention. Sounds profound, Newell remarked. But is it the useful kind of profound? Doran added. Little is more useful than knowing truth, the diviner said. What about the truth of where treasure is buried? Doran asked eagerly. We are all travellers in this world, the diviner mused. We build a home, forgetting it is not permanent. We own things, forgetting that ownership is fleeting. We live in a realm of starts and finishes. We set out on quests, thinking we know what we're after, while the truly wise are always discovering. I do aid the worthy in finding treasure, though you and I might have very different ideas of what that word means. I see, Doran said, tapping his fingertips together. In your definition, does this treasure make noise? Does it glitter? Is it worth a lot of money? What you value most is your treasure, the diviner stated. Giant talk and talk, Hermo interrupted impatiently. Me know how find real treasure. You acted as if you had something to tell us, Nox said to the diviner. What was your message? Your cousin Seth is far from here, but will return, the diviner revealed. Your cousin Kendra is nearby, but will soon depart. Can we find Kendra before she goes? Tess asked urgently. It is unlikely, little one, the diviner said. Even if you could, it would create complications and delays for everyone involved. And you know all this by waving a tuning fork around? Nox asked skeptically. The fork sharpens my awareness, the diviner explained. This sounds like fortune cookie gibberish, Nox retorted. I've never had any patience for this sort of thing. What's my favorite color? What number am I thinking of? What's my grand destiny? Mind your manners, Nox, Doran said with a strained smile. I require no belief from you, the diviner replied. Most people prefer to live comfortably in denial anyway. Is the best use of our time during a crisis really to get our fortunes told? Nox argued. You are free to go wherever you wish, Nox, the diviner said, his tone shifting to one of pointed knowing. I am aware of your secret. Do with that knowledge as you will. Nox went still. My secret? The one you carry with you, the diviner clarified. You claim to have no favorite color, but it is a bright, vibrant orange. The number you wished for me to guess was 7. Your destiny is complex, but you hold a genuine potential for remarkable things. I will not reveal your secret. It is for you to share when and if you choose. Are you keeping secrets from us? Tess asked her brother, her eyes wide. Everyone has secrets, Nox deflected. Was he right about the color? Newell wondered aloud. Psychics have their little gimmicks, Nox dismissed. The number 2, Doran verified. 7 is the most common guess, Nox replied tersely. The Valley Giants are already marching to raid Humburg. The diviner interjected, his voice dropping to a grave, urgent tone. They have loyally followed whoever wore the crown. Several hill giant tribes are drawing close as well. So are many ogres. Those of you who seek gold and jewels should make haste. Be ready to fight for whatever you take. He is absolutely draining the enjoyment from this, Doran muttered. What about me? Tess asked, raising her hand. You are attracted to light, little one, the diviner said, his voice softening again. Your insights are sharp. Use that gift to help those around you. Make for Salona. Stand firm against the storm you will find there. Newell let out a short, humorless laugh. Easier to say than to do. Salona is a fabled land, its location a mystery to most. Only those who share the secret know the way, the diviner replied. Newell frowned. Aren't you the one who finds things? Why not just give us directions? A slow smile spread across the giant's face. Keep moving forward, focus on each step, and be ready when a path reveals itself. Your immediate task is to assist Seth. How do we do that? Doran pressed. The giant's gaze settled heavily on Nox. Support his mission. Be cautious. Do not seize what does not belong to you, and do not carelessly cast aside what holds true value. This is just turning into a bunch of vague warnings, Newell grumbled. Doran leaned in. I think he's got a real problem with people taking stuff that isn't theirs. The diviner rose to his full imposing height. Taking, hiding, running, fighting, all actions carry consequences. My part here is finished. Where are you going now? Tess asked.
Home to my people, the giant said, a note of weary resolve in his voice. It has been too long since I walked among them. Nox stepped forward. How do we end the war with the dragons? The diviner considered this. There are many roles to play. My clan will not join the battle directly, but we will offer what aid we can. I wish my sight reached further, but the future is a turbulent cloud. He drew a coin from his robe and flicked it toward Nox, who snatched it from the air.
What is this? Nox asked, examining the smooth green stone. Is it jade? This marks you as a friend to giants, the diviner stated. The task you undertake for us is not yet complete. He extended a hand, palm facing the earth. I grant you this standing without obligation. A warm, buzzing sensation bloomed in Nox's chest. Without another word, the giant turned and vanished into the landscape. I appreciate his flair, Newell remarked. Very dramatic. He could use a better presentation, Doran countered. A bit of theatrical smoke, some mysterious pets, perhaps a more impressive hat. Really sell the mystic vibe. Shouldn't a real psychic have left town before it was attacked? Nox wondered aloud, his fingers unconsciously finding the shape of the crown beneath his tunic. Doran sighed. A few tips about where the good treasure is hidden would have been nice. Still, it's a relief to hear Seth is coming our way. If he's telling the truth, Nox muttered. Him talk big, Hermo grunted. Me find shiny things. What you want? Are we still searching for treasure? Newell asked. Now that we know the giants are on the move. We already guessed they were coming, Doran said with a shrug. I say we keep looking. It's better than wandering empty fields or hiding in a hole. Hermo, how good are you at locating gold? The small troll puffed out his chest. It easy. Do you have a lot of it already? Doran inquired. Hermo wagged a stubby finger. Gold make trouble? Too much gold? Too much trouble? Nox, you still haven't shared your secret, Tess implored. It's personal, Nox said firmly, turning away. I agree with Doran. Let's go find some trouble of our own. We're about to land, Raxtus called out. Kendra jolted awake, cradled securely in one of the dragon's great front claws, peering to her side. She saw Virgil held just as firmly in the other. The wind whipped past as the vast, dry expanse of the obsidian waste rose to meet them, painted in the soft pink and gold light of dawn. You dozed off, Virgil shouted over the rushing air. He was close, but the constant roar made his words difficult to catch. I suppose I did, Kendra yelled back. Are we inside the preserve, approaching the fairy shrine now? Raxtus confirmed with a dip of his head. Virgil stared at her, incredulous. I don't think you understand. You fell asleep while flying at incredible speeds, held hundreds of feet in the air by a dragon's talon. Kendra offered a sleepy smile. I must have been exhausted. It's remarkably casual, Virgil said, shaking his head. The kind of thing only a true veteran of wild journeys would attempt. I've never been so tired that I could nap during aerial dragon transport. It helps that I trust Raxtus completely, Kendra said. The dragon interjected. Satyrs are not on my menu. You could have rested as well. You flew the entire way without stopping? Kendra asked, suddenly realizing the scale of the journey. You crossed a continent while I was napping. You are infused with potent magic, Kendra, Raxtus explained, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Carrying you requires less effort than flying alone. Back in Titan Valley, Raxtus had agreed, without hesitation, when Kendra requested passage to the fairy realm, though he had reminded her the direct path from there was closed. Of the 3 magical preserves nearest to Titan Valley, he believed Obsidian Waste, located in the Australian outback, was the one most likely to remain beyond his father's reach. The place wasn't a true dragon sanctuary, but it held a gateway to the fairy realm. After saying goodbye to Merrick, Kendra had departed Titan Valley, leaving the Dragon Slayer behind as Raxtus carried them out over the ocean, beneath a setting sun. She already missed Merrick's steady companionship, though she was comforted knowing he was aiding her cousins and searching for the other slayers. A sudden dip from Raxtus sent a tingle through her. Ahead, a rugged bluff rose beside a sharp bend in a meandering river, its waters stained a vivid orange. Slowing his descent, Raxtus gently set down Kendra and Virgil on the strip of land between the river and the cliff before landing a short distance away himself. "Why is the water orange?" Virgil wondered aloud. "A little present from the rainbow serpent," Raxtus explained. "The river's color shifts, but the water itself is pure. The shrine we need is about halfway up that rock face, hidden inside a narrow crack." Kendra studied the sheer cliff. "It looks impossible to climb. Why didn't we just fly all the way up?" "Notice those large, lumpy formations on the cliff?" Raxtus asked. "Those are beehives. They're enormous," Kendra observed. "The bees inside are as big as sparrows," Raxtus continued, "and they guard the shrine viciously." Virgil shifted uncomfortably. "I'm not a fan of bee stings," he confessed. "Is anyone?" Raxtus replied. "But these stings are particularly potent. It wouldn't take many to be fatal. If the fairy queen had summoned me herself, she could soothe them," Kendra said, a hint of frustration in her voice. What a joke, relying on the goodwill of a captive monarch. If only the realm weren't under the thumb of that scheming unicorn. If only she were free, Raxtus sighed. Runnerden controls the fairy realm now. If he knew I had special permission to come and go, he'd undoubtedly revoke it. Thankfully, my arrangement with the Queen wasn't common knowledge. Let's just hope the dark unicorn remains in the dark. Runnerden has a way of uncovering secrets you'd never expect him to know, Kendra said grimly. We're about to find out. So what's the plan for reaching the shrine? Virgil pressed. However we try. Those bees are in the way, Raxtus stated. But I might be able to manage it. Their stingers can't penetrate my scales, and my breath has a calming effect. I'll be back shortly. With a powerful beat of his shimmering wings, Raxtus launched upward, kicking up a cloud of dust and grit. Kendra turned away, shielding her eyes with her arm until the air settled. How did you end up friends with a dragon? Virgil asked in a hushed tone. Raxtus is an outsider, Kendra explained. Fairies saved his egg from a cockatrice. They hatched him and raised him themselves. He ended up small and glittery, not exactly what dragons respect. But his father is celebrant, Virgil questioned. Yes, Kendra nodded. His mother died, so aside from the fairies, his only maternal figure is his stepmother. His father tried to recruit him to attack Dragonwatch, but Raxtus chose to help us instead. Now he lives in exile. Don't let his appearance fool you. He's far tougher than he looks. His scales are nearly impenetrable. You're carrying a bow, but I don't see any arrows, Virgil noted. It's a bow of plenty, Kendra said. I've had it since my time at Wyrmroost. When I draw the string, an arrow materializes. I can summon up to 300 a day, and I can even fire several at once. Who restocks it each day? Virgil asked. I don't understand the magic behind it, Kendra admitted. Fascinating, Virgil murmured. I also have this, Kendra added, tapping the small sack tucked into her belt. A sack of gales. It looks empty, but if you open it, a powerful wind rushes out, very useful for disrupting dragons in flight. They watched as Raxtus glided along the cliff face, exhaling shimmering mist over the large hives. He made multiple passes, thoroughly coating his targets. As Raxtus began his return, Virgil suddenly pulled off his vest and dropped it on the ground. He had a lean frame, with a small patch of hair in the middle of his chest. "Trying to stay cool?" Kendra asked.
Not exactly, Virgil said, moving his arms a bit self-consciously. Part of my job on this mission is to blend in and learn from the locals. Right? The satyrs in the fairy realm favor a more natural appearance. No shirts or vests. He offered her his brass binoculars. "You can have these if you want." "Are you certain?" Kendra asked. "They seem valuable."
"I'd prefer not to look like a complete outsider," Virgil said, crossing his arms. He looked down at his own chest and sighed. "I really wish I had more hair here." Kendra gave him an encouraging smile, adjusting the binoculars hanging from her neck. "You look fantastic," she said. "Truly wild. Trying to act carefree and playful when you're this anxious is a real challenge," Virgil admitted, rubbing a hand over his bare back. "But I'll give it my best shot." Raxtus touched down beside them, his scales glinting. "We need to move. The sedative won't keep the swarm docile for long." "Let's go," Kendra agreed, turning to Virgil. "You're really leaving the vest behind? It was a personal favorite." Virgil sighed, giving the discarded garment a last regretful look. "But blending in is more important than fashion right now." "Smart," Raxtus approved. In one swift motion, he scooped Kendra up with one claw and Virgil with the other. "Just remember, the satyrs where we're going aren't known for their manners." He surged upward, and for a moment Kendra felt a thrilling lift, like a paper plane caught in a gust above the river. Banking sharply, Raxtus aimed for the towering cliff face. "The entrance looks tighter than I recalled," he noted, his voice taking on a slightly defensive edge. "You'll both need to shimmy through in this form. I haven't got a prayer, and no giggling, you two. Why would we laugh?" Virgil asked, genuinely puzzled. "You'll understand in a moment," Raxtus replied cryptically. He slowed as they neared a slender vertical crack near the cliff's midpoint. Massive brown beehives, clustered like overgrown fruit, bulged on either side of the narrow slit. A thin stream of water wept from the gap's base, while other tiny seepages dotted the rock. With practiced ease, Raxtus deposited Kendra into the cleft, then Virgil. Kendra had to scramble up slightly before turning sideways to inch into the passage. She pushed forward as fast as the confined space allowed, the coarse stone scraping her arms and catching on her denim jeans. Only the pressing need of their mission kept her moving. The walls pressed in until she could scarcely draw a full breath. Exhaling sharply, she contorted herself past the tightest pinch, and the tunnel finally opened into a rounded, cavernous room with a still pool at its center. Pale fish with delicate, filmy fins glided in the translucent water. On a jagged stone rising from the pond sat a small, crudely fashioned clay fairy figurine, a plain wooden bowl placed beside it. "Now I'm extra glad I ditched that vest," Virgil said, dusting grit from his chest. "I'd have never made it through wearing that core. It's pitch black in here." "Darkness is our ally at the moment," came Raxtus's voice, now high and reedy. He fluttered effortlessly through the crack. His body shrunk to the size of a large insect. He resembled a teenage fairy with metallic wings and slender limbs. To Kendra's dark, adapted eyes he was perfectly clear. "Is there any risk of those bees trailing us in here?" Virgil whispered, his voice hushed. "This place feels holy." "It is most certainly consecrated ground," Raxtus confirmed, his small form hovering. "That might be what holds them at bay." He shifted back to his full dragon size beside the pool, his bulk occupying much of the cavern. "This is our crossing point, moment of truth. Are you both absolutely certain about this?" "I am," Kendra stated firmly. "Sure as I can be," Virgil echoed, though a flicker of doubt crossed his features. A sudden, unbidden memory of a childhood friend warning him about places where the rules of reality bent. "I'll protect you as I can," Raxtus said, his tone grave, "but I can't promise safety." With Ronadine holding power, we'll find few allies. Our greatest shield will be staying unseen. Stay quiet, and will yourselves to be unnoticed. There's no telling what guards might be posted on the other side of this pool. Then let's not keep them waiting, Kendra said, her resolve hardening her voice. Raxtus seized them once more and dove straight into the shallow water. Instead of hitting the pond's bottom, Kendra felt a strange, weightless transition and then emerged, rising from the surface of a mountain tarn under a strange, sunless sky the color of a deep twilight blue. Even standing right beside him, Raxtus was almost imperceptible, a mere shimmer that bent the light to suggest his form. The fairy dragon landed swiftly behind a cluster of large rocks, hidden from any casual view. From a distance, Kendra could just make out the lively strains of music, flutes and lyres, and the indistinct hum of many voices. She stood perfectly still next to Virgil, oddly dry despite the watery passage. Raxtus was visible only as a faint, quivering distortion in the air beside her. "All right," his whisper came, laced with a surprising, sarcastic bite. "We've managed the easy part, breaking into a magically guarded, bee-infested cliff. Now for the simple task of sneaking through a hostile fairy kingdom. Piece of cake. Typically, these passages remain sealed unless the ruler grants access. This particular entryway stood unguarded. Is that music I hear?" Virgil wondered aloud. Raxtus peered down the slope. "There's some kind of festival happening below. We should investigate. Could be a good source of information. I see satyrs down there. This might be your chance, Virgil." The satyr blew into his cupped hands for warmth, rubbing his arms. "Large gatherings aren't really my scene, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Naiads and dryads are there too," Raxtus added, a hint of teasing in his tone. Virgil groaned. "Don't make it worse. I'm already on edge. What if they expect me to play something?" "You do have pipes, don't you?" Raxtus pressed. "We're not all identical," Virgil retorted. "Satyrs have varied talents."
You'll stand out as a newcomer, Raxtus pointed out. They'll be curious. Someone might hand you an instrument and ask for a song, especially during a celebration. Virgil stared at the ground, shaking his head. "This is a terrible plan. I'm more of a scholar, I read, I paint, I study constellations. Ask me to play a tune. I can barely manage row your boat. Tell a joke, do a flip, start a friendly wrestling match." Raxtus urged. "You sound exactly like my father," Virgil sighed.
"He made it all look so effortless." "Are you sure about this?" Kendra interjected. "Should we try finding answers a different way?" Virgil set his jaw. "It's a low-risk way to gather intel. I'll bluff my way through. I know a couple of dance moves at least." Kendra leaned past the boulders to get a better look. "Last time I was here, the fires were burning. I don't see any smoke now." "Neither do I," Raxtus agreed. "The fairy realm doesn't look like it's under siege," Kendra observed. Puzzled, "Satyrs and nymphs are having a party." "What's going on?" "Keep low," Raxtus warned. "We can't be spotted. There does seem to be a lot of revelry. We need to scout the situation. I'm too noticeable to ask questions, and Kendra is human." "I can handle this," Virgil said, squaring his shoulders. "I'll just be playing a part for the sake of research." "The clearing is surrounded by trees," Raxtus noted. "I'll land us in that grove. If our arrival goes unnoticed, we'll hide while Virgil works the crowd." "What if someone sees you?" Virgil asked. "Then we take off and lose them," Raxtus replied. "No point in delaying. Let's go." Kendra nodded, and Raxtus lifted them into the air. Gliding down the mountainside, he used his nearly transparent wings and body to obscure them from view as much as possible. He touched down softly on a patch of heather at the border of a dignified grove of birch and poplar trees. Kendra darted into the shelter of the lush undergrowth. Struck by how the branches were heavy with fragrant berries and blossoms, it felt more like a cultivated garden than untamed woods. She ducked behind a vibrant shrub adorned with star-shaped flowers and Raxtus settled beside her, almost invisible. The lively sound of pipes and cheerful chatter grew much louder. Shifting slightly, Kendra caught a glimpse through the trees of a clearing where willowy dryads in shimmering dresses twirled gracefully alongside playful satyrs. A short slope away from the dancers, a long table groaned under a lavish spread of food, drawing a bustling crowd. "Well, here goes nothing," Virgil muttered. He looped around to the side and then stomped purposefully through the brush toward the festivities. Kendra plucked a ripe boysenberry from a nearby vine and tasted it. It was bursting with sweet juice. She gathered a few more as Virgil neared the party. Two fairies, each about human-sized, intercepted him and guided him to a table. While chatting with them, he helped himself to a handful of nuts. Soon a dryad glided over and the fairies drifted away. As Virgil mingled, Kendra spotted some bell-shaped golden berries above her. After Raxtus confirmed they were safe to eat, she reached for them. The berries sparked a sudden sharp hunger within her, and she found herself inhaling the rich, tempting scents drifting from the banquet table. For a while, Kendra watched Virgil putting on a show, clumsily juggling 3 pears as he tried to dance. He fumbled a few times, scrambling to keep them in the air, until a bigger, burlier satyr blindsided him with a flying tackle. They wrestled in the grass, disappearing from sight. "Is that normal for them?" Kendra murmured. "Seems like a warm welcome," Raxtus observed. "Look, he's up again." Kendra let out a breath as Virgil drifted back into the crowd. She lost track of him until he suddenly reappeared at her side, leaves tangled in his hair and a smear of green on his shirt. "There you are," Kendra said. "I was getting concerned." "Didn't want to seem too eager," Virgil replied, brushing his arm across his mouth. "How'd it go?" Kendra asked. "Satyrs are a rowdy bunch," Virgil said. "I got a mouthful of turf. Disgusting." "Make any friends?" Kendra whispered. "They asked why I was a stranger," Virgil explained. "I told them I keep to myself, but the feast was impossible to resist." "What else did you learn?" Raxtus pressed. "Ronadin's calling the shots," Virgil reported. "He declared 2 full weeks of partying for his coronation." Kendra scowled. "I really dislike it when he's smart." "It's made him plenty popular with the satyrs and nymphs," Virgil added. "Is he at the palace now?" Kendra asked. "Not sure," Virgil said. "I didn't push for details, but the fairies are definitely running this show." "So Ronadin has command of the fairies?" Kendra asked. "As long as that crown is on his head," Raxtus confirmed. Kendra gave Virgil a slight smile. "Did they try to make you sing for your supper?" "I stuck to juggling," Virgil said. "Oh, wait," he handed Kendra a cloth napkin. "I snagged you some hard-boiled eggs and a few pastries. Thought you might want a real breakfast?" "That's incredibly kind," Kendra said, taking a bite of an egg. It was a relief to eat something solid after so many berries. Kendra, the name echoed in her thoughts like a spoken word. She spun around. "Who said that?" she breathed. "Said what?" Virgil whispered. Above you, a calm, masculine voice instructed in her mind. Glancing up, she spotted a large owl with golden feathers perched on a branch, its human face gazing down at her with solemn, unreadable eyes. "You're in your owl form?" Kendra thought to it. "We Astrids have gone to ground," the gilded owl communicated. "Our loyalty is to the king, not the queen's crown. In this shape, Ronadin cannot trace or sway us. You must leave the fairy realm at once or be taken." "What?" Kendra shot back. "Bracken sent me," the voice stated. "They are coming. If you do not flee now, you will be captured." "Bracken knows I'm here?" Kendra asked. "More to the point, Ronadin knows." The Astrid stressed. "He sensed you and the dragon enter as we did. He has sent forces to seize you." Virgil was watching her intently. "Are you talking to that Astrid?" he whispered. "Yes. Give me a moment," Kendra whispered back. "I need to find Bracken. Do you know where he is?" The king's son is held at the palace, the Astrid conveyed. Ronadine reigns there. And you will be joining him shortly, unless you run. Kendra's thoughts tumbled over one another. There was no time for strategy. She had to act. Raxtus, you have to get out of here. What? The dragon said. Ronodin knows we're here, Kendra stated. He's sent soldiers. You need to leave. Shouldn't we all leave, Raxtus asked. Kendra shook her head. Virgil, yes, but I'm staying. They'll take me to Ronodin, and that's exactly where I need to go. Kendra, Raxtus said, his tone logical. Why not retreat and regroup? We can gather help and come back. With what plan? Kendra countered. How do we beat Ronodin here while he wears the crown? My best chance is with the allies he's already locked up. I'm staying, but you should go find Seth. Help him, or find my family, please, before it's too late. I'm staying as well, Virgil declared, stepping back into the shadows of the trees. I can disappear here, keep a low profile, and find a way to assist you later. You've both lost your minds, Raxtus muttered. They're here. The Astrid's mental voice warned, taking to the air. Go now, Kendra urged. Virgil turned to run. Warrior fairies descended through the canopy, armed with spears, bows, and slender curved blades. Their armor was form-fitting and light, and they moved with the powerful grace of gymnasts. Each stood taller than Kendra and glowed with deep, vivid colors she didn't recall seeing in common fairies. One with distinctively elegant features landed in Virgil's path and swept his legs out from under him with a swift, extended arm sending him tumbling to the forest floor. Almost invisible, Raxtus burst from cover and shot upward, branches snapping in his wake as he fled skyward. A severe fairy with sharp, dark, bobbed hair pointed her slightly curved sword after him. Lenore, Feline, Minerva, don't let him escape. 3 fairies launched into pursuit, their wings and armor glinting as they chased the fading shimmer. After confiscating Kendra's bow, firm hands seized her arms, forcing her to confront their leader. This one isn't putting up much of a fight, mocked the fairy on her right. She's radiating power, however, observed the one on her left. Kendra Sorensen, stated the commander, her beauty cold and imposing. Consider yourself a captive of the fairy realm. Isn't there supposed to be a distraction spell, shielding Titan Valley? Seth asked, soaring a couple 1,000 feet above the rolling blue expanse of the Pacific. A rugged coastline lay ahead. Yes, our focus should already be pulled away from the island, Calvin replied. Something must have happened to the giant queen. Why else would their safeguards fail? If the spell is gone, will everyone else find Titan Valley? Seth pressed. Are people in New Zealand about to spot their largest island? Unless they've consumed the milk, the dense, magical presence at Titan Valley should still turn away any idle curiosity. Good thing I packed my walrus butter, Seth said. I'd be flying completely blind otherwise. At least you won't need to call the Leviathan to enter the sanctuary, Calvin noted. One less complication to deal with. The missing defences could mean the dragons have taken over, Calvin added. It looked like Celebrant was withdrawing when he left with us, Seth recalled. Possibly Calvin conceded. He might have left other dragons behind to finish the job while he pursued new targets. We have to be prepared for anything, Seth agreed. How are your wings holding up? Calvin inquired. Tired, but not spent, Seth answered. We've covered thousands of miles, Calvin remarked. My wings don't fully give out unless I'm pushing top speed, Seth explained. They understand how to use the winds, even headwinds, to share the load. Don't headwinds just push you backward. You can use them for lift, then adjust your wings and dive. You can fly into them at an angle or kind of tack back and forth. I never realized the sky had so many layers and subtle currents. It's difficult to describe, but if I trust the wings' instincts, it all feels incredibly natural. It'll be a relief to stand on solid ground again, Calvin said. provided nothing decides to attack us the moment we land. The day before, Seth had flown over dense jungles, catching sight of simple villages and ancient temple ruins, along with sweeping views of modern cities. After a few hours of rest on a secluded beach in Vietnam, he had set out over the open ocean, passing large islands as dusk fell. Through the night, he continued across the vast, empty Pacific, guided only by the faint glow of the fractured Wizenstone. Now the sun was climbing toward midday, and as Seth touched down on a sea cliff, it struck him that with these wings he could reach any corner of the globe. He had travelled from the Himalayas to New Zealand in a day and a half. Well done, Seth. Calvin cheered. Honestly, I could have gone farther, but now that my feet are on the ground, I feel like I could collapse, Seth admitted with a weary laugh. Do you need to take a break? Not just yet, Seth said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. We have a choice to make, Seth announced, turning the half of the Wizenstone in his hand until it pulsed with a crimson light. This points us toward the giant queen's crown. He shifted his arm, and the red faded, replaced by a shimmering rainbow gleam. Or we can follow this toward the Ithashard, Calvin observed. The paths have completely split now. Seth nodded in agreement. They've been separate for some time. I've been steering by the red glow, so we're probably a bit nearer to the crown than the shard. Honestly, though, either destination is within reach. The crown might have heavier security, Calvin suggested. Seth rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I was afraid the dragons might have snatched it already, but it's still signaling from somewhere, which could mean the sky giants defended it after that dragon assault. I'm sure they've doubled their guards, but it's anyone's guess. Usually a crown is worn, Calvin pointed out. It's not just stored away. The Ithashard, though, could be locked up in something like a vault. Seth shrugged. After everything that's happened, either one could be under lock and key. All we know for certain is they're apart now, pulling us in two different directions. Setting the unforgiving blade down, Seth settled onto the ground, leaning back to watch the ocean waves crash against the jagged rocks below. The damp, salty air filled his lungs, and a brisk wind stirred the tall grasses along the cliff's edge. Calvin scurried right up to the precipice.
Don't get too comfortable, the tiny hero warned. We've got company giants coming our way. Already? Seth asked, surprised. 3 of them, Calvin confirmed. Seth quickly moved to the edge. Shirtless and barefoot, the giants were jogging briskly up a steep path from the shore. Their hands and feet were enormous, and their heads were oddly flattened on top. Seth guessed they stood about 4 times his height. All were armed, and 2 also carried large nets. You think those nets are for us? Seth wondered. Not much fishing up here on a cliff, Calvin replied dryly. They likely spotted us landing. It's a perfectly clear day. Seth grabbed the unforging blade. Well, at least I can fly, he tucked Calvin safely into his pocket. Time to pick a direction, Calvin said. Seth held out the Wizenstone fragment, aiming it first toward the red glow, then swiveling it to catch the rainbow shimmer. We're flying blind without better intel, but since the Ithashard is the smaller artifact, let's gamble that it's less heavily guarded than the larger crown. Sounds like a plan, Calvin agreed. Seth took to the air, relishing the sudden burst of speed. Let's hope the dragon attacks left the giants in disarray. And let's hope they trust locks more than live guards, Calvin added. Seth grinned. I'm good with locks. I'm not picking up any undead presence right now either. Sometimes they can lend a hand, or at least some useful information. I can scout for you, Calvin offered. To these giants, I'm practically invisible. I might just take you up on that, Seth said. As they flew, the devastation of Titan Valley unfolded below. While the fires had died out, vast stretches of countryside lay charred and barren. Forests were reduced to fields of blackened sticks, and meadows were scorched into lifeless patches. The sky was clear,
The perennial storm nowhere in sight, but the scars from the dragon raid would mark the land for years. Following the rainbow guide of the wizen stone, Seth soared over a massive giantess lying on her side. She had a sturdy peasant-like build and wore simple homespun clothes. Seth climbed higher as he passed over her, wary of her reach should she stir, though judging her size was tricky, even reclining. She rivaled some of the hills around her, but his caution proved unnecessary. The colossal woman remained still, lost in sleep. "Looks like the sleeping giants have returned to their dreams," Seth remarked. "Seems so," Calvin said from his pocket. "It was certainly a surprise to see them all awake and moving when we escaped with Celebrant." Seth gazed back at the sleeping giantess, picturing the slow accumulation of soil and plants that might one day disguise her as a natural hill. Will they ever wake up again, he wondered aloud. Probably only if the Titan stirs first, Calvin replied. But honestly, your guess is as good as mine. Below them, the scorched remains of a village came into view, primitive huts burned to blackened shells. Seth's eyes traced the outlines of massive charred skeletons sprawled across the earth. A little farther on, the broken stones of a collapsed bridge littered a deep ravine, yet not all was ruin. Mile after mile of untouched wilderness unfolded beneath him, forested slopes, rushing rivers, green valleys, and sharp mountain peaks. "The fires didn't reach everything," Seth observed, a note of relief in his voice. "From what we saw on Beacon Hill, I was afraid the whole island might be ashes by now." The ground was still soaked from the storm, Calvin pointed out. That would have helped. And maybe the sleeping giants did something to contain the flames. "I'm glad. So much wild land is still here," Seth said. Trying to rebuild a refuge on nothing but cinders would have been almost impossible. Ahead, a jagged, sawtooth mountain range rose steeply against the sky. The closer Seth flew, the more familiar the peaks appeared. As he gained altitude to cross them, a break in the chain came into view, and he recognized it at once. Terrastios. He had seen the fortress from Beacon Hill just before cutting the harp strings. Now, where the colossal stronghold once stood, only a bleak crater remained, its interior melted into dark, glassy slag. Twisted stones were flung for miles around, as if some cataclysmic blast had torn the place apart. A team of sky giants moved through the pulverized wreckage, digging in the pit, sifting ash, turning over rubble. Near the crater's edge, a lone giant added part of a massive rib cage to a grim pit filled with scorched bones, clearly a mass grave. One of the giants pointed upward, and others followed his gaze. As they scrambled for bows and slings, Seth banked sharply and sped away. A few arrows arced into the sky, but fell well short. The evasive maneuver sent him off his intended path, but he knew he could readjust later. Once past the Sawtooth Mountains, Seth aimed the wizen stone toward his destination. It glowed with a soft rainbow light and gave a faint hum. Taking that as a sign he was nearing the place, and not wanting another run-in with giants, Seth dropped lower, skimming just above the ground. He immediately felt as if he had shrunk to the size of a sparrow. The trees here were colossal, their trunks wider than houses. The illusion only deepened when he spotted a brown bear, larger than a freight truck, lumbering between them. "Where are we?" Seth whispered. "Everything's enormous." "Look at those flowers," Calvin exclaimed. "And that crow, its wingspan must be 20 feet. We have to be in Stratos, or what's left of it after it fell from the sky." Seth recalled the tale Isidore had shared, a floating kingdom of sky giants, high in the atmosphere, that crashed near this island when the ether gem was stolen, much of it lost beneath the sea. Weaving between the gigantic trunks for a time, Seth eventually rose above the treetops. Beyond the forest stretched vast farms, complete with titanic livestock and barns the size of stadiums. The Wizenstone was pulling him straight toward an oversized town visible in the distance. "Looks like the town made it through the dragon attacks," Seth noted. He flew low and fast over the fields, skimming the surface of irrigation ditches, racing along deep furrows and staying below the height of the towering crops. He gave the farmhouses a wide berth and avoided roads altogether. At one point he passed a giant cow that, for a fleeting moment, made him think of Viola back at Fablehaven. A strange, quiet pang of homesickness in the midst of all this impossible scale. Seth finally touched down near the edge of town, settling into the deep cradle of an ancient oak's sprawling roots. The Wizenstone pulsed rhythmically in his palm, its prismatic glints undimmed by the afternoon sun. "We must be near the source," he murmured, more to himself than to his companion. "If the giants catch sight of me now, it could ruin everything. This might be the moment for you to scout ahead quietly." Calvin gave a crisp, determined nod. "I'm on it." "It's a fair distance on foot," Seth observed, a note of concern in his voice. "Let me handle the logistics," Calvin replied, his tone reassuring. "You look exhausted. You should rest." Seth tilted his head back, studying the dense canopy overhead. "Perhaps I can find a secure perch up in these branches. A short nap might do me good." "Exactly. I'm well rested from the flight. I'll bring back news of the Ethershard." Calvin watched as Seth carefully split the glowing stone, feeling its resonant hum. "That's your guide," Seth instructed, holding out the fragment. "Understood," Calvin said, aligning his arm with the indicated direction. "Now, get some sleep." As Calvin sprinted away, Seth slumped against the rough bark. A wave of guilt washed over him. Was it right to rest while others took on the danger? His eyelids grew heavy, but he shook himself awake. Sleeping on the open ground was an invitation for trouble. With a weary push, he ascended to a broad, sturdy limb that offered a safe, secluded spot to lie down. The bark was unforgiving, but exhaustion claimed him before he could dwell on the discomfort. "Gold is this way," Hermo insisted, leading the group down a desolate lane. "Good food also." "We have sufficient gold," Tess stated flatly. Knox let out an exasperated sigh. "Is there such a thing as sufficient gold?" "When you possess more than you can possibly transport," Tess countered. "Then you conceal a portion for later?" Doran added with a shrug. "Simple. What about having enough to live comfortably for the rest of your days?" Tess pressed. "That's a moving target," Doran argued. "Your needs expand with your wealth. It's wise to keep a reserve for emergencies, especially since satyrs have such long lifespans." The town of Hamburg lay in an eerie midday silence, empty for days. Their footsteps echoed as they moved through vacant shops and looted homes, the only signs of life being fleeting shadows in windows or distant figures scrambling across intersections. "We should focus on gold in a more practical form," Knox suggested. "Coins or valuables you can carry on your person, and we still haven't located any enchanted arms." "We've found plenty of ordinary weapons," Doran said, giving his newly acquired trident an experimental spin. Newell eyed the weapon skeptically. "What do you even know about using one of those?" "This is a tournament town," Doran declared. "The trident is a gladiator's classic." "Looks like a fisherman's tool to me," Newell muttered. "And what of your choice?" Doran retorted, gesturing at Newell's bow. "A town overflowing with arms, and you pick a bow."
You want me to duel a giant face-to-face? Newell shot back. I'd be flattened. A trident offers reach, Doran pointed out. If we battle giants, we all lose, Knox interjected dryly. You still took a sword and helmet, Doran noted. Knox rested a hand on the sword at his hip, primarily for deterring other scavengers. "I have no intention of challenging a giant with it." "I selected knives," Tess said quietly, "and I pray I never need to draw them."
"Hiding is smarter for living," Hermo grunted, his philosophy simple. "Fighters end. We are here now." The hermit troll halted before a dingy establishment with foggy windows. A crooked sign identified it as the Dizzy Goblin. This place has a bad vibe, Knox remarked. I hope we're not here for goblin cuisine, Doran said with a grimace. Their recipes are famously dreadful. This place is deception, Hermo stated cryptically. You will see, the small troll pushed the door open. The interior was a scene of neglect, wobbly stools, battered tables, and a dusty piano missing several keys. The high corners of the dim room were choked with filmy cobwebs. This place could use a pest control service, Newell remarked. Doran shook his head. That grime and those webs were here long before the attack. Tess spoke up. Hermo's guidance has been reliable so far. The hermit troll emitted a satisfied snort. Follow me. He guided them across the space and through a door concealed behind the piano, its faded wallpaper peeling at the seams, into a narrow, timber-lined passage. He stopped before a dust-coated painting of a serene mountain valley, where elegant structures blended seamlessly with the landscape. Pressing two nailheads set into the splintered wallboard beneath the frame, a concealed panel released with a quiet snick. Safe place is below. I had every confidence, Doran stated. Newell looked at the troll curiously. How do you locate these spots? Do you go exploring while we're resting? Professional secret, Hermo replied, descending a carpeted staircase with an ornate iron railing. The basement opened into a spacious, inviting lounge with a detailed coffered ceiling. The walls were adorned with imposing taxidermy mounts, a snarling lion, a massive polar bear, a formidable Cape buffalo, a tusked walrus, a striped tiger, and a broad-faced hippopotamus, all frozen in silent ferocity. Plush, high-backed booths promised seclusion, while a lengthy marble bar invited socializing. A solitary woman of middle years sat at the bar, her poised demeanor fitting the refined setting. Before her rested an empty glass and a clean plate. Yes, I'm still present, the woman announced without turning. We are not open. We do not serve minors, and entry is by reservation only. Newell made a show of scanning the deserted room. Your reservation book seems remarkably clear. A natural consequence of being closed, she retorted. Doran ventured, Have you heard the news about the dragon? The woman responded with a rich, genuine laugh. You lot are truly something. In all my years I've never encountered such a bizarrely assembled band of ruffians. Very well, come in if you insist. Welcome to Shangri-La, the premier tavern in Hamburg. You're employed here? Knox inquired. I'm the proprietor, she corrected, given the distinct lack of an audience. I suppose we can bend the protocols. Are you the only one down here? Tess asked. I just concluded a banana daiquiri, the woman answered, a note of wistfulness in her voice. This particular chapter has reached its end, though I'm hesitant to start the next one. Any sign of giants above yet? None that we've observed, Newell said. The rumors say valley giants are coming along with others. They will arrive, without a doubt, the woman said, standing from her stool. It will be an unpleasant spectacle when they do. So why are you lingering? We are searching for my cousin, Tess explained. The woman shrugged. Why not? My own reasons aren't necessarily more sensible. I'm Dagny. The group introduced themselves. Dagny's eyes flicked to Doran's weapon. Do you plan to impale me with that trident? This, Doran replied, taken aback. No, it's purely for protection. And none of you are that trickster humbuggle in some clever costume? Dagny asked, studying each face intently. We are exactly as we appear, Tess assured her. I'd love to give that little meddler a stern talking to, Dagny muttered. We all depended on him. People built lives here. I don't recognize any of you. Are you new to the area? Essentially, Knox admitted. Dagny's eyebrows rose. Then how on earth did you manage to find me? The troll is the brains of the operation, Newell said, jerking a thumb. Hermo grunted. Me find shiny things and snacks. A smile touched Dagny's lips. Treasure seekers, is it? Help yourselves. I have a surplus of both. Is she being genuine? Doran whispered to Newell. Completely, Dagny answered, having overheard. Go around the bar into the kitchen. You'll find bread, cheese, salted meats, fruit, nuts, or feel free to light the grill if you're inclined to cook. Hermo ushered Newell and Doran toward the kitchen. Knox and Tess remained with Dagny. How do two ordinary children end up travelling with satyrs and a hermit troll? Dagny wondered. We became separated from the group that brought us here, Knox explained. Dagny nodded slowly. It's been that kind of week for getting lost. Who brings children to a place like Hamburg? We're participants in the dragon conflict, Knox said. Hence the armaments, Dagny noted, gesturing toward his sword. Are you planning to just remain here? Tess asked. Not indefinitely, Dagny said. I'm not waiting for any cousins. Mine departed long ago. Did they pass away? Tess asked softly. Dagny's gaze grew distant. They took flight, she said simply. You're new around here, so none of you have heard the whispers that I'm actually a dragon. Tess blinked in surprise. Are you serious? Dagny kept her eyes on the bar, tracing the edge of her glass with a thoughtful finger. I used to be, she said quietly, then met their gazes. I still am. Knox leaned forward. And you didn't leave with the rest of your kind? A faint, sorrowful smile touched Dagny's lips. I have no desire to become some swollen, hideous reptile. I've made a life for myself here in Hamburg as a human for longer than you can imagine, and I find the mortal way of living far more to my taste. Does that make you a wizard? Tess wondered aloud. If only, Dagny replied with a sigh, this body is merely my human form. The true method for becoming a wizard has faded from the world. But Dromedus managed it, Tess insisted. Not too long ago, he transformed into the wizard Andromedus. Dromedus? Dagny's eyebrows rose. The former king. You are certain? He's an incredibly powerful wizard now, Knox verified. Dagny shook her head slowly, a hint of regret in her eyes. Had I known he possessed that secret, I would have tracked him down before his change. But a wizard can't teach the way, only another dragon can. I've heard tales of wizards instructing dragons, Knox countered. If that's true, they must have taught them before undergoing their own transformations, or they had a dragon's aid to pass the knowledge along. Arcadius was the first to unravel the mystery, and he guided others before he perfected the metamorphosis, back when he was still known as Arcanon. You aren't wearing a collar, Tess observed. I haven't been a slave in decades, Dagny stated firmly. I broke free from that life and started living as any human would. I founded Shangri-La years back and have kept it running ever since. When was the last time you took your dragon form? Knox asked. Before my enslavement, Dagny answered. Dragons perceive the world differently. I won't risk the allure my old shape might hold if I ever shifted back. I can't let that primal lizard brain reshape my thoughts. Protecting my humanity is everything to me. Just then, Newell and Doran returned, arms laden with provisions, fresh bread, cheeses, sausage, lettuce, tomatoes, cuts of meat, smoked salmon, a jar of pickles, an assortment of mustards, and even a few avocados. They deposited the haul onto the bar. Sandwich fixings, Newell declared. Help yourselves, Doran sidled up to Dagny. That hermit troll is tinkering with your strongbox. Let him have what he likes, Dagny said dismissively. If he doesn't take it, the giants surely will. Which reminds me, what's your plan when those oversized visitors show up? We'll stay out of sight, Knox said. Hermo's going to help us. Me best hider, the hermit troll announced, waddling in from the back room with fists full of coins. We can lay low in town much easier than out on the open plains, Newell added. Besides, we're supposed to wait here for their cousin. We're eating well, Knox pointed out. Sleeping in comfortable beds, and in a different one each night, Doran chimed in. It won't last, Dagny warned. You're placing a great deal of faith in this cousin arriving. He or she had better hurry, or you'll all be sprinting for your lives. His name is Seth, Knox said. A giant known as the Diviner told us to wait for him.
The Diviner? Dagny echoed, beginning to slice a loaf of bread. You really are an unusual bunch. Everyone except Dagny started assembling sandwiches. Hermo loaded his with sausages and smoked salmon, slathering on the spiciest mustard. Tess layered cheese and avocado on hers. Knox went for meat and cheese with honey mustard, nibbling a sausage on the side. The satyrs piled a bit of everything onto theirs. Dagny slipped into the back and returned with flagons of cool water and crisp apple cider.
The group drank gratefully. Hermo, halfway through devouring a pickle, suddenly lifted a stubby finger. "Hush!" he commanded. He closed his eyes and sniffed the air deeply before whispering, "Giants coming." "Are you certain?" Dagny murmured. "Many outside," Hermo confirmed. "They know we're here. They smell you." Dagny hurried to a brass periscope mounted near the bar, its tube vanishing into the ceiling. She peered into the eyepiece and swiveled the handles. "The troll is right," she announced. "It's quite a gathering." She stepped back from the device. "I have a hidden exit." "They know," Hermo muttered. "Somebody coming?" The sound of the concealed door swinging open echoed through the room, followed by the heavy tread of boots on the stairs. Dagny lifted a crossbow from its hiding spot behind the counter. A hulking troll stomped into sight, towering over everyone in the room. His head resembled a turtle's, with a blunt snout and small, sharp teeth, and his scaled frame was thick with muscle. He halted abruptly, seeing the weapon aimed at his chest, and raised one hand in a placating gesture while the other fluttered a white cloth. "I carry no weapons," the troll announced. "Killing the messenger won't help your cause." "Might improve my mood considerably," Dagny replied, keeping one eye closed as she held the crossbow perfectly still. "This establishment is not open for business. I'm only here to deliver a message," the troll insisted. "Consider this your only warning. The giants will burn this place to the ground if you don't come upstairs." "Which giants?" Dagny demanded. "I speak for Runda Khan of the Valley Giants," the troll answered. "The largest clan," Dagny noted, her tone flat. "What are their terms? Surrender now, and you'll receive a swift death," the troll said.
If you hurt me or attempt to flee, they will ensure your end is slow and painful. I have supplies and coin, Dagny countered. Hamburg is bursting with supplies and coin for anyone bold enough to take them. The troll retorted. "Not supplies like mine," Dagny said. "Spicy pickled eggs, soursop tarts, beetle hash." "Beetle hash?" the troll interrupted, a thick tongue darting across his lipless mouth. A strange, almost wistful look crossed his reptilian features.
"Why not tell the giants you only found corpses down here?" Dagny suggested. "They can scent that you're alive," the troll said. 3 humans and 2 satyrs. Nobody can detect a hermit troll. Hermo offered a casual 2-fingered salute from the shadows. Dagny turned her gaze to Knox and Tess. "Well, what's the play?" "I suppose we go up," Knox said. "Brave lad," Dagny said, a faint, approving smirk touching her lips. "And the correct choice, incidentally. You'll come?" the messenger troll asked. All except Hermo, Knox stated. "Can you keep his presence to yourself?" "Makes no difference to me," the troll shrugged. "Best to leave your weapons behind." Dagny gave a curt nod, lowering her crossbow onto the bar. Knox unbuckled his sword belt and laid it beside her weapon. The others reluctantly did the same. As they ascended the stairs behind the heavy-footed troll, Knox's fingers found the coin in his pocket. His other hand gripped the crown hidden beneath his shirt. Would Dagny shift into a dragon and save them? Was she even willing? Could a dragon take on an entire clan of valley giants? How massive were these creatures, really? They trailed the troll through the dilapidated tavern and out into the dusty street. At least 20 giants were waiting. Knox stood no higher than their knees, streaked with dirt and soot. The brutish figures wore animal skins and clutched crude weapons, clubs and axes made of wood and roughly chipped stone. Many had thin braids woven into their long hair and beards. A giant wearing a bronze helm stepped forward. His slightly dented helmet was the only piece of proper armor in sight. "You came up good," the giant said, his words thick with a strange accent. "Runda grants you quick deaths. Wait, Runda Khan?" Nox shouted, holding the coin aloft.
"We are friends to giants." Runda's heavy brow furrowed. "You speak Giganti?" His voice now held no trace of an accent. "Yes," Nox said, though he hadn't realized he was speaking another language. "That is uncommon," the giant rumbled. "Let me see the token." Nox stepped forward, stretching his arm up as high as it would go. Runda bent down, peering at the coin with speculative eyes. "Where did you dig up such a thing?" Runda asked. "Are you a thief of graves?"
"It was given to me by one of the Kurut Oi," Nox stated. A ripple of murmurs spread through the gathered giants. Runda straightened up and scratched thoughtfully at his beard. "What would one of the Kurut Oi possibly see in a runt like you? That's for him to know and you to wonder about." Nox shot back, a sudden defiant spark in his eyes. Runda let out a grunt that might have been amusement. "Perhaps you are a giant friend," he conceded, "but the others with you are not." "The others are my family and my companions," Nox said, slipping the coin back into his pocket. His mind raced, searching for a better plan. "I will spare you out of respect for the Kurut Oi," Runda declared. "Your family and friends will serve as our first course." Nox shot a desperate glance at Dagny. She showed no sign of transforming, realizing it was all on him now. Nox pulled the crown from under his shirt and placed it on his head. A mild electric tingle spread across his scalp, but he did not, as he had desperately hoped, swell into a 10-story colossus. He drew himself up to his full, unimpressive height. "You will not harm my friends," Nox commanded, his voice gaining a strange, resonant authority, "and you will begin to show me the respect I am owed, because I am your king." The royal palace of the fairy realm appeared less like a structure built by hands and more like a breathtaking natural wonder. Its slender towers seemed to have sprouted from the ground like ancient trees, while the walls looked as if they had been pushed up by the very earth itself. The winding halls and chambers inside might have been carved over centuries by persistent winds or gentle streams. The entire palace was a study in smooth, flowing curves, with hardly a sharp corner in sight. There were no doors or gates, just seamless openings. The warrior fairies carried Kendra through a high, arched window into a maze of passages. She had walked these very halls as a welcome guest of the Fairy Queen before her journey to Titan Valley. Back then, she had worried about many dangers, but never once did she picture returning to this palace as a captive. The Fairy Queen and her domain had always felt like a separate, perfectly secure world. The escort of fairies flew with urgent speed through the corridors, holding Kendra firmly between them, swerving around corners and gliding up and down the gentle ramps that served as stairs. Finally, they swept around a standing partition, buzzed past a group of stationed guards, and set Kendra down on a floor as polished and smooth as a pebble from a creek. Ronadin, dressed in his usual black, stood some distance away, poised to throw a dart at a well-worn dartboard hanging on the wall about 30 feet off. The Fairy Queen's crown dangled casually from his belt. Looking utterly at ease, Ronadin turned and offered Kendra a satisfied grin. "Excellent work," he said to the fairies. "This one has a knack for slipping away. What about the dragon?" The fairy, with the short, dark hair, answered, "He escaped our chase." Ronadin threw a dart. It struck just outside the bullseye. "Any clue where he headed?" "Back through the portal to Obsidian Waste," the fairy stated. Ronadin gave a slight shrug. "No huge loss. And the other companion, "A satyr," the fairy reported. "We have him secured." "I see," Ronadine said. He tossed another dart. "This one hit close to the center of the bullseye. Feed him to the sharks." "No," Kendra yelled. Ronadine smirked and let out a soft laugh. "Relax, we don't actually have sharks. For now, treat him as a distinguished prisoner. You may leave. Keep everyone beyond hearing distance, but be ready if I call." The fairy placed a fist over her heart and gave a quick, sharp bow. Then she turned and flew from the room, her companions following. Ronadin threw a final dart. It nearly missed the board entirely, just catching the outermost edge. "How can I nail 2 great throws and then botch the third so completely? Why not perfection every time?"
"Maybe you're out of practice," Kendra suggested. Ronadin put a fist over his own chest and gave a little bow. "Did you like that salute? I invented it. I think the fairies could use a more disciplined military flair." "Where did you dig up that shabby dartboard?" Kendra asked. Ronadin walked to the board and pulled out the darts. "I've owned it for ages. I practiced with these exact darts in my modest little apartment in Amsterdam, back when I was just scraping by. And now—"
"The same battered target hangs in my fairyland palace." Ronadin paced away from the board and turned a dart in his hand. "Is this why you became the Fairy King?" Kendra asked. "For better dart-throwing scenery?" Ronadin shrugged. "They're handy for self-defense, too, in a pinch. I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm not exactly beloved here. What a surprise," Kendra said flatly. Facing the dartboard, Ronadin glanced at her from the corner of his eye and smirked. "People need time to adjust during this. Transitional phase, it's smart to keep a low profile." He threw a dart, and it landed a couple of inches directly below the bullseye. "And throwing parties all across the realm helps with that?" Kendra asked. "If everyone is having fun, hardly anyone bothers about who's wearing the crown. Satyrs especially see it that way. Many of the nymphs, too. The fairies would gladly end me if they could, but the crown won't allow it. Their opinions will soften once they get used to my leadership." "It's a crown of light, Ronadine," Kendra said. "You're the dark unicorn. Does it even feel right on you? Do you honestly believe this can go on forever?" she pressed, her voice edged with doubt. He pivoted toward her, a dart poised in his hand. "From the moment I was cast out of the fairy realm, I understood this crown would eventually belong to me. No one saw this coming. It seemed impossible. Yet here I stand." "Is this all you ever wanted?" Kendra questioned. "It's a piece of it," Ronadine admitted. "A goal I held close for years. Speaking dreams aloud can drain their power. You welcome skeptics to seed uncertainty and offer foes an opening to sabotage you. You took the crown by force," Kendra stated flatly. "What comes next?" "Now I act as any ruler would," Ronadine said with a dismissive wave. "I secure my throne and discover what my kingdom can achieve. There will be no shortage of distractions." "Are you ignoring the war raging outside?" Kendra asked. "Remember who you're speaking to," Ronadine replied, a sly smile forming. "I set this war in motion. I stacked the wood, arranged the kindling, and struck the match myself. So you'll just wait here in hiding," Kendra challenged. "While my adversaries tear each other apart?" Ronadine countered. "I fail to spot the problem." "The dragons will ruin everything," Kendra insisted. "They'll certainly try," Ronadine agreed, his tone almost cheerful. "They're already unleashing chaos among the magical factions, shifting balances of power. If Celebrant achieves his aims, he'll subjugate humanity, wipe out most, and preserve a select few in reserves, like curiosities in a zoo. That's monstrous. It's retribution. And it poses interesting scenarios. How would a dragon assault on mortals appear? Would humans even perceive the dragons? Or would it seem like catastrophic natural disasters? Tornadoes and thunderstorms. If the dragons shatter the sovereign's skull and press their assault, they might breach the veil separating the mundane from the magical, revealing their true forms to all. Can you picture humanity's reaction? It's been ages since dragons waged full-scale war on mortals. How will they contend with human technology, with automatic weapons and armored vehicles, fighter planes and missiles, with the atomic bomb? The clashes will be spectacular to witness. Millions would perish, Kendra whispered. Billions. Ronodin clenched his fists, giving an exaggerated shudder. I revel in the chaos. He hurled 2 darts simultaneously. One thudded into the board, the other tapped against the wall and dropped. A true king is the antithesis of chaos, Kendra argued. I can't imagine anything more structured. Ronodin raised a finger in objection. Unless you command your enemy's domain, a captain's duty is to maintain order aboard ship. But what if the captain intentionally crashes the vessel? No one is better positioned to cultivate chaos than a king. What is it you're actually trying to achieve? Kendra demanded. Ronodin stepped closer. You see, Kendra, this is why private chats are so valuable. I can savor your bold inquiries without performing for an audience. Why would I reveal plans you'd only work to hinder? Better to preserve the surprise. But let's move past pleasantries. We both know what you're burning to ask. What's that? Kendra said, though her expression betrayed her. Ronodin sighed dramatically. We know why you came, what you truly need to learn. You've rescued him before. Kendra hesitated, afraid to voice it. Ronodin looked all too eager to respond. He isn't dead, Ronodin said, watching her closely. Is that what's stolen your words? Where is Bracken? Kendra asked, a wave of relief washing over her at the confirmation he lived. There it is, Ronodin exclaimed. My illustrious cousin, the 2 of you outmaneuvered me in the Underrealm. I don't take loss well, and I rarely experience it, but I'm pragmatic enough to acknowledge defeat. You thwarted me because you had an unexpected advantage. He touched the crown on his head. This gleaming circlet, this fairy talisman. You shouldn't have possessed it, shouldn't have been permitted to bring it there, yet you did, and you prevailed. Why did you give it back to the Queen? I only borrowed it, Kendra said. It served its purpose. You could have accomplished so much more with it, Ronodin mused. Perhaps, Kendra conceded. If you had held on to it, I might not be holding it now, Kendra remarked. Ronodin gave a low chuckle and nodded in agreement. What's important is this. I get a second chance. Bracken is locked away once more. Just like before, you've rushed to his rescue. But tell me, who holds the crown this time? You do, she replied softly. I have what? Ronodin asked, feigning ignorance. Kendra let out a weary sigh. You possess the Fairy Queen's crown. Ronodin pointed a finger at her, his eyes gleaming. If I could get a signal in this place, that phrase would be my ringtone, you saying it over and over. Enough celebrating, Kendra said. I can't help but smile, Ronodin countered. You made it all so simple. I would have paid a fortune to have someone deliver you to me. Raxtus did it for free. Did you truly come here without any strategy? I have many strategies, Kendra insisted, and you have no idea what Seth is doing at this very moment. I came for Bracken. Is this helping him? Ronodin questioned. I suppose that depends on you, Kendra answered. Ronodin blinked slowly. Do you actually expect to rely on my mercy? Destroying me gains you nothing, Kendra stated. I am fighting the dragons, and I am asking for your assistance. Ronodin shook his head in disdain. How pitiful you and I have a history. Kendra pressed. Too much is at stake. There isn't time to overpower you. You're correct about that, Ronodin said. Your greatest strength has always been calling on the Fairy Queen, who is now my captive. I thought it felt satisfying to have Bracken in a cage. That was nothing compared to watching him realize I have his mother imprisoned, my all-knowing aunt. Life occasionally offers these exquisite moments meant to be savored. Can I try the darts? Kendra asked. That depends on if you intend to throw them at me, Ronodin replied. I won't, Kendra promised. I seem to remember various fruits being launched in my direction, Ronadine noted. I give you my word, Kendra said. Ronadine gestured toward the dartboard. Kendra collected the 2 darts from the target and 1 from the floor. She slipped one into her pocket, then stepped back, turned, and intentionally missed the board with her first throw. New to darts? Ronadine inquired. Bad idea, Kendra muttered, tossing the other dart aside, hoping it appeared she had discarded both. Watch that temper, Ronadine said, amused. Why do you hate Bracken so much? Kendra asked. He is finally getting a taste of what I endured for years, Ronadine said, his tone shifting from playful to bitterly sharp. Do you have any idea how long I was an outcast, Kendra? What happened? Kendra asked. It's complicated, Ronadine muttered. You'll hear a different story from everyone. All I wanted was to be my own kind of unicorn, and that was asking too much. You turned to darkness, Kendra said. Did you believe you could do that and still have a place in a realm of light? Who holds the crown now? He shot back. But do you truly belong here? Ronadine stood up straighter, a defiant edge in his voice. I suppose that's yet to be determined. If the realm doesn't suit me, why not reshape the realm to suit me? Good luck with that, Kendra said. I'm growing bored, Ronadine complained. And that's significant given how isolated I've been. You want Bracken freed? What do you think? Very well. Remain here as my companion. When you turn 18, we will be married. Kendra felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Marry you? I want Bracken to watch you choose me, Ronadine said. That would satisfy me enough to let him go. No, Ronadine, Kendra said, recoiling. That's disgusting. No. You liked me when we first met, Ronadine said with a disarming smile. I did, Kendra admitted. You intervened when the Cyclops was harassing me. But then you kidnapped my brother and my boyfriend. And you helped Celebrant break free. You've harmed the people I love most and threatened everything I hold dear. Nobody is perfect, Ronadine said lightly. With the right woman by my side, who knows what could happen? I'm 16, Kendra said. What is that supposed to mean to me? I'm a unicorn. I belong to eternity more than to time. Years mean little. What's the difference between 16 and 600? A mere blink as far as I'm concerned. A slightly longer flicker. You're ancient, Kendra said. Ronadine spread his arms wide. I'm ageless. I have no age. I exist beyond the flow of time. Trying to measure our ages against each other is pointless. In some ways I am ancient, and in others I am just beginning. No matter how many years you claim, I will never be your girlfriend or your wife, Kendra stated firmly. Then Bracken remains my guest, Ronadine replied smoothly. And you join him. Tell me about this satyr companion of yours.
What are his qualities?
He's wonderful, Kendra said. Surprisingly intellectual and dedicated to his studies for a satyr. You should treat him with respect. Isn't the unknown thrilling? Ronadine mused. A scholarly satyr, your choice in allies is certainly unconventional. Please, can I just see Bracken? Kendra pleaded. I'm afraid not, Ronadine declined. Don't keep us trapped here, Kendra argued. Let us face our destiny with the dragons. Ronadine let out a long breath. I have no objection to you battling the dragons. The conflict has tipped too far in their favor, and I've always had a soft spot for the less advantaged side. But I find immense satisfaction in holding Bracken captive. If you are prepared to leave without him, we might discuss your freedom, provided we can settle on suitable terms. If you truly wish to challenge the dragons, then free Bracken too, Kendra countered. We are desperately low on friends. Ronadine gave a firm shake of his head. No matter what unfolds, my cousin stays. Cheer up. You're of fairy stock. You've been overlooking many of those inherent advantages. Learn to wield what you already possess. I won't go without him, Kendra insisted. Avoid absolute statements, Ronadine advised with a hint of mockery. Your situation could be far worse. You could have attempted to fight me. While I am not known for compassion, I've always found a negotiation far more civilized than a brawl. I know the ideal cellmate for you." He shut his eyes briefly. "I've just summoned the guards. It was pleasant to chat. Make yourself comfortable, and, Kendra, what? Do leave that third dart behind, would you? Wake up!" A voice hissed urgently near Seth's ear. Seth jolted awake, confused. He was stretched out under a blanket of stars, lying on a surface marked by strange, deep ridges, and wrapped in wings that felt both feather-soft and coolly metallic. "Giants," the voice pressed. Seth was instantly fully awake, his hand reaching for Vasilis. The unforgiving blade rested close by where he had placed it. The tiny hero was perched beside his head. "Are we under attack?" Seth whispered. "Not at this moment," Calvin said. "You were sleeping like a log. If a giant owl had spotted us, you'd be waking up inside its gullet." Seth pushed himself up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "You're back. How late is it?" "Long past nightfall," Calvin reported. "The scouting trip took more time than I planned." "Felt quick to me," Seth said. "The physical distance wasn't the issue," Calvin explained. "I managed to call a turn, a regular-sized one. They do occasionally wander into giant territory." "How are you so skilled with birds?" Seth asked. "Do you just carry snacks for them?" "Haven't you figured it out yet?" Calvin replied. "It's my natural talent. I've always had a connection with creatures of the forest." "Can you actually talk to them?" Seth inquired. "We don't exchange gossip," Calvin said. "But most animals, except the very largest and most aggressive, heed me. I can request help or give basic directions. The tern deposited me right on this branch." "What did you learn?" Seth asked eagerly. Calvin pulled his small sword and gave it a practice swing. "Where would you guess the giants are keeping the Ithashard? In a buried strongroom, at the peak of some enormous spire." Calvin gave a knowing smile. "It's on a raised dais, right in the center of the town square." "You're joking," Seth said, incredulous. "Just sitting out in plain sight." "Plain sight, surrounded by an entire town of giants," Calvin clarified. "The whole community watches over it. And there are dedicated sentries too." "Give me all the details," Seth urged. "The shard is sitting in the heart of a cauldron full of fire," Calvin described. "A giant-sized cauldron." "Absolutely, with enchanted flames. A perpetual fire that burns with incredible heat." "Snuffing out fires is something of a specialty of mine," Seth said, cracking his knuckles. "There are 2 iron statues positioned near the cauldron," Calvin added. "I'd be astonished if they weren't enchanted. And 2 giant guards are stationed there as well. Huge sky giants. I can fly," Seth pointed out, a plan forming. "If I extinguish those flames, I could dive in and be gone before they even realize it." "They likely have other magical protections in place," Calvin warned, his tone cautious. "The Ithashard can't be that fragile," Seth insisted, his voice low. "The dragons just hit them. Their defenses are weaker now than they've been in ages. This might be our only shot." Calvin paced the rough bark. "A few days of observation could reveal traps we can't see from here. Every hour we wait gives them another hour to rebuild," Seth countered, frustration edging his tone. "We're already stretched thin on time as it is." Calvin drove his sword into the oak, the blade sinking deep. "Your call. I'll follow your lead. Now," Seth decided. "We move under the cover of night, before they can regroup." Calvin pulled his sword free and stood. Then it settled. Scooping up Calvin and his blade, Seth tucked the small warrior into a pocket and launched from the branch. He wove through the dense canopy before bursting into the open night sky. The giant town ahead glimmered with scattered window lights and street lamps that carved islands of shadow. Seth withdrew half of the wizenstone. A prismatic gleam erupted, as he aimed it toward the town square, the stone humming with recognition. "We're a beacon up here." Calvin hissed from his pocket. "I know the route." Seth stowed the stone and followed the indicated path, soaring over vast farmsteads and swerving around plumes of chimney smoke. Dogs bayed from below. A massive wall encircled the town, modest for a giant, but imposing to anyone else. "Aim for the bell tower," Calvin advised. Seth adjusted his flight and soon alighted on a ledge high as a cliff, the belfry offering a perfect vantage over the square. The public space below was a pool of light, crowded with freestanding lamps and fixtures mounted on surrounding shops. Seth identified the watch headquarters, a barber shop, a general store, a cobbler, and a whimsical toy store connected to a candy shop. At the center, on a raised dais, sat the fiery cauldron. It rested on clawed feet, a leering face etched into its dark, swollen belly. The flames leaping from its rim were the brightest in the square, shimmering with spectral colors. Flanking the platform stood 2 iron statues with vulture heads, their hunched forms studded with blades and spikes, a grotesque display more fitting for a nightmare carnival than a municipal center. 3 sky giants stood guard, one rigidly at attention, the other 2 lounging on their polearms. To one side loomed an empty cage large enough to hold a giant. Suspended at head height was a smaller, cube-shaped cage. 3 guards, Seth whispered, cloaking himself in shade. "They added one," Calvin murmured. "What are the cages for? Your guess is as good as mine. Public shaming, maybe." "Why the little one?" Seth pressed. "For pets, or for people like us," Calvin speculated. "There's a 3rd cage, much tinier. You'd need to be closer to spot it." "How tiny?" "About my size," Calvin said. A cold realization dawned on Seth. The Nipsies stole the original Ethergem. That miniature cage could be a warning to everyone. He peered at the cauldron. "You're absolutely certain the shard is in those flames? You need a close look to see it?" Calvin replied. "I got close. It's there." "What if it's a fake?" "Looked real to me," Calvin said. "I can't be 100% sure, but it seems like a lot of security for a decoy." Seth palmed the wizen stone again, cupping its light as he pointed it toward the cauldron. It trembled urgently in his hand. "It's reacting. Seems genuine. Are we truly doing this now?" Calvin asked, a rare note of hesitation in his voice. "There could be hidden snares, guardians we haven't spotted." "I don't see what waiting gains us," Seth said, his resolve hardening. "I could keep scouting," Calvin offered, but the decision already hung in the air between them. The giants were likely on high alert after the recent dragon incident. "They'll stay that way," Seth replied, "but they'll also get more organized." "Are we really doing this now?" Calvin whispered. "The giants are going to despise us," Seth said, aside from the stone in the giant queen's crown. "This is the last piece of their treasured Ethergem. By the time your quest is done, we'll have annoyed plenty of powerful creatures," Calvin noted. Seth gave a grim nod. "I'm already on the wrong side of the people who count. Let's go steal the prize." "Can you really withstand those flames?" Calvin pressed. "I have a feeling they're enchanted." "The coals in the crypt at Crescent Lagoon were magical too," Seth reminded him. "Only firewalkers were meant to cross. I cooled them down and wrapped myself in cold. I'll try something similar. You can wait up here if you want, just in case." "No," Calvin stated firmly. "I'm staying with you. We'll move so fast we'll barely notice the heat," Seth said. "Hold on tight." With a leap from the belfry, Seth tucked his wings and dove, picking up speed. As he angled toward the massive cauldron, he shifted his focus from shade walking to smothering the fire. He pushed his power outward, but the flames felt slippery, almost defiant. He summoned a wave of cold and shadow, yet the blaze burned on, utterly unaffected. Could it be an illusion? If so, it was a convincing one. He could feel the heat radiating from it. The cauldron rushed closer. Changing tactics, Seth wrapped himself in a sheath of cold, the sudden chill sharpening his senses to a razor's edge. He prepared to intensify the cold as he reached the fire, peering into the colourful swirls for a glimpse of the Ethersard. One of the giant guards pointed upward as he shot past. They were too slow to stop him unless he messed up the grab. The flames roared up to meet him. He slowed slightly, not wanting to fumble. There, in the heart of the fire, he spotted the crystalline shard. He thickened the cocoon of cold around himself and plunged into the blaze. In a flash, the multicolored fire vanished. Seth tried to swerve, but instead he slammed wings first into a wall of iron bars. The impact shuddered through his whole body. He bounced back and tumbled across the floor of a suspended cage, dazed and aching. It took him a moment to understand somehow the flames had teleported him right into one of the cages he'd seen from the belfry. An alarm blared, and giants shouted and pointed up at him. A sharp pain shot along his leg. Looking down, he saw a deep gash in his thigh, bleeding freely. The unforgiving blade was no longer in his hand. Only the hilt lay on the cage floor, the blade having sheared clean through the metal bars. He must have cut himself during the crash. The wound would never heal, and now giants were rushing toward him. Seth snatched up the hilt, slashed through the tops of the bars on one side, then swung back, low. 8 or 9 bars clattered away, leaving a wide gap. He shot through it just as roaring giants reached the cage. Wings beating hard, Seth soared straight up into the dark sky, the alarm wailing below. As lights flickered on across the town, he raced toward the distant stars. Meanwhile, back in Crossroads Plaza, Knox lounged on a makeshift throne, enjoying the glow of several bonfires tended by valley giants. A wooden stage had become his dais, and a long table had been brought out so he could sit beside Tess, the satyrs, and Dagny Knox's throne seemed designed for a creature of monstrous size, piled so high with cushions that he could barely reach the table. Before him sat a massive, bloody leg of venison, hoof and hide still attached, which had been presented raw. When he'd requested it be cooked, the offering returned singed on one side and dusted with ash, yet stubbornly rare at its core. Knox had discreetly sliced off a few slippery pieces and let them fall beneath the table, anxious not to insult his towering hosts. Nearby, the satyrs and Dagny had quietly gathered more palatable fare, smuggling portions to Knox and Tess as everyone tried to ignore the half-raw deer and the raccoons turning on spits. The hour felt late, likely nearing midnight, when Runda stepped before the grandstand and lifted his hands. The noise of the celebration faded as every eye turned to the valley giant leader. "Honored King," Runda began, looking up at Knox, who felt absurdly small perched in his oversized seat. "We hope you've enjoyed celebrating your coronation among us." Knox raised his mug. "Let's just say I'll never see deer in quite the same light." "Giants possess hearty appetites," Runda replied with a knowing grin. "Though I must say you're easier to please than some of our past rulers." He paused, letting the comment hang with a touch of sarcasm. "You'll be glad to hear the skirmishes with the hill giants have ended. After some convincing from their betters, a roaring cheer from the valley giants cut him off briefly. Their representative Spurlip Morn has come to swear loyalty to you." A giant noticeably shorter than Runda limped forward, leaning heavily on a ladder like a crutch. His bare chest was a map of fresh scrapes and bruises, one eye swollen shut beneath a puffy lid. "We hill giants are relieved the crown survived," Spurlip Morn said, his voice strained. "Humans may be lesser beings in every regard, but the crown rests on a human head. For now, that makes you king of all giants. Does the boy have your allegiance?" Runda asked. "Aye." "And the allegiance of all hill giants?" "Aye," Spurlip Morn repeated. "Then why not kneel to show your fealty?" "Kneel to a human?" The hill giant's voice was thick with pain. Kneel to the crown, Runda growled, his hand curling into a fist. Adjusting the ladder, Spurlip Morn slowly lowered himself to his knees. Shall I grovel and kiss his feet? Only if his majesty commands it, Runda said, gesturing toward Nox.
You may rise, Nox said, inwardly relieved to see the proud giant show such deference. Thank you for your loyalty. Using the ladder for support, Spurlip Morn pushed himself upright. Am I free to go? Runda delivered a sharp kick to his backside, sending him stumbling. Go and stir no more trouble, or we'll finish what we started. You mock us, Spurlip Morn muttered. We honor the worth of our crown, Runda retorted. Leave before your breath smothers the fires. As the hill giant hobbled away, Runda turned and dropped to one knee before Nox. I too formally pledge my service to the crown and the loyalty of all valley giants. Thank you, Nox said. Runda stood and spread his arms wide. Midnight has passed, has it not? It has, a gravelly voice confirmed. Then Runda continued, with your coronation feast concluded and pledges given, this hour begins your first official day as king of all giants. So it does, another voice shouted. By tradition, Runda declared, a new king cannot be challenged for the crown until one full cycle of the moon after his coronation. Such is the law, a hearty voice affirmed. Runda raised a clenched fist. Therefore, I stake my claim to challenge you in 28 days when the moon returns to the shape we see tonight for the crown and the title of king of all giants. A thunderous roar of approval erupted from the gathered giants. Nox glanced at Newell, who merely shrugged, before turning to Doran, who silently mouthed, My Giganti isn't great. Runda pressed the question, What is your answer to this challenge? A hush fell over the gathered giants as they waited. Nox sat up taller in his seat. I accept, he declared with conviction. The valley giants erupted into roaring cheers, some pounding their chests or stomping their massive feet in celebration. The king has spoken, Runda announced to the crowd. A contest is now set. Newell leaned in close. What exactly did you just agree to? A challenge for the crown, Nox replied. When tonight? Newell asked. In a month, Nox said. A full lunar cycle. Apparently they can't arrange it any sooner. Doran leaned in from the opposite side. This might have been his strategy all along, ever since you put on that crown. Humour a seemingly weak king, then challenge him for the throne. Weak? Nox asked, his pride stung. Compared to a giant? Doran countered. Could you have refused the contest? Newell inquired. Why would I? Nox said confidently. I can handle him. Are you sure about that? Newell asked. Take a real good look at him, then go find a mirror, Doran muttered under his breath. I think that crown is affecting his judgment. I have everything under control, Nox insisted. Well, you bought us some time at least, Newell conceded. Not just time, Doran added. Nobody has ever served me raccoon on a stick before. Speaking of which, Newell said, changing the subject, how did you forget to mention that you picked up the giant queen's crown? A king is entitled to his secrets, Nox replied. Where did you stash it? Newell pressed. Mostly under my shirt, Nox admitted. We were out here looking for treasure, Doran said, incredulous. And it never occurred to you to mention you'd found the single most valuable artifact in all of Titan Valley. It's worth more than the entire treasury of Humburg.
The responsibility felt heavy, Nox explained. I even considered discarding the crown. I didn't expect how naturally the role would fit once I actually wore it. You certainly chose a dramatic moment to use it, Newell noted. But I'm still not clear on our exit strategy.
This won't look good on our childcare record, Doran mused. While in our care, Nox became king of the giants and then got squashed into paste. Your Majesty, Runda called out, approaching the grandstand. An admirer requests an audience. The satyrs pulled back from Nox. I will permit it, Nox said. Another giant. Someone more your size, Runda said. A powerful mystic known to my people, the wizard Isidore. Runda moved aside to reveal a slender woman with dark hair, dressed in an elegant gown. She glided forward and offered a deep curtsy. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Thank you," Nox said. He noticed she remained in her low bow, head down. "You may rise." Isidore straightened and offered a respectful smile. "You are the first human to ever wear that crown. It becomes you." Few could have foreseen this turn of events. I have nurtured ties with the giants of Titan Valley for many years, and I sincerely hope your reign is a successful one. Perhaps I could offer my aid. "A king can always use wise counsel," Nox said. "Who are your companions?" Isidore asked. "This is Tess, Newell, Doran, and Dagny," Nox introduced. Isidore raised a delicate eyebrow. "I trust you are aware of Dagny's true nature." "I am," Nox confirmed. "Would you care to join us for the remainder of the feast?" "I would be honored," Isidore said with another curtsy. Nox gestured for her to approach. As Isidore ascended the grandstand, Doran helped her position a chair directly across from Nox, her back to the giants, making her the sole occupant on that side of the table. She pointed a finger to each of the four corners of the platform, then twirled it in a small circle. Instantly, the raucous noise from the giants vanished. Nox could still see their laughing faces and shouts, but not a sound reached them. "We deserve a private conversation, don't you think?" Isidore asked. "They can't hear us?" Nox verified. "And we can hear each other much better," Isidore confirmed. "Watch out for the deer," Tess cautioned, her eyes narrowing slightly at the newcomer. The spread before them looked like something prepared for wild predators rather than civilized guests. "I have no issue with raw meat," Isidore stated, though her plate remained untouched. Dagny noted her presence. "You're still in the city, Isidore." "Perhaps not for much longer," came the reply. Dagny turned to the others. "She's a genuine sorceress. Once served the dragon Humbuggle." "That chapter is closed for all of us," Isidore corrected, taking a delicate forkful of venison. He shuttered his estate and left. "I've often wondered, Dagny, why you never rejoined your own kind, choosing instead to live among ordinary folk here. I even suspected you might be Humbuggle in disguise at times." "A pity to disprove that theory," Isidore said with a faint smile. "And where do the rest of you call home, Texas?" Tess answered. "And the king?" Isidore inquired. "Greatest place on earth," Nox declared. "The satyrs," she continued. "They are not from around here, I assume?" "Just visitin' with the youngsters, ma'am," Newell drawled in a thick Texan twang. "Charming," Isidore remarked. "The giant queen held Titan Valley firmly until your arrival. The confrontation where you seized it must have been quite a spectacle." "I'll say it was a hard-won fight, and the prize ended up with me," Nox stated, echoing his earlier explanation to Runda. He aimed to imply a direct, honorable duel without stating a falsehood. "Did this occur before or after the dragon assault?" Isidore pressed. "In the midst of the chaos," Nox said. "Naturally," Isidore replied, dabbing her mouth. "Upheaval does breed revolt. I wonder what the sky giants will make of it all." "They might not be aware yet," Nox offered. "News reached me quickly," Isidore said. "Such reports have a way of flying. There will be retaliation from them," Dagny warned. "Runda has already issued a formal challenge," Nox added. "No one can fight me before he does." Isidore arched a thin eyebrow. "That assumes the sky giants acknowledge your coronation. If those rogues deem your acquisition of the crown as theft, any one of them could challenge you on the spot." "So much for our month of peace," Doran grumbled. "I dislike agreeing with her, but she has a point," Dagny conceded. "Your hold on that crown is fragile. Without proving your right through combat, you won't keep it long. Anyone who challenges must face me first," Nox insisted. "And if it comes to that, the crown itself might grant me strength." "Perhaps," Isidore said smoothly. "Allow me to examine it, and I could offer more insight," That's not advisable, Dagny cautioned. Certainly not in this setting, Isidore agreed. A private audience would be best. Knox began to lean in with a response when a heavy thud echoed from the stage, snapping every head toward the sound. To his astonishment, Knox saw Seth, now adorned with shimmering golden wings, straightening from a crouch at the table's end, tucking a luminous stone into his pocket. "Hey, cuz," Seth said casually. "Fancy headpiece. Seth," Tess gasped. "You have wings." "You," Isidore hissed, her hands gripping the chair arms. Seth drew a dark, slender blade. "Why is she here? She's nothing but trouble." "Intruder!" Runda roared. "How did you breach the royal platform? He's kin," Knox called out.
"He has my leave to be here." Runda gave a curt nod and turned aside. "Good to see you, Seth," Newell greeted. "How's the leg holding up?" "It's seen better days," Seth admitted. "Quite an arrival," Doran approved. "He shattered my veil of silence," Isidore said, rising from her seat. "I'll shatter more than that if you don't leave," Seth warned. "How do you know, Isidore?" Knox asked. "She tried to kill me and Merrick," Seth stated flatly. "Where is the Dragon Slayer now?"
Isidore asked, her eyes scanning the room as she backed away. "Watching closely," Seth replied, his gaze shifting to his cousin. "Believe me, you don't want her around." "We were only talking," Knox said. Seth gave a tired nod, his eyes briefly lingering on the crown. A sudden, distant roll of thunder underscored the tension, a reminder that storms, both literal and political, were gathering on the horizon. "We need to talk." Kendra was led into a surprisingly spacious chamber to find a stunningly beautiful woman already waiting for her. The stranger wore a simple pale dress, her skin flawless and luminous, her features those of someone just entering adulthood. Her long, straight hair was a cascade of silver-white silk. Her build was a graceful combination of a dancer's elegance and an athlete's strength. The fairy guards ushered Kendra inside, and the moment they withdrew, the opening in the wall sealed itself seamlessly, as if the stone had simply flowed back together. The room was circular, with no sharp corners. The floor blended smoothly into the walls, which arched gently into the ceiling. A soft, sourceless light glowed from every translucent surface. "You must be Kendra," the young woman said, her voice calm. "Is this really a prison cell?" Kendra asked, pressing a palm against the wall. "It was warm and perfectly smooth. We cannot leave," the woman replied simply. "Will we have enough air in here?" A disarming smile touched the woman's lips. "You won't suffocate. The walls breathe for us." "Who are you?" Kendra demanded, suspicion tightening her voice. "Is this another one of Renaudin's illusions?" The woman arched a delicate eyebrow. "It's wise to be cautious, but I am a prisoner just as you are. Do I not seem familiar to you?" Only one comparison came to Kendra's mind. The woman possessed the same impossible radiant perfection as Bracken. "Are you a unicorn?" "I am related to someone you know," she offered. "Bracken? Are you his sister?" "Which one?" the woman asked, a playful glint in her eye. "The warrior," Kendra clarified, feeling slightly flustered. "Does my brother speak of me so little that you don't know my name?" The woman rolled her eyes with an exasperated sigh. "I am Lizelle. Until very recently, I was the captain of the guard here at the palace." "You commanded the fairies?" Kendra asked. "The fairy soldiers?"
Yes.
Lizelle confirmed. "Don't hold their actions against them. They must obey the crown, though I must admit it is particularly galling to be locked up by the very warriors I trained." "Where is Bracken?" Kendra's worry was immediate. "Were you hoping for a reunion?" Lizelle teased, and Kendra felt her cheeks grow warm.
"I'm concerned for his safety," she insisted. "My brother fought back after Ronodin stole the crown," Lizelle explained. "He rallied the Astrids, but in the end he refused to harm the fairies under Ronodin's control. He was overpowered and captured. He's here in the palace, held in one of the deepest dungeons." "What happened to the other unicorns?"
Those who surrendered are grazing in a distant meadow tucked away in a remote corner of the fairy realm. It's essentially a unicorn preserve now, Lizelle said. The ones who resisted were captured. As for my mother, her fate is unclear. She has not left this realm, but none of us can reach her. How did Ronodin get the crown? Kendra pressed. Lizelle's expression grew serious. All in due time, Kendra. First tell me why you came here. It was both brave and incredibly reckless.
Bracken is livid. I heard Ronodin had taken control, Kendra said. I wanted to help. You should have known a direct confrontation was impossible. Lizelle chided, though not unkindly. Not here, not while he wears the crown. It was impulsive, Kendra admitted. I suppose I hoped I could reason with him. The Fairy Queen has done so much for me, and Bracken, Lizelle's grin returned. I'm quite accustomed to my brother attracting admirers.
Kendra wished the floor would swallow her whole. He's one of my closest friends. Lizelle nodded, a knowing look in her eyes. You're not misguided. By all accounts, his feelings mirror your own, but helping him will be rather difficult from inside this cell. Can you communicate with him? Only in brief flashes, and it requires tremendous effort, Lizelle said. Ronodin is trying to shield both our cells from outside contact. Thankfully, his dark nature is at odds with the crown's power. For all his cunning, he wields it awkwardly. Let's just hope he's a slow learner, Kendra muttered, a flicker of her old defiance returning to push back the cell's oppressive serenity. Lizelle considered the question, her expression thoughtful. I believe his advancement has a limit unless he chooses to embrace the light, she said, a choice that would mean unraveling much of what he has done. How did you find out I was here in the fairy realm? Kendra inquired. The answer came not as spoken words, but as a clear thought in her mind. I perceived several discussions between Bracken and the Astrids. Lizelle communicated telepathically. Would you prefer we speak this way? Kendra thought back. Our conversation is shielded, Lizelle said aloud. Ronodin lacks the skill to listen in without my permission. Then why would he put me in here with you? Kendra pressed. He likely desires you to be trained, Lizelle suggested. You can train me? Have you promised to aid him in some way? Not at all, Kendra said. I'm the one who asked for his help. I'm fighting in the war against the dragons. Lizelle gave a slow nod. Intriguing. He must want you to become a more formidable problem for the dragons. His probable plan is to release you. You really think so? Kendra asked, a flicker of hope breaking through her caution. I can conceive of no other reason for him to allow a consultation with one of his most dedicated adversaries, Lizelle stated. Will you help me? Kendra asked. Lizelle extended her hand. I am able and willing, provided you are a genuine friend to the light. Will you permit me to look into your mind? Kendra stared at the offered hand, uncertainty holding her back. How can I be sure this is safe? Your fairy-kind nature shields your mind from forced entry, Lizelle explained. You may grant access under any conditions you set. For instance, you could allow me in only if I am truly your ally, and solely to verify that you are one as well. And if you're not an ally, Kendra asked, then I will see nothing, Lizelle assured her. No one can breach your mental defenses against your will. Then I agree, Kendra said, taking Lizelle's hand. Lizelle closed her eyes, and Kendra followed suit. A wave of soothing sensation began to flow through her. Her muscles loosened, her body feeling heavy and serene, as if she might drift off to sleep right there on the cool, mossy floor. Just as she was sinking into that profound calm, Lizelle released her grip. The sudden break in contact jolted Kendra back to full awareness. Your alignment with the light is unmistakable, Lizelle declared. I am pleased to offer my aid to a sincere friend of my family. What is it you can teach me? Kendra asked. I can see you have never received proper instruction about the essence and application of your power, Lizelle observed. You have learned a considerable amount through sheer experience, yet there remains a great deal you do not grasp.
That sums it up pretty well, Kendra admitted. I now understand why you shine with such intensity, Lizelle said. When the Fairy Queen made you fairy-kind, she connected your power to one of our source wells.
I don't know what that means, Kendra confessed. Lizelle's tone shifted, becoming almost wry, as if explaining something that should have been obvious long ago. What your world calls magic pours in from two main springs, light magic from the source, dark magic from the void. Both are gateways to other realms, ages past, forces we do not understand, severed direct contact with the source. Only a few objects, permanently bonded to it, provide a continuous link to its power. These objects are source wells. The crown of the Fairy Queen is one. You are bonded to another. Which one? Kendra asked eagerly. That is not for me to reveal, Lizelle said. But don't you draw from the source too? Kendra pressed. You use light magic, so does Bracken. Every being originating from the source possesses an inner light, their own inherent magic. Lizelle clarified, her voice returning to its instructive calm. It is part of our essence. When used, that power slowly refills itself. However, source wells can restore that energy far more swiftly and effortlessly. That's why I can recharge magical objects, Kendra realized, and why Raxtus glows more brightly when I'm near him. Precisely due to your bond with the source well, you have, in effect, become a living source well yourself, much like the crown or the Everbloom. Can my power ever be used up? Kendra worried. Any well can run dry, Lizelle conceded. But it would require truly extraordinary circumstances. Can my power help you? Kendra offered. You could restore me if I were depleted, Lizelle said. Yet more vital are the methods by which you might wield that power to aid your own cause. A sudden, sharp frustration cut through Kendra's curiosity. Why has no one taught me any of this before? Now, she demanded, the words coming out more forcefully than she intended. Lizelle's response was gentle but pointed. Why do we allow a bird to struggle its own way out of the shell? These abilities usually mature naturally, as they are meant to. Yet in moments of true desperation, there can be merit in giving them a gentle push. What should I do? Kendra inquired. You are unaware of the light you project, Lizelle stated. I've been told that, Kendra said. I can't see it, but you can see in darkness, Lizelle pointed out. Yes, Kendra confirmed. When you navigate the dark, you are using your own light to see without actually noticing the light itself, Lizelle explained. I can do the same with my light, and I am conscious of it, but I could perceive much farther by your light if you were beside me. Would it help me to see my own light? Kendra asked. It might allow you to grasp the immense power you hold more clearly, Lizelle replied. But a far greater benefit would be making that light visible to everyone, particularly to creatures of shadow. It could dazzle and drive them back. Like when I wore the Fairy Queen's crown in the Underrealm, Kendra recalled. How do I make it visible to all? I think I can show you, Lizelle said, and I can guide you toward cultivating other facets of your gift. Now you wish to learn how Ronodin obtained my mother's crown. I did, Kendra said. Lizelle studied Kendra for a long, silent moment. My mother entrusted you with her crown to save my brother, and you gave it back. You journeyed here through serious peril to aid us. I have looked into your thoughts and seen for myself that your heart is true, so I will share a story known to almost no one, even in our kingdom. You must vow never to speak of it, I promise, Kendra said. Not to allies, Lizelle emphasized. Not to your grandparents or your brother. This is my family's history to tell. I understand, Kendra said. Lizelle gave a slow nod. Fair enough. I believe my mother and brother would agree. My father likely would as well. First, I will tell you how Ronodin took the crown. Then I will tell you why. After all you have risked and all you have done, you have earned the truth. Thank you, Kendra said. I have not yet said where my father is now, Lizelle noted. That's true, Kendra replied. Where is he? None of us know, only that he departed this realm, Lizelle said. But we do know he allowed Ronodin into our domain. I heard about that, Kendra said. Lizelle looked briefly confused, then her expression cleared. Ah, father sent a fairy to you. Can you still read my mind? Kendra asked. No, but I remember what I saw, Lizelle said. I have sorted through most of it, though not all. That detail gives me hope. Why? Kendra asked. Because if father sent Gwendolyn to you, he was trying to set things right, Lizelle said. It's the same with his move to seal off Titan Valley. Perhaps he had reasons beyond sabotage for letting Ronodin into our realm, though it's difficult to fathom what they could be. I can't imagine any, Kendra admitted. Father tried to warn us, Lizelle continued, her tone shifting from solemn to one of sharp, frustrated irony. He claimed his presence in the fairy realm endangered us all, that he had been corrupted by his years in Zizix. We heard his words but dismissed them as misplaced nobility, a pathetic attempt to spare us from seeing him weakened and healing. Not one of us anticipated such a brutally deceitful betrayal. Even with access, how did Ronodin actually get the crown? Kendra pressed. He came through with dragons, Lizelle said, her voice hardening again. The assault included some of Celebrant's finest, like Mephisto and Jerawat. We lost many fairies, several unicorns, and at least 10 astrids. Ronodin struck the palace like a bolt of lightning and tore the crown from Mother before Bracken, or I could reach her. Many of our strongest defenders weren't there to protect her because they were with us, fighting to drive out the remaining demons. Did the demons join Ronodin? Kendra asked. Lizelle shook her head. No, he succeeded where we had failed. The demons withdrew peacefully once Ronodin claimed the throne. He must have called in a favor, Kendra suggested. Lizelle shook her head, her expression grim. Or it was a single move in a much longer game. What wounds me most is that I wasn't there to stand with Mother when it happened. The details are hazy. Her Astrid guards were killed, and the crown passed to Ronodin without her banishment or death. The rest I can only piece together from whispers and shadows. I'm so sorry, Kendra said softly. Lizelle's jaw tightened, a flicker of old pain in her eyes. You deserve to know the truth about my cousin before you cross paths with him again. He buries his past. Take my hand, and I will show you not just how he took the crown, but why. Kendra reached out, her fingers meeting Lizelle's, and the stone cell melted away. Suddenly, she was standing in a sun-drenched meadow where 2 boys duelled fiercely with wooden sticks. One had fair hair, the other dark, both moving with a grace and skill far beyond their years. They danced across the grass, thrusting, parrying and leaping over mossy stones in a mock battle that felt dangerously real. Their footwork was trained, their stances disciplined, a whirl of controlled aggression where neither could gain the upper hand. That is Ronodin and Bracken, Lizelle's voice murmured beside her. Bracken was the last of my siblings, born after Mother became queen. We were urged to live in mortal forms then to better understand the fairies we ruled. Ronodin's father, Yorlin, fell honorably in battle soon after his son's birth. As my father's brother, Yorlin's child was raised alongside us as one of our own. Even young, their features were recognizable. In a sudden, ruthless move, Ronodin grabbed Bracken's stick mid-parry and drove his own into his cousin's chest. "That's cheating," Bracken protested, rubbing the spot. "With real swords, you'd have lost your hand. But these aren't real swords," Ronodin replied coolly, "and now your mother is down one son." The vision shifted. Now they were men fighting back-to-back with gleaming white blades against a horde of trolls and demons. Astrids soared above and fought beside them, a coordinated storm of wings and light. My father led the Fairy Queen's armies, Lizelle explained. Bracken served as his lieutenant. Ronadine commanded the Astrids. He earned a reputation not just for his skill in combat, but for a cunning mind that could outthink our enemies. Where were you in all this? Kendra asked, as if speaking over a narrator. My sisters and I were schooled in statecraft, prepared to rule should the need arise, Lizelle said. I joined the fray when I could. After my father fell, I took his place as commander until Ronodin's betrayal, when he stripped my rank and gave my authority to a fairy lieutenant. Kendra watched, mesmerized, as Bracken dodged a troll's spear and cut it down with 2 fluid strokes. Nearby, Ronodin held off 3 demons until an Astrid swooped in. Seizing the opening, he finished all 3 in a blur of motion. "Were you here for this fight?" Kendra asked. "No, and we aren't truly here now. This is memory. How can it feel so real?" "A unicorn's gift," Lizelle said quietly. "We can share thoughts, impressions. Ronodin once opened his mind to me. Bracken still does." Kendra flinched as a troll's club caught Bracken a glancing blow, sending him stumbling. "Do not fear," Lizelle reassured her. "This is the past. He lived." Ronadin swiftly ended the troll from behind. "They fought well together," Kendra observed. "They were unstoppable," Lizelle agreed, her tone edged with bitter irony. "A perfect team right up until the moment one decided the crown looked better on his own head." The scene dissolved again, reforming into a quiet evening where Ronodin sat laughing with shepherds around a crackling fire. A moment of peace that felt like the calm before a storm. Kendra could not make out the words, but the lively exchange was clear enough, jokes traded, laughter shared, a genuine spark of interest among everyone present. Ronodin never seemed truly at home in our world, Lizelle observed. He was always slipping away to walk among humans, to listen to their stories, to taste what they ate. Is that so wrong? Kendra wondered. It can become risky in time, Lizelle replied. There is a purpose to our separation from mortal realms. Unicorns are eternal. We remain largely unchanged when we keep company with other eternal beings. But contact with mortal lives? That invites transformation, especially sustained contact. Even sharing a simple meal can begin to tether us to your fleeting temporal world. Are the changes always for the worse? Not necessarily, Lizelle said, but Ronodin's focus drifted toward dangerous curiosities. The vision shifted, and Kendra saw Ronodin dressed in elegant finery, moving through a throne room that glowed with the warmth of dawn. He held court among aristocratic unicorns and fairies, speaking with a passion that demanded notice. The reactions around him varied, some captivated, others visibly uneasy. We are beings of inherent purity, Lizelle explained. That virtue is the foundation of our strength. Yet Ronodin began to view our purity as a cage. He argued it kept us from experiencing life fully. He became convinced that mortals, in all their flawed complexity, held lessons about possibilities we had never dared to explore. The scene changed to a quieter, more private chamber. Here, Ronodin stood before the Fairy Queen and King, his posture defeated. The Queen's expression was stern, her words clearly a reprimand. "My mother warned him," Lizelle continued. "Only those who remain unsullied may dwell in the fairy realm. Those rules are what preserve our paradise." Ronodin stopped voicing his radical views openly after that, but in secret his convictions only hardened. If anything, his journeys beyond our borders grew more frequent, not just to mortal lands, but to far darker places. A flash of lightning tore across a blighted landscape. Twisted stone formations clawed at a bruised sky, while skeletal trees clung to barren soil. Pools of thick black tar bubbled sluggishly, releasing a foul stench. Misshapen creatures scuttled for cover in the shadows of jagged rocks. "Long ago," Lizelle said, "the Demon King ruled this place. The unhallowed province, much as the fairy queen rules our realm. Did it become the demon prison later? Kendra asked. No, that was a different place. The unhallowed province was largely abandoned after the Demon King's capture. It became a refuge for those whose hearts welcomed the shadows. In the next glimpse, Ronadine was seated at a wobbling table in a dim cellar beside a wiry old man. The man jabbed a bony finger at a rumpled map, his eyes wide, his hands animated. Ronodin became obsessed when he learned of the rushblot. Lizelle went on. An ancient fungus, steeped in the void's essence. It was one of the Demon King's most treasured artifacts, a perpetual font of dark power. Like a source well, but evil, Kendra murmured. Precisely the opposite, Lizelle confirmed, darkness instead of light. Ronadin decided the rushblow would be the ultimate gift for the Fairy King. The war against the Demon King had taken Ronadin's own father, and he believed stealing the fungus would cripple Gorgrog's influence. Under a heavy, greasy sky, Ronadin edged along the floor of a deep chasm. The pale glow of his white sword pushed feebly against the overwhelming gloom. A trickle of sludge seeped along the ground, and glossy black frogs scattered from the light. Creatures of darkness could never enter the fairy realm, Lizelle said, but the unhallowed province operated by a different rule. In that obscurity, all were welcome. Few unicorns could ever set foot in the unhallowed province, their inner light acting as a barrier. But Ronadine's own glow had faded enough to let him slip across the boundary. He moved into the gaping entrance of a cavern, its edges crusted with black lichen and hung with mushrooms sporting long, spiraling stems. Inside, the radiance from his blade shrank to a mere glimmer, swallowed by a thick, oppressive gloom. To Kendra, the scene felt eerily familiar. It reminded her of the consuming shadows that surrounded the Underking. From the deepest recess of that abandoned cave, Ronadin retrieved the rushblot. After a grueling trek, he then smuggled that dreadful cargo right into the heart of the fairy realm. In a vast wooded hall, beside a crystal-clear pool, Ronadin stood alone with the Fairy King. He pulled back a heavy cloth to unveil a grotesque fungus. It resembled a rotten wheel of cheese with its center hollowed out. The opening at the middle of that throbbing mushroom was a void of such profound blackness it looked like a window into a starless eternal night. The Fairy King stared at the object, his face a mask of confusion and dread. "Where did you find this atrocity?" he whispered. "In the unhallowed province," Ronadin replied, his voice trembling with barely restrained enthusiasm. "It is called the rushblot. I know the name," the Fairy King said, his tone heavy with sorrow. "It once belonged to the Demon King and was a great source of his strength." "Then why bring such foulness here?" the Fairy King pressed. "As a gift for you," Ronodin announced proudly, "a prize taken from the bleak lands of our enemies. Keeping it here weakens them." The Fairy King gave a slow, weary nod. "I recognize the good intention behind this reckless plan, but did it not occur to you to wonder why a treasure so precious would be left unguarded? Why no armies rose to stop you?" "I relied on stealth, not force," Ronodin argued. "Your presence in that shadowed place was as obvious as sunrise," the Fairy King countered. "Our enemies allowed you to take it. You have brought into our pristine realm something their combined power could never force inside. By stealing a possession of the Demon King, you have handed him a legitimate grievance against us. You have compromised the very protections of our home. I fear the price we may now have to pay to repair this breach." Ronadin's posture went rigid. "Then let me fix it. What must I do?" "Our only hope is for you to return it immediately," the Fairy King instructed. "Place the rushblot back exactly where you found it. I will then attempt to settle this dispute with Gorgrog." Ronadin's brow furrowed. "And simply let the demons win. We'll be made to look like fools." The Fairy King gestured toward the pulsating fungus. "I know you meant to help. There is no simple way to undo this error. Please, Ronodine, remove this vile growth from our realm and restore it to their province. Looking torn, Ronodine offered a slight bow. I only sought to honor you. I am thankful for the effort, son of my brother, the Fairy King said. But you must understand, until the Rocheblot is returned, your life is forfeit, and our entire realm is left vulnerable. I will do as you command, Ronodine said, turning to leave. Should I remain away?
Allow me to settle matters with the Demon King before you come back, the Fairy King replied, for the safety of everyone. Kendra's vision followed Ronodine as he journeyed across a harsh, borderless landscape. He scaled steep, verdant mountains and traversed rocky ridges, the shrouded Rocheblot slung over one shoulder. In his hand he used a magnificent golden halberd as a walking staff. Lizelle's voice resumed the tale.
While departing the fairy realm, Ronodine stole Eluxiter from the captain of the Astrids. That glorious polearm was among the most powerful talismans in the realm, linked directly to the source. Ronodine required the weapon for private reasons of his own. Then Kendra saw Gorgrog, the Demon King, striding into the fairy realm. He appeared much as she remembered from their battle outside Zizix. Darkness coiled around the colossal humanoid form, defying the brilliant light of the surrounding paradise. Wherever the Demon King Gorgrog walked, life itself seemed to recoil. Grass browned and shriveled beneath his heavy tread, and a tangled, thorny mass of antlers rose from his bullish, shaggy head. In one hand, he gripped a massive, cruel sword, its blade a jagged mess of spikes and serrations. Behind him, chained to his wide belt with links of black iron, the lifeless forms of his enemies scraped across the blighted earth. A murky, pulsating gem was set into his heavy crown. He marched away from his dark fortress to meet the Fairy King in a meadow, a place made vibrant by a sea of wildflowers. On one side of the Fairy King, the Astrids stood with stern expressions, their weapons gleaming in the light. Protecting his other flank were the Lamassu, creatures with the powerful bodies of bulls and the wise, bearded faces of men, each wearing a tall, ceremonial hat. "Your presence is an offense, Gorgrog, ruler of demons," the Fairy King declared, his voice clear and carrying. The Demon King came to a halt, his rich, rumbling voice laced with a sinister amusement. "The feeling is mutual, I assure you, and yet here I stand. I have a grievance that demands addressing." "Name it," the Fairy King invited, his posture unwavering. "A member of your court trespassed into my domain," Gorgrog stated. "He stole something of great value to me, a mystical fungus known as the Rocheblot. Give me the name of the thief." "The unicorn, Ronodine," the Demon King replied, the name hanging in the air like a threat. "Return him to me with what he stole, or it will mean war. Your borders will burn as readily as mine." The Fairy King shook his head. "I did not command this act. Why should I answer for it? Ronodine acted outside my authority. He is of your household, a leader among your forces," Gorgrog countered, a low growl underscoring his words. "His crime is your responsibility. Hand him over with the fungus, and I will consider the matter closed." "Ronodine is not here," the Fairy King said calmly. "I have already ordered him to return the Rocheblot to its rightful place. Will that not repair the damage done?" "It mends the theft, but not the insult of the trespass." The Demon King hissed. "What guarantee do I have that your wayward nephew will obey?" A murmur of concern rippled through the ranks of Astrids and Lamassu as the Fairy King drew himself up. "I will offer myself as collateral for my nephew's obedience." Immediately, protests erupted. Astrids stepped forward, volunteering themselves, and the Chief Lamassu roared that the risk was too great. The Fairy King silenced them with a raised hand, his eyes never leaving Gorgrog. "I rule the demons, but you hold no sovereignty in my lands, Lord of Fairies," Gorgrog said, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "I would much prefer your queen to rectify this injustice. I speak with her voice in this, the Fairy King stated firmly. "I am the defender of this realm. As Ronodin's superior, my worth as a guarantee far exceeds his." "So be it," Gorgrog acknowledged, the gem in his crown flickering. "Come with me now as my surety. Once the rushblot is restored, you go free, and your kingdom bears no further obligation. But if Ronodin fails, you belong to me." The Fairy King held the demon's gaze. "I accept your terms, King of Plotters, on one condition. You and all your allies must vow not to interfere with Ronodin as he completes his task." Gorgrog gave a single, slow nod. "Neither I nor any under my sway will hinder the unicorn. To do so would void our agreement." "Then we have an accord," the Fairy King said. "We do," Gorgrog rumbled, turning away. "Now come," after a final, reassuring glance at his worried companions. The Fairy King turned his back on the gleaming spires of his palace and followed the Demon King down the path of decay he had carved through the meadow. The bargain was struck. Meanwhile, far from the tense parley, Ronodin was indeed travelling to fulfill his king's command. His journey, however, was in no particular hurry. Before venturing into the grim reaches of the unhallowed province, he decided to break his trip at a familiar dusty tavern. That night he sat at the bar, slowly sipping a drink, when the spindly man from the wine cellar, a face from a very different past, slid onto the stool beside him. "Well, look who the tide's washed in," the man said, his voice a dry whisper. "Never thought I'd see you again. Fortune's wheel turns in strange ways. What brings a creature like you to this forgotten corner tonight?" Ronodin didn't turn from his glass. "A burdensome errand." Leaning in closer, the man asked, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "Must be serious. What kind of trouble has you passing through these parts?" "I am giving back what you helped me obtain," Ronodin said quietly. The man looked at him in disbelief. "Giving it back? Taking it was one thing, but returning it will be a different challenge entirely. It was only after I understood you were a unicorn that I knew you could even carry such a cursed thing. The creatures of the unhallowed province would have celebrated your theft. But they will fight against any attempt to make things right." "What are you saying?" Ronodin asked. "Try to restore what was stolen, and the legions of shadow will stand against you."
They will bar your path, seal the entrance to the cavern, there in their corrupted domain, surrounded and outmatched. You will be defeated, and they will seize what you are trying to restore. My mind is made up," Ronodin stated. "If you wish to succeed, then destroy the item you stole." Ronodin shook his head. "That would mean war. My people would pay the price." The gaunt man sighed. "Not if you cut ties with your people, not if you reject your kind and shoulder the blame alone."
"Under those terms, any quarrel would be with you personally. Rather than marching into an ambush, you would strike a significant blow against your enemies. The cost is that you would be cast out forever. The cost isn't what holds me back," Ronodin replied. "I have an obligation to see this through. Do you possess a weapon of light?" "I brought something to defend myself, in case I was blocked," Ronodin said. "That might be enough," the man offered. "Or perhaps you could use your horns." "That's enough," Ronodin said firmly. "I believe you mean well, but this task is mine to complete." The spindly man raised his hands and stepped back. "I only mean to save you from pain and disgrace. In the end, you must follow your duty as you define it. I wish you safe travels." Ronodin refused to change his plan, Kendra observed. "In that moment, yes," Lizelle answered, "but some ideas once planted need time to grow." "The Demon King promised not to stop him," Kendra said. That old man wasn't telling the truth. "Ronodin broke his word to the king," Lizelle replied. He knew his orders, yet the next day, after journeying to the border of the unhallowed province, he turned away. Ronodin couldn't face the humiliation of failing to return the Rocheblot. He thought rather foolishly that he could confine the punishment to himself alone for his mistake, and he believed he could achieve a better result than what the Fairy King had demanded. High on a windswept slope overlooking a gloomy sea, Ronadin poured the rushblot from its wrapping onto a stone altar, encircled by a half-ring of towering, twisted monoliths. As the fungus was exposed, the standing stones darkened, and the unicorn horn in Ronodin's grip gleamed with a milky light. "I now renounce my bond to the unicorns," Ronadin shouted into the wind. "I reject all ties to the fairy realm. I am a lone outcast, acting on my own authority, and I alone bear the weight of this choice." He began to pierce the mushroom with his horn. But instead of cleansing the fungus, the horn turned first ashen, then pitch black. In these final clear memories from Ronadin, we watch him try to destroy the rushblot with each of his 3 horns. Stubbornly ignoring his link to the rest of us, he appeared convinced that he alone would be held accountable. He would have been mistaken even without the Fairy King's pact, though that agreement certainly made the fallout far worse. Breathing heavily, exhausted, his 3 horns discarded, Ronodin raised the golden halberd Eluxita and drove it down onto the fungus. In that flash, everything vanished into darkness. Eluxita was shattered, and so was the Rushablot, Lizelle narrated, her voice heavy with sorrow. Ronodin lived, though we know his injuries were severe. "What happened to the Fairy King?" Kendra whispered. The blackness faded. The vision ended. Lizelle let go of Kendra's hand, and she found herself back in the sparse cell with its faint, translucent walls. Bound by the agreement, Father was shackled to the girdle of the Demon King, Lizelle said. On orders from the Fairy Queen, the Astrids attempted a rescue after their failure. Mother stripped them of their power, confining them all to their owl forms. As you might guess, Ronadin was cast out of the fairy realm, though he never tried to return until this very moment. When Artadius captured and imprisoned the Demon King, Father accompanied his captor to Zizix. For all intents and purposes, the demon prison became the new unhallowed province, and Father remained trapped there until you and your brother set him free. "What a heartbreaking story," Kendra said. "Father paid an unimaginable price for Ronadin's error," Lizelle replied. "And yet, somehow, Ronodin still holds a grudge against our family." "He probably despises himself most of all," Kendra offered. "I truly cannot fathom what goes through his mind," Lizelle said. "He convinced himself he knew better than everyone else. He imagined he could betray the very virtues that made him a unicorn without losing his path. His heart and his thoughts are a complete mystery to me." "Bracken must have been shattered," Kendra murmured. "Bracken was forever changed," Lizelle confirmed. "So was Mother. She removed all males from positions of leadership. She sealed our borders tighter than before and withdrew entirely from political affairs. She turned her attention outward, nurturing and beautifying the lands beyond our realm, but she remained distant from any conflict. The first time we ventured out to fight since Father's capture was at Zizix. I never knew any of this," Kendra admitted. "Now you do," Lizelle said softly. "And Ronadin still believes he knows best," Kendra observed. Lizelle let out a weary sigh. "Some things, it seems, are simply destined to remain the same." "This is a remarkably strange injury," Dagny remarked. Seth lay on the polished surface of a grand dining table in a spacious penthouse on the 5th floor, connected to Crossroads Plaza, his injured leg stretched out before him. Dagny bent over the wound, examining the clean slice along the outside of his thigh. Doran had taken Tess to get some rest, but Newell and Knox hovered close by. Isidore had made a quick exit shortly after Seth's arrival. "It's from the unforgiving blade," Seth explained. "The cut itself isn't particularly deep or wide," Dagny noted. "It's a long, thin line, as if made by the faintest touch of an incredibly sharp edge. It matches the tear in your pants perfectly. Under normal circumstances, I'd clean it, apply an antiseptic, and think nothing more of it. But the edges of this slit are blackened, as if lightly scorched. How long did you say it's been bleeding like this? A few hours now, Seth answered. I told you, this scratch will never close up. It is unusual that it hasn't started to clot, Dagny said, her brow furrowed. If what you say is true, and the wound never heals, you could slowly bleed to death, or it might become infected. But even if the skin never knits back together, I believe we can stop the bleeding with the right pressure. Knox leaned in for a closer look. That's bizarre, he said, peering through Dagny's magnifying glass. The black along the edges is so uniform, it almost looks like a brand from a hot iron. That sounds accurate, Seth said with a tired sigh. But I can't stay still. I have too many things I need to do. I've been treating wounds for a long time, Dagny stated. I'll seal the slit with a surgical adhesive. It's my own special formula. It has a strong antiseptic in it, and it should plug any gap where blood might seep out. How long will the glue hold? Seth asked. For several days at least, longer if you keep it bandaged, Dagny replied. I'll give you some extra adhesive to reapply if it's needed. How much does it hurt? Knox asked, prodding the area just below the cut. Seth flinched slightly. You know that sharp, stinging pain you feel the instant you cut yourself? Yeah, Knox said. It's still exactly like that, Seth told him. Hasn't dulled one bit. Knox made a face. Is it going to hurt like that forever? That's what they say about the unforgiving blade, Seth said. The wounds never get better. So, how did it happen? Knox pressed. I was flying, and I had a crash landing, Seth said. It was an accident. Why don't you just put it in a sheath? Knox asked. No, sheath can contain this blade, Seth explained. Carrying it is my responsibility. Then, why do you have another sword? Knox inquired, nodding toward the weapon at Seth's side. Seth glanced first at Dagny, then at Newell. Can we trust her? I believe so, Newell said. But full disclosure, she's a dragon. Seth jerked back, putting a little more distance between himself and Dagny. Seriously? I don't blame you for being wary of dragons, Dagny said calmly. Maybe I'm the one who should be cautious, Dagny remarked, her nostrils flaring slightly. I can scent dragon's blood on you. Seth explained. Celebrant had me locked up at soaring cliffs. I fought my way out. Impressive, Dagny replied. My sympathies no longer lie with my own kind. I find this human form far more agreeable. Seth turned and gestured for Newell to approach. How long have you two been acquainted? Since this morning, Newell answered. She strikes me as a decent sort. Seth gave a nod. And how did you discover she was a dragon? She told us? Knox interjected. Not the wisest move for a spy, Seth observed. I am no spy, Dagny stated firmly. Just a woman with a complicated past and a very fine tavern. She paused, her gaze lingering on Seth's weapons. That other blade you carry, it has a familiar aura. My other sword is Vasilis, Seth confirmed. The sword of light and darkness? You recovered it? Newell asked, his eyes widening. Along with a new task, Seth said. 2 enchanted swords, Knox exclaimed. Let me borrow one. Seth shook his head. These blades bring more trouble than they're worth. You have your hands full with that crown, I'd say. Where did it come from? Knox's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. We were in the throne room when the dragons finished the giant queen. The crown tumbled off when Celebrant struck the final blow. I snatched it as we fled. Wasn't it enormous? Seth asked. It shrank the moment I touched it, Knox said. And you chose to wear it? Seth pressed. We were trapped, Knox insisted. The valley giants were ready to end us until I put it on. It changed everything. It truly was a desperate moment, Newell added. And a shock to everyone present. The giants actually accepted you as their ruler? Seth asked, skepticism clear in his tone. For the time being, Nox admitted. Runda, who leads the Valley Giants, has already demanded a duel for the crown. When? Next month, Nox said. I have one cycle of the moon before the fight happens. That assumes the Sky Giants even recognize your claim, Dagny interjected, re-entering the conversation. They won't care about the Valley Giants' opinions. If the Sky Giants declare you a thief, they might simply obliterate you where you stand. Nobody has managed to obliterate me yet, Nox retorted, a defiant edge to his voice. Seth studied the gem set in the crown. You sound sure of yourself. What's your strategy? Still figuring it out, cousin, Nox said. What's yours? I have obligations. Seth's eyes flicked toward Dagny. I should go prepare the surgical adhesive for your injury, Dagny said, rising. I'll make a quick trip to Shangri-La for supplies and redress the bandage when I return. All right, Seth said. Thank you. She hurried from the room. I believe she was giving you privacy to talk, Nox observed. Can you all keep a secret? Seth asked. For minutes at a stretch, Newell quipped. Seth fixed him with a stern look. This one concerns life and death. In that case, ours, Newell amended. Seth let out a short laugh and shook his head. I suppose I crack jokes at the wrong moments, too. Those are the only moments worth joking, Newell said. The Singing Sisters have called in the debt I owe them, Seth revealed, his tone turning grave. They returned Vasilis to me, which is how I broke free from the dungeons at Soaring Cliffs. My task is to gather every fragment of the ether gem. What's that? Newell asked. Sounds extravagant. It's the power source that kept the Sky Giant's kingdom aloft, Seth explained. The largest piece was the Wizen Stone. The smallest is the ether shard, which I just failed to steal when I injured my leg. I also must retrieve the stones from the Dragon King's crown, the Demon King's crown, and the Giant Queen's crown. Hold on, from my crown? Nox asked, his hand moving instinctively to the circlet on his head. Just the stone, Seth clarified. Nox gave an uneasy chuckle. Perhaps when I'm finished with it. What do you mean? Seth asked. If I hand over a damaged crown, Runda will never accept me as the Giant King, Nox argued, a new stubbornness hardening his features. Do you actually want him to treat you as the Giant King? Seth challenged, his voice sharpening. Why? So you can fight him. I've faced worse. Nox shot back, taking a deliberate step away from his cousin. His mind flashed to a memory, not in the original telling, a frantic rain-swept night on a crumbling cliffside where sheer instinct had saved him from a fall. The confidence from that near miss felt similar to what he felt now. Remember a certain demon named Remelon? No, Seth said flatly. He slew an underwater demon at Crescent Lagoon using Kendra's windbag Newell supplied. And with a magic sword I could easily take down a giant, Nox asserted, his earlier defiance curdling into a boastful, almost reckless pride. This wasn't just about survival anymore. A strange, intoxicating sense of destiny was taking root. Really? Seth asked, his disbelief plain. That's your ambition, to cling to that crown?
I'll unite the giants against the dragons, Nox declared, lifting his chin. That will never happen without the proper leader. Seth exchanged a long, silent look with Newell. Is this some kind of joke? I doubt it, Newell replied. Seth shook his head, frustration clear. Nox, even if you win one duel, they'll just keep challenging you. Not if I have the right enchanted sword, Nox countered. Seth closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Maybe I should just give you the unforgiving blade and let you learn the hard way. At least I wouldn't be the one accidentally slicing my own hand off. Nox shot back. You have no idea what you're saying, Seth said, struggling to keep his voice level. Holding onto that crown is the single worst decision you could make right now. Worse than gathering fragments of a magical gem for the Singing Sisters. Nox challenged. Aren't they just a coven of witches? Why do they get to wield that kind of power? They'll end me if I don't deliver the pieces, Seth insisted. They were clear failing this dooms our side in the Dragon War. They'll say whatever they need to keep you on a leash, Nox dismissed. They've never lied to me, Seth argued. Patton trusted their guidance too. Not everything revolves around you, Seth, Nox said, his tone turning cold. Some of us have our own strategies. Let's hear this grand strategy of yours, Seth demanded. The details are still coming together, Nox said evasively. But it's certainly better than unleashing the undead from the Blackwell and handing Wormroost over to Celebrant. Seth's hands clenched into tight fists. The accusation hit its mark, worming its way into his thoughts and feeding his deepest insecurities. His cousin wasn't wrong. Seth's actions had led to catastrophic ruin. Why should anyone trust his judgment now? A hot wave of anger surged, directed both at himself and at Nox for so bluntly pointing it out. The impulse to draw Vasilis and simply cleave the stone from the crown was almost overwhelming, but he forced it down. He's not thinking straight, Newell offered, giving Seth's shoulder a reassuring pat. Am I wrong? Nox pressed. Newell scratched his head awkwardly. Look, I'm no expert on giant politics, but I'm fairly certain if you try to rule them, you'll end up as a greasy smear on the sole of a giant's boot before the week is out. I'm no king, Seth admitted, the words tasting bitter. But I've made royal-sized mistakes. I got Agad killed. This whole war might never have begun if not for me, and I'm supposed to surrender one of our greatest assets because a few witches gave you a command? Nox scoffed. Do you honestly believe the giants will ever bow to you? Seth asked, leaning forward. Be real. Not immediately, Nox conceded. I'll have to earn their respect through combat. A few decisive victories will establish my right. Seth studied his cousin. Nox could be insufferable, but this wasn't just arrogance. It was recklessness. It's the crown, isn't it? Seth realized aloud. It's messing with your head, pumping you up like some cheap bravery elixir. I'm using logic, Nox stressed, his voice hardening. This crown is a monumental advantage. Discovering it was a miracle. You're not the only hero in this story, Seth. Hero? Seth echoed with a hollow laugh. I thought we'd just agreed I'm the one who lit the fuse on this war. I've heard all about your legendary exploits, Nox said, a new calculating edge in his voice. But your chapter is closing. Mine is just beginning. You're full of surprises, Nox, Newell observed, tilting his head. I keep my cards close, Nox said, tapping his temple. There's more going on up here than anyone gives me credit for. Strategies, schemes, talents. I let my opponents think they have me pegged, and then I make my move. Are we your opponents now? Seth asked, a knot forming in his stomach. That depends on you, Nox said, folding his arms across his chest. I'm supposedly a friend to the giants. One of them granted me that title, but if they turn on me, they'll discover exactly what happens to my enemies. And what's that? Newell asked, his usual levity gone. Utter annihilation, Nox stated, his expression utterly devoid of humor. Nox, Seth said, trying a different approach. I'm facing an impossible task ahead, since you already possess the giant queen's crown. Retrieving that stone should be the simplest part of it for you.
It was the giant queen's crown, Nox corrected, a smug smile playing on his lips. Past tense, it's King Nox's crown now. If you want a chance at it, you'll have to wait your turn. Just be careful, Seth warned, a genuine note of concern breaking through. Don't let that thing dictate your choices. Nox let out a short, defiant laugh. I don't hear the crown whispering a thing. You're the one trying to dictate to me, trying to sabotage our biggest opportunity. How do you plan to claim the Dragon King's crown without winning the war first? And last, I checked. The Demon King is still securely locked away in his prison, isn't he? Go fetch those before you come for me. I'll collect what I need in due time, Seth replied. Take your first step somewhere else, Nox shot back. Or you'll have me to answer to,
And a whole lot of furious giants. You think they're angry now? Try hacking apart their sacred crown. They'll chase you to the ends of the earth." In a sudden move, Nox darted forward, snatched the unforgiving blade from the table, and leaped back, levelling the weapon at Seth. His eyes held a frantic gleam. "What are you doing?" Seth exclaimed. Keeping the playing field level, Nox stated, "Wouldn't be fair for the guy with 2 enchanted swords to go after the guy with empty hands." "Nox, the mere fact you can hold that blade is a terrible omen," Seth cautioned. "It means the darkness is taking hold in you."
"You'd be the expert on that," Nox retorted, his gaze fixed on the blade's sleek, shadowy length. "It's high time I wielded a weapon fit for a king." Seth spotted Newell creeping up behind Nox, but kept his focus on his cousin to not betray the satyr's approach. "Nox, your only aim should be getting out of Titan Valley alive," Seth urged. "Abandon the crown, you're clutching a tiger by the tail, and where exactly would I leave it?" Nox challenged. "Let me guess, with you?" "Perhaps you're correct," Seth said, attempting to soothe him. "Perhaps you are the most suitable guardian for the crown and all its perilous." Newell lunged. Nox sensed the movement and spun the unforgiving blade's tip, slicing across the satyr's arm and part of his chest. Staggering backward, Newell let out a choked gasp through clenched teeth and collapsed to the floor. "What have you done?" Seth yelled, rolling from the table to his feet and drawing Vasilis. The sword blazed with an angry crimson light. "He attacked me," Nox insisted, eyes wide, keeping the dark blade pointed at Seth. "He was trying to aid you," Seth said. "Are you okay, Newell?" "I'm not certain," Newell answered, his voice tight with pain. "He took a chance," Nox said defensively. "You stole my sword," Seth accused, advancing, Vasilis amplifying his fury. "Within 10 seconds you used it to wound Newell. That cut will never close." Nox looked scared. "Stay back, Seth." He held the unforgiving blade out, its tip aimed at his cousin. "What's happening?" Doran cried, rushing into the room. "Stay clear, Doran," Seth warned. "Nox cut Newell with the unforgiving blade. They're all against me," Nox claimed. "They want my crown." "Nobody wants your crown," Doran said, then hesitated. "Do they?" "I only require the stone from it," Seth clarified. "How about we all lower our swords?" Doran suggested. "We're in enough hot water without crippling each other." "Yeah, Nox," Seth echoed. "Put the sword down." "If I do, I might as well just hand over the crown," Nox argued. "You might as well," Seth agreed. "I'm leaving," Nox declared, edging toward the door. "I'm going to get my people to guard me." "Your people," Seth mocked. "The giants want you dead at the earliest opportunity. At least they aren't trying to steal what's rightfully mine," Nox said, keeping the sword trained on Seth as he reached the doorway. The air in the room felt charged, thick with the scent of old stone and betrayal. "What do you think that whole challenge was about?" Seth pressed. "They intend to take that crown one way or another, and you're not walking out of here with my sword. We were managing just fine until you barged in," Nox accused. "You were on the verge of befriending Isidore," Seth reminded him, "who tried to murder me and Merrick because she coveted that very blade you're clutching." "Nox, drop the sword," Newell groaned from the floor. Seth lowered his blade to his side. "Are you planning to kill all of us, Nox?" Nox glanced uncertainly at Newell. "I never meant to hurt anyone." "Why not try removing the crown from your head and see if your thoughts clear?" Seth proposed. "You'd like that?" Nox said bitterly. "One step closer to you snatching it." Seth took a deliberate step back. "Just try taking it off, not handing it over." Nox lifted his free hand toward the crown, then halted. A strange, almost wistful expression flickered across his face, as if he briefly remembered a simpler time before the weight of metal and destiny settled on his brow. "This sword cuts through anything?" Nox asked. "So far," Seth confirmed. "Will it cut through Vasilis?" Nox inquired, lowering his free hand to his side. "Care to find out?" Seth challenged, raising his sword.
Vasilis pulled him forward, eager for the clash. Was Vasilis truly a match for the dark blade, or was the sword itself simply hungry for conflict? Seth understood that losing Vasilis could doom the entire mission given to him by the Singing Sisters. Yet allowing Nox to keep the unforgiving blade was unthinkable. "Seth, stop," Doran warned, but Seth was already focused. "Get Newell to safety, Doran," he instructed firmly. "Stay back. This is a mistake, Seth," Doran pleaded. Seth shook his head, his eyes fixed on Nox. The crown has him in its grip. It's filling him with a reckless arrogance. "I'm leaving," Nox declared, moving toward the door. A dry, sarcastic laugh escaped Seth. "I have wings, remember? You can't just walk away from this. We end it now, or I'll find you wherever you go." Nox hesitated, then stepped back into the room, a flicker of regret crossing his face. "Help, Newell," he shouted, his voice strained. "I never meant for him to get hurt."
"I've got this handled," Seth assured Doran, who then hurried to Newell's side, carefully lifting him. Blood stained Newell's arm and soaked his shirt. Leaning heavily on Doran, Newell managed to stumble out. "Look at what you've done," Seth said, his tone shifting from anger to a weary disappointment. "That wound will leave a permanent mark. You don't have to keep choosing this path." "Pay attention, Seth," Nox sneered, regaining his bravado. "If you don't back off, you'll be next, really."
Seth asked, incredulous. "You'd kill your own cousin over a piece of jewelry. You'll get yourself killed trying to take it," Nox retorted. "Just leave me alone. Fly back to wherever you crawled out from." "Put my sword down," Seth demanded. "This was never your sword," Nox spat. "You just stumbled upon it, or worse, took it from someone you murdered." With a powerful snap, Seth unfurled his golden wings, the light in the room seeming to dim around him. "Last chance. All you do is talk," Nox mocked, a reckless grin on his face. "Those wings look pathetic. Come closer, and I'll turn them into kindling for her." Seth reined in his fury, folding his wings tight against his back as he surged forward. A single precise swing of Vasilis sent the unforgiving blade spinning from Nox's hand. The dark sword carved through a wooden table leg and embedded itself deep into the floorboards, only the hilt remaining visible. Seth halted, the glowing tip of Vasilis hovering just before Nox's heart, casting both their faces in a hellish red light. "Seems we found the one thing that dark blade can't slice through," Seth remarked coolly. "Are you going to kill me?" Nox whispered, his voice trembling. "What a fearless warrior you are," Seth scoffed, the sarcasm thick. "I'm amazed any giant ever worked up the nerve to face you." "I'll never hand over the crown," Nox insisted. "I'm not asking for it yet," Seth said, his voice dropping to a more reasonable tone. "Just take it off." "No. Indulge me," Seth pressed. "You can even keep holding it in your hands. You'll have to run me through first." "The thought crossed my mind," Seth admitted, "but turning you into one of the wandering undead might be a more fitting lesson." Nox went pale. He wouldn't dare. Seth tilted his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Are you sure about that?" "You're insane," Nox breathed. "I could cut you down right here," Seth said calmly. "I could tear that gaudy crown right off your head, but I fear ripping it away might scramble what's left of your mind. Why is removing it yourself so difficult? Ask yourself that, honestly." Nox's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. It feels impossible, Seth. It really does." "The crown is a parasite," Seth explained, his voice softening slightly. "It wants to stay attached to its host." Nox groaned in frustration. "You're messing with my head." "It's the crown that's messing with you," Seth corrected. "You stole my sword and nearly killed my friend. If I were truly your enemy, we wouldn't be having this conversation." A full-body shudder racked Nox. "How do you know taking it off will fix anything?" "I don't know for certain," Seth confessed. "I'm hoping it will." With trembling hands, Nox raised them to the sides of the crown. "It feels like trying to lift a mountain. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know?" Seth asked quietly. Nox gave a slow, reluctant nod. "What would a Texan do in a spot like this?" Seth prompted, invoking a shared memory of stubborn pride from their childhood. Gritting his teeth, Nox squeezed his eyes shut and wrenched the crown upward. When he opened his eyes, blinking rapidly, they were wide with horror. "Oh, no," he whispered, looking at Seth as if seeing him for the first time. "I know the feeling," Seth said, lowering Vasilis. "What have I done?" Nox asked, his voice small. "You took off the crown," Seth replied. "That took real courage." "What was I thinking?" Nox muttered, hurling the crown to the floorboards with disgust. "Take it. Melt it down. I don't care." "I just need the stone from it," Seth said, picking up the discarded crown. The malevolent gleam in its jewel seemed to fade. "Let's go see how Newell is doing. Find the light." Kendra sat cross-legged on the cool stone floor of the cell, her eyes shut tight. She breathed in slowly, holding the air in her lungs before releasing it, trying to search within herself exactly as Lizelle had instructed. She had tried this same search before sleep, and again just a few hours prior, with little to show for it. Opening her eyes, she let out a frustrated sigh. "I feel calm. I'm right here in the moment."
"But I can't find what you're talking about. It's just nothing. You draw on this power constantly," Lizelle said, her voice a patient murmur in the dim cell. "Every time you comprehend or speak the language of the fair folk, it happens in the deepest dark when your vision clears. It flows when you channel magical energy to another. Those things just happen," Kendra countered, a hint of weariness in her tone. "I don't do them, they just are." "You will unlock new abilities when you learn to consciously command that flow," Lizelle explained. "The energy is woven into the very fabric of your being. You pull from it on instinct. Now you must learn to do so with intention." "I'm trying, Lizelle," Kendra said, her shoulders slumping. "If I knew how to find it, I would. You're asking me to flex a muscle I didn't even know was there." "You use this muscle every single day," Lizelle replied gently. "I fall asleep every day, too," Kendra shot back, a spark of her usual stubbornness flashing through her fatigue. "But I can't just snap my fingers and do it on command. Believe me, I've tried, especially lately." "Not a bad comparison," Lizelle conceded. "You understand the conditions that allow for sleep, quiet, comfort, safety, but you do not yet command the process itself." "I'm just so tired," Kendra admitted, the fight draining out of her voice. "I don't know what else to do." "I'll keep trying, obviously. Maybe I'll just stumble into it eventually." "Kendra," Lizelle began, her tone shifting to one of solemn decision, "my preference was to guide you to discover these connections yourself. True understanding often grows more solidly that way. But given our circumstances, trapped here, with dangers pressing in, this is an emergency. If you consent, I can offer a more direct intervention." "Is it dangerous?" Kendra asked, her gaze sharpening.
"Somewhat," Lizelle confirmed. "You will not be prepared for every door this adjustment might unlock. It will demand great discipline to exercise the necessary restraint. But it is also a profound risk to leave your potential untapped when the threats arrayed against you are so severe." "Then I want the help," Kendra said without hesitation. Lizelle moved to sit directly before her. "Take my hands." Kendra reached out, her fingers closing around Lizelle's.
"Now, close your eyes," Lizelle instructed. "I'm going to let you glimpse yourself as I perceive you." The moment Kendra shut her eyes, a vision erupted in her mind. She beheld a figure of such staggering radiance that light cascaded from it in blinding waves, completely obscuring any recognizable features. It took her a disorienting second to understand she was looking at a reflection of herself.
"That is your natural state, when I do not actively work to dampen the glare.
Lizelle's voice echoed in the shared vision. Gradually, the luminous figure came into sharper focus. Her duplicate still glowed from within, but Kendra could now make out her own face, her own determined expression. To see you clearly requires significant effort on my part, a constant filtering of your brilliance, Lizelle continued. Only those attuned to magical energy perceive this light. You hold the potential to manifest this energy as physical illumination, bright enough to overwhelm mortal sight or scorch creatures of shadow. In the vision, her own light flared, becoming a searing solar intensity. Kendra instinctively flinched, squeezing her eyes tighter. "It's too bright. It cannot harm your physical eyes," Lizelle soothed. "They have been closed this whole time. You are now closing the eye of your mind." Kendra dared a mental peek at the overwhelming effulgence before shutting it out again. "Whatever eye I'm using, it hurts. I recently used light like this. I accidentally blinded a friend with it." A sharp pang of worry for Vanessa, alone and injured, cut through her. She pushed it down. "Then you understand the necessity of caution," Lizelle said, her tone turning brisk, almost businesslike. "Now pay close attention. I will show you where this light is born." The vision of her radiant self vanished. Kendra was abruptly aware of her physical body again, the hard floor, the clasp of Lizelle's hands. She saw only darkness behind her eyelids, but then she felt it. A roaring, blazing wellspring of power ignited in the very core of her chest, a sun contained within her ribs. "Do you feel it now?" Lizelle asked. "Are you making that happen?" Kendra whispered, awestruck by the palpable force. "I am merely turning up the contrast on what has always been there. You are perpetually overflowing with this energy. You have never seen your own light, Kendra, but you have been seeing by its glow all along. You have been drawing from your own immense reservoir without ever knowing its source." "It seems so obvious now," Kendra breathed, the truth settling into her bones with the weight of something long overlooked. The power didn't feel foreign. It felt like coming home. Lizelle's voice was calm but firm. "Channel that inner energy and let it glow." Kendra hesitated, unsure. "How exactly do I do that? Would you like a demonstration? Please. Watch closely." Kendra felt the familiar surge of power awaken within her. Even with her eyelids shut tight, she perceived the room flood with an intense, sudden luminescence. Peeking through her lashes, she was forced to squeeze her eyes shut again against the dazzling glare. "Incredible," Kendra breathed. The connection faltered, and the light vanished. "Your turn," Lizelle prompted. Mimicking the sensation, Kendra reached for her power again, and the radiant glow obediently returned. "Well done," Lizelle approved. "You learn fast. Now try drawing more energy to increase the brightness, and keep those eyes closed." Kendra pulled deeper from her well of power, feeling the light grow painfully intense. "Could I permanently damage my sight doing this?" "Eventually, you might learn to alter your eyes themselves, making them resilient to such brilliance," Lizelle explained. "But until that day, yes, blinding yourself is a very real danger. You could accidentally harm others as well. This light must be handled with great care." "It frightens me," Kendra admitted, a tremor in her voice. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What if she lost control completely? "A little fear can be a wise guide," Lizelle conceded. "Can I aim it?" "Control where it goes. With dedication, yes," Lizelle said. "Show me how," Kendra pleaded. "I cannot," the unicorn replied. "I have shown you the door to your power. Projecting light is its most fundamental expression. But by exploring that connection further, you could one day learn to transform a simple stalk of wheat into a gleaming blade, a fallen oak leaf into a sturdy buckler, or a branch into a formidable lance. Truly, that is only the beginning. You could grant voice to creatures of the field, breathe life into figures of clay, conjure wings for flight, or craft hidden spaces between moments. The potential is boundless, though your skill will need years to mature. Lizelle withdrew her touch. The power still hums inside me, Kendra noted. Yet you cannot perceive your own radiance, Lizelle countered. Why not? Kendra asked. Your sight will expand as your comprehension of the light deepens, Lizelle said. For now, limited vision is a protective mercy. What should I work on first? Kendra inquired. Practice manifesting physical light, Lizelle instructed. Work on regulating its intensity and directing its path. Could I accidentally blind you? Kendra worried. Me? Unlikely yourself? Absolutely. Keep your eyes closed until your control is more refined. For the next hour, Kendra experimented as directed. Producing a blinding flash was simple, but emitting a gentle, contained glow proved far trickier. The most frustrating challenge was attempting to localize the light to just her palm. Once summoned, it insisted on spilling out in every direction. She was finally making progress, narrowing a beam to shoot straight ahead when Lizelle's mental voice cut through her concentration. We are about to have company. Kendra let the light die just as a section of the cell wall shimmered and dissolved, settling into a stable oval doorway. To her astonishment, Virgil stepped through, his expression softening with evident relief at the sight of her. Kendra, the satyr greeted with a brief wave. Are you okay? Kendra asked, quickly. No harm done, he assured her with a faint smile. And your companion here? This is Lizelle, a unicorn, Kendra said. Virgil offered a polite bow. Will you be accompanying us? Lizelle inquired. Virgil shook his head. I'm only a messenger. From Ronodin? Kendra pressed. Virgil nodded. If you wish to discuss terms for your freedom, you must come with me now. Ronodin is prepared to negotiate. Refuse, and you will be moved to solitary confinement. Go, Lizelle urged immediately. Leave this place if the chance is given. Any clue what he'll propose? Kendra asked Virgil. None, the satyr admitted. You should listen, Lizelle insisted. A lonely cell offers you no advantage. If Ronodin is willing to let you go, he has his own motives. Lizelle's thoughts whispered directly into Kendra's mind. Be very cautious about what you agree to give up for your liberty. Kendra sent a silent thought back. I'll be careful. Thank you. Farewell, Lizelle said aloud as Kendra moved toward the portal. The wall rippled once more, sealing itself seamlessly behind her, leaving no trace of an exit. 2 fairy sentries stood waiting, slender and tall with wings that shimmered like colored glass, each holding a delicate spear. They escorted Virgil and Kendra along a series of twisting corridors until they arrived at an opening sealed by a simple wooden screen. The warriors stationed there moved aside. Ronodin is expecting you, one of the graceful guards announced. Proceed. The satyr remains with us. Kendra stepped around the screen and navigated a narrow, turning passage before parting a curtain of beads into a space thick with mist. Visibility stretched only about 30 feet in any direction, with no ceiling or distant walls in sight. Hello, Kendra called into the haze, inhaling the humid air. Kendra, Ronodin's voice replied from somewhere unseen. Quite a remarkable room, don't you think? He emerged riding a bicycle, pedaling toward her before breaking a few yards away. Dismounting, he set the kickstand. How large is this place? Kendra asked. It goes on for miles, Ronodin said, waving a hand toward the fog. All enveloped like this. The palace holds several vast chambers similar to this one. This particular room generates different weather patterns. I assume Lizelle was useful. What are you talking about? Kendra asked. She helped you tap deeper into your abilities, I imagine? Ronodin inquired. Were you watching us? She shielded the room so I couldn't listen in, but I could tell when your light flared intensely. Just so we're clear, if you attempt to dazzle me, there will be no deal. That's reasonable, Kendra said. You're actually going to let me go? There was hardly any fun in capturing you, Ronodin remarked. You walked straight to me. No chase, no excitement, Next time, put up a bit of a fight. You wanted Lizelle to train me, Kendra asked. You'll require every bit of strength you can gather if you intend to stand against the dragons, Ronodine explained. Would you like to hear the conditions for your release? Yes. I won't be negotiating this, Ronodine stated. My offer is more than fair. What are the terms? I have 3 conditions. First, you depart immediately. No lingering, no goodbye to Bracken. My fairies will take you and the satyrs straight to an exit. Your only task is to walk through it. Virgil comes with me. Hence my mention of a satyr. Second, your foremost mission must be to locate the legendary dragon slayers. It's the sole way you can pose a real threat to the dragons. Do you have any clues? Kendra studied Ronodin. Some tell me, Ronodin urged. I won't send you back out there unless you stand a chance. I believe certain demons are willing to assist me, Kendra said. Ronodin's eyebrows lifted. You'd accept their help? It's a crisis, Kendra replied. I'm impressed, Ronodin said. The demons have no desire to see the dragons dominate. They might be your most powerful allies. A demon mentioned that since I defeated their king, they expect me to eliminate Celebrant, Kendra shared. That's how I'd approach it, Ronodin agreed. You don't want the demons holding a grudge, and you need to kill Celebrant regardless. He's changing dragonkind in ways that harm everyone. Which demons are offering aid? I have 3 names, Kendra said. Talizar, Batusa, and Vezradim. You've been industrious, Ronodin noted. Those are major figures outside of Zizix. Do you know where to find them? Talizar is at Wyrmroost, Kendra said. He'll be the simplest to reach, Ronodin said. I can send you through the fairy shrine to your former sanctuary. I expect Talizar will have plenty to share. Where exactly do I find him there? Ronodin let out an amused laugh. If only you knew someone knowledgeable about shadowy creatures. Do you know, Kendra pressed, the moonlit tower, Ronodin revealed. It only appears when the moon is out. Head to the pathless forest northeast of Stormguard Castle. Be wary of lycanthropes, their werbeasts. Talizar himself is one. Is it far from the fairy shrine? Kendra asked. Quite, Ronodin said. You'll want to fly. It's unfortunate. Raxtus got away. I'll manage, Kendra replied. If everything else falls through, you still have your own 2 feet, Ronodin pointed out. And a satyr for company, though your satyr friend might be interested in this. He dangled a leather cord from his fingers, from which hung a thumb-sized ivory mask, a piece of jewellery. Your search for the dragon slayers will place you among regular people, Ronodin explained. Out there, Virgil will look exactly like a goat to almost everyone. This pendant will allow him to appear human. You're just giving it to me, Kendra asked, skeptical. If the dragons achieve an overwhelming victory, we all lose, Ronodin said, placing the pendant in her hand. I need you to create significant problems for them. The dragons already possess plenty of advantages. Kendra slipped the pendant into her pocket. If you want me to cause trouble, can I have my weapons returned? My bow and my pack? Of course, Ronodin said with a casual wave. They'll be waiting for you when you leave.
Third, Kendra prompted. Ah, thanks for the reminder. I was nearly going to let you go without any further strings attached. Really? No, this is the crucial part. You must swear by the power you wield that you will return here when I call for you. Kendra's expression darkened. So you're keeping me on a leash? I don't provide favours without expecting something in return, Ronodin stated flatly. What does swearing by my power mean?
Your power is the guarantee, Ronodin clarified. If you break your word, I can revoke your status as fairy kind. Does that mean you can summon me any time you wish? Kendra pressed. Yes. With this one promise, I will not summon you until the dragon war is resolved. Either you will have defeated Celebrant, or the dragons will have shattered the sovereign's skull and launched their assault on humanity. And here's a bonus. If you're dead, I won't demand your return. You're not actually setting me free, Kendra said, the reality settling in. Consider it a work release program, Ronodin suggested, a hint of mockery in his tone. You remain my prisoner, but you get to go fight your war and aid your friends and family. Kendra frowned. Even if she won, her ultimate freedom was forfeit. Yet it was a chance to halt the dragons. I'm not getting a better deal, am I? Take it or leave it, Ronodin said simply. Kendra let out a resigned sigh. I'll take it. To be absolutely clear, you swear by your power to return when I call? Ronodin verified. Yes, Kendra confirmed. Ronodin smiled, a cold, satisfied expression. Then we have an agreement. I almost included a fourth condition. What was it? That you name your firstborn son after me. Seriously? Should we add it now? We already shook on it. Maybe next time. I doubt there will be a next time, Ronodin said, his voice dropping to a dismissive murmur. You'll probably die out there. But at least you'll die doing what you love most, championing a lost cause. He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. Honestly, the sheer, stubborn optimism of it all was almost charming in its futility. I know what happened between you and the Fairy King, Kendra said, shifting the subject. Ronodin brought his hands to his ears in a theatrical gesture. I was afraid of that. I have no desire to discuss it. You once fought beside Bracken, Kendra persisted. Nobody is perfect, Ronodin retorted. It doesn't have to be like this, Kendra urged. Ronodin closed his eyes and held up a hand, silencing her. Please, spare me. Don't pretend you understand my story because you caught a distorted, simplified glimpse of it. You might know a fragment of how I began walking a certain road, but you know nothing of the journey itself, or who I became by walking it. It's never too late to change course, Kendra insisted, her voice softening with a genuine, if naive, hope. Ronodin fixed her with a glare so intense it felt like a physical weight. Is it too late for me to back out of our bargain? The deal is already made, Kendra said. I suppose it is, Ronodin conceded, the menace fading back into cool detachment. Though tossing you to piranhas might have been more entertaining. You're wearing the Fairy Queen's crown of light, Kendra observed, her eyes on the gleaming diadem. Is it comfortable? For the time being, Ronodin replied, giving the crown a slight irreverent tap with his finger. My guards will take you to the correct gateway. Best of luck against the dragons. Enjoy your time here, Kendra replied, her tone dry. Ronodin flipped up the kickstand of his motorcycle and swung a leg over the seat. Always do, he said, and with a roar of the engine, he vanished into the thick, swirling fog. Elsewhere, Seth was seated at a table with Nox and Doran, the three of them hunched over a sprawling jigsaw puzzle. The completed sections showed trolls labouring to unload crates from a ship tied at a misty dock, a mundane task that felt worlds away from magical wars and binding oaths. They had assembled the border and connected several interior sections, forming a partial picture. Hermo stood apart, observing. The solitary troll had slipped back into the apartment after dark, greeting Seth with excitement before retiring. The morning had been spent on the rooftop, amusing themselves by trying to drop small stones down chimney stacks. After Doran discovered the puzzle in a cabinet, Seth and Nox had begun working on it, but Hermo declined, stating it was unworthy of his talents. Hermo, Seth urged, help us locate the remaining border pieces. Child's play, Hermo dismissed. Show us, Seth challenged. This is a 1,000-piece set. The troll waddled over and, without hesitation, plucked the final 2 edge pieces from the scattered pile and snapped them into position. Hermo snorted. Could do it blindfolded? Sure you could, Nox said skeptically. Hermo squeezed his eyes shut and started fitting pieces together at a startling pace, constructing the image from the center outward. Simple. All right. We believe you, Nox conceded. Leave some for the rest of us. Hermo opened his eyes and stepped back from the table. This is for infants. How does he manage that? Nox whispered. His eyes were definitely closed. Locating things comes naturally to him, Seth explained. We throw more rocks at chimneys, Hermo proposed. In a minute, Seth said, studying the puzzle to see where he could contribute. Tess rushed in, shutting the door behind her.
The sky giants are approaching. Are you certain? Knox asked. I was downstairs with Newell, Tess said breathlessly. Word just arrived from Runda. A guard sighted them from the wall. How many? Seth pressed. At least 40, Tess reported. They're armed. Seth gave a grim nod. After the tense exchange with Knox the previous evening, it had been a welcome respite to focus on something light-hearted, to postpone difficult decisions for a short while. We must evacuate, Seth declared.
You'll require the gem from my crown, Knox reminded him. Seth had concealed the crown in his sleeping quarters, wary that Knox might try to seize it again. He had left the jewel in its setting in case they needed the crown's authority for another bluff against the giants. Seth nodded and turned to Doran. Is Newell able to travel? He lost considerable blood, but Dagny's adhesive has sealed the wound to escape being massacred by giants. I'll have him upright. We need to slip away without the valley giants realizing, Seth said. They're detaining us here as much as they are guarding us. Hermo, can you guide us out? Yes, Hermo said. Over roofs, then below ground. Then more roofs? They will catch your scent, though. Must keep going. Everyone collect your essentials and go, Seth ordered. Don't wait for me. I'll retrieve the gem, then fly up to scout. How will you locate us? Knox asked. Where are you leading them? Seth asked Hermo. Hermo crossed his arms. We go to Deep Place under the garrison by the white tower with the gold dome. I can find that, Seth said. You find tower, Hermo instructed. Enter garrison. I find you. Is it deep enough to mask our scent from the giants? Doran inquired. Hope so, Hermo said. Goatman has powerful smell. The shouts of valley giants giving commands echoed from the street. Everyone move now, Seth commanded. If the sky giants arrive before we're gone, we're finished. Seth sprinted to his bedroom. He grabbed the unforgiving blade, then reached into the slit he had cut in his mattress and pulled out the giant queen's crown. Placing the crown on the bed, he carefully applied the edge of the unforgiving blade to the front of the circlet. The blade sheared through the metal as if it were soft wax. Steady, Calvin cautioned. You don't want to damage the stone. After a few precise cuts behind the gem's setting, the jewel came loose. Seth tucked the gem into his satchel and bolted from the room. He dashed downstairs to the chamber where Newell was recuperating. He found Dagny there, assisting the satyr to stand. Newell's chest and shoulder were tightly bandaged, hiding the wound from view. Seth offered a quick apology as they prepared to leave. Wish we didn't have to rush off like this. Newell gave a pained shrug. Running beats getting flattened. I've survived worse scrapes. Seth looked at his friend, guilt tightening his chest. Those other times weren't permanent. This is on me. I'm really sorry. Newell's eyes flicked to Dagny. Her salve is sealing it up. You saw how it worked on your own cut. This is much deeper, Seth insisted, the weight of his decisions pressing down. And my own carelessness caused mine. I never should have brought that cursed blade here. You're doing what you feel is right, Newell replied, shifting his weight carefully. I wasn't about to just watch while Knox came at you. Honestly, you probably should have, Seth muttered. But you didn't. Knox is beating himself up about it, Newell said, moving slowly toward the doorway. Seth announced his plan. I'm going up to scout the giants approaching from the air. Do you still have that extra jar of adhesive I gave you? Dagny confirmed he did. Keep it close, she advised, her tone grave. An injury like that will haunt you forever. Left alone, it'll turn deadly, from bleeding out or from poison in the blood. What a wonderfully cheerful prognosis, Newell grumbled sarcastically. Seth thanked her and followed the satyr into the corridor. Newell grimaced, moving his torso with extreme caution. Seth gave his shoulder a gentle pat. Hermo needs you topside to get the evacuation started. I'm going on ahead. I'll catch up with you. Try not to let those giants swat you out of the sky, Newell called after him as Seth took the stairs 2 at a time. They'll be watching the air upstairs. Nox intercepted him. You got the stone. Right here, Seth said, not breaking his stride. What about the crown? Nox asked. Left it on my bed, Seth replied. I'll grab it, Nox decided. I'll stash it somewhere along our route. We can't let the giants find it without the gem until we're clear. If I'm the only one who knows where it is, maybe we can use that for leverage later.
Smart,
Seth acknowledged. See you soon. He sprinted to a ladder and climbed through a hatch in the ceiling. On the flat rooftop, shielded from the street below by a low wall and various structures, he found Tess waiting. Did you get everything? He asked. All the sensible things to carry, she said. I told the others they were packing too much loot. You're flying out. To see how close the sky giants are, Seth confirmed. A flicker of fear crossed Tess's face. I'm afraid you'll vanish on us again. You have a talent for getting lost. I'll come back, he promised, unless I get killed. Please don't get killed, she said softly. We need you here. He let out a weary sigh. Sometimes I think I cause more trouble than I fix. Tess smiled up at him, her expression so full of unwavering faith it caught him off guard. You'll find a way. I believe in you. Thanks, Seth said, his voice thick. I'll make sure everyone's safe before I do anything else. Time was slipping away. Seth launched into the air, skimming low over the rooftops away from Crossroads Plaza. He knew a promise was just words until he could keep it. He desperately wanted to be someone who kept his word. After putting several city blocks between himself and the Valley Giants' camp, he climbed higher and angled toward the nearest section of the city wall. He figured once he was up high enough, the sky giants would become visible. The flight didn't aggravate the wound on his leg, though he was acutely aware of it and thankful for the bandages holding the healing salve securely. Heads up, Calvin's voice piped from his pocket. You're making a nice target. Glancing down, Seth saw a different breed of giant, stockier and more squared off than the valley giants, using slings to hurl stones skyward. He thought he was out of range until a rock hissed past, mere inches from his ear, forcing him into a steep, frantic climb. I see them, Calvin reported. Northwest. Seth looked where Calvin indicated and spotted a contingent of at least 50 sky giants marching on Humber, gaining more altitude. He flew toward them. They were a well-equipped force, many bearing shields and wearing armor, all armed. They moved with alarming speed, their immense strides eating up the length of a football field every few seconds. Calvin observed that the creatures were significantly larger than the valley giants. And they're carrying serious weaponry, Seth added. Suddenly, a voice he recognized called his name from above and behind him. Seth jolted, his wings instinctively twitching toward a defensive dive before he caught himself. Who's there? He demanded. It's Raxtus. Following the sound, Seth spotted a faint shimmer in the air nearby. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Seth accused. Stealth is preferable to visibility right now, Raxtus replied dryly. Dragons aren't exactly welcome in these parts at the moment. Seth hadn't laid eyes on Raxtus since leaving him with Merrick and Kendra back on Beacon Hill. A cold dread settled in his stomach. Where's Kendra? Troubling news, Raxtus said, his voice tight. Renaudin has her. Your friend Virgil is captured as well. What? How? Seth's cry was sharp with panic. I transported her to the fairy realm using the gateway at Obsidian Waste, Raxtus explained. She was determined to aid Bracken and the Fairy Queen. You're certain she was taken? Seth pressed, needing confirmation. A squad of human-sized fairies seized her, Raxtus confirmed. I only just got away. Her last instruction was for me to find you. I didn't anticipate you'd be quite so conspicuous, soaring around with those golden wings in the open sky. What are we supposed to do? Seth asked, his mind racing. She explicitly warned against a rescue, Raxtus stated. Ronodin's power in that realm is currently overwhelming. Her orders are for us to focus on the dragon threat. Seth adjusted his wings against a sudden buffeting wind. That simplifies nothing, he muttered. I'm here to assist, Raxtus offered.
Warren, Tanu, and Vanessa are nearing Humburg, crossing the plains in search of your cousins. I've already located them, Seth said. They're in serious trouble. Where? Raxtus inquired. In the town, Seth replied. Somehow Nox has declared himself the Giant King. You cannot be serious, Raxtus gasped. He took the crown after the Giant Queen fell, Seth explained. Brought it to Humburg.
When a group of valley giants confronted him, he just placed it on his own head, and they went along with it. Now their actual leader has challenged him to a duel for the throne. Are the sky giants coming for it? Raxtus asked. I'd bet on it, Seth said. Word is travelling fast, and they'll be absolutely livid once they discover I pried the central gem right out of the crown. Do you have a death wish? Raxtus cried out. Feels like it sometimes? Seth admitted grimly. My task is to gather every fragment of the ether gem. That means the Wizen Stone, the Etheshard, and the jewels from the crowns of the Giant Queen, the Dragon King, and the Demon King. You're not joking, Raxtus said, his voice hollow with disbelief. It's the mandate given to me by the Singing Sisters, Seth stated firmly. They were clear, we lose this war unless I complete it. Does that even make sense? Raxtus questioned. I trust them, Seth insisted. I already have 2 of the stones.
And I know the location of the Etheshard. But Seth, be realistic. My father's crown, and Orogoro's, it's suicide. I know it sounds utterly insane, Seth conceded. But if I can destroy Celebrant's crown, it should at least diminish his strength. He would be weakened, Raxtus acknowledged reluctantly. Marginally. If you can actually manage it. It's this or die trying, Seth said, his resolve hardening. I'm all in. Then I'll help, Raxtus vowed.
But first, we need to extract your cousins. Can you guide me to Tanu? Absolutely, Raxtus said. He, Warren, and Vanessa are camped just outside the city limits. Let's move, Seth urged. Past time, Raxtus agreed urgently. The sky giants have definitely seen you. Fantastic, Calvin interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. They're moving faster now. A few are already taking potshots with arrows.
Good thing they're ground-bound, Seth said, a strained attempt at optimism in his voice. We need speed elsewhere. 2 warrior fairies helped Kendra climb out of a small mountain spring, setting her gently on the rocky ground. 1 returned her sack of gales and her bow. 2 more brought Virgil through the water and placed him beside her. Nearby, a miniature statue of a white fairy stood watch beside a golden bowl where water bubbled up from the earth, formed a shallow puddle, and then spilled over the rocky ledge to join a larger stream below. All 4 warrior fairies then plunged into the ankle-deep puddle and disappeared from sight. The newly risen sun had just cleared the eastern peaks, washing the slopes of Wyrmroost in a warm golden light that stretched long, sharp shadows across the landscape. The roar of Split Vale Falls filled the air beneath Kendra's feet. Emerging from the fairy realm's watery passage had left her clothes clinging with moisture, though she was far from soaked through. A nudge from Virgil broke her focus. We've got company, the satyr murmured, his tone tight. Tracking his line of sight, Kendra peered down from their rocky perch to a wider, flatter section of stone near the waterfall's crest. There, a shrouded, hooded figure stood waiting beside a crude shelter of branches, leaned against a boulder, 2 astrids in their owl forms perched on either side of the stranger, their serene, genderless faces watching patiently. The cloaked person lifted a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. Greetings, Kendra. Might I have a moment of your time? My intention is to assist you. Is he a threat? Kendra silently asked the Astrids. He bears you no ill will, came the immediate mental reply from one of the owls. Virgil shot her a sideways look, muscles coiled. Want me to go down first, he asked, voice low. Or I could just hurl some dirt in his face as a distraction, and you make a break for it. I have a feeling he's on our side, Kendra said, already moving. Do you recognize him? Virgil pressed, keeping pace as she stepped away from the shrine and began picking her way down the rough slope. Only one way to know, she answered. Virgil snatched up a hefty stone before following her. The mysterious man waited without moving as Kendra reached the broad area at the top of the falls, his features swallowed by the deep shadow of his hood. Virgil arrived at her shoulder, hefting the rock. Identify yourself, Kendra demanded. I am known as the Traveller, the man answered, his voice calm and measured. My purpose here is to offer you aid. Kendra's eyes flicked to the makeshift lean-to. How could you possibly know I'd be here? The Traveller gave a slight nod toward the Astrids. They were aware. The new ruler of the fairy realm has gathered countless foes. A great many watching eyes are fixed upon him now. Lower your hood, Kendra said firmly. I need to see who you are. I value my privacy, the Traveller countered. You seem familiar, Kendra insisted, a memory tugging at the edge of her mind. I want to confirm a suspicion. With a slow motion, he pushed back the cowl. It appears I cannot deceive you. Beside her, Virgil abruptly went down on one knee, bowing his head. Your Majesty. Please rise, old friend, the Fairy King said, a weary warmth in his tone. I hold no official title that commands such gestures any more. There's a world of difference between a thief who snatches a crown and a king who rightfully earns it, Virgil stated, getting to his feet. The sentiment is noted and appreciated, the Fairy King replied. Please, stand. Virgil complied. It really is you, Kendra breathed, pieces clicking into place. You were the one who sent a fairy to warn me. I was, he acknowledged, and not long ago I encountered your brother. You gave him the wings, Kendra exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over her. I am providing aid where it is possible, the Fairy King said, his expression grave. Will you do me the courtesy of introducing your companion? This is Virgil, Kendra said. He was a scholar of the games living in Hamburg. His help was crucial in our victory over Humbuggle. You have my gratitude, Virgil, the Fairy King said, his gaze solemn. Kendra requires steadfast allies. Virgil tossed his stone over the edge of the falls and gave a firm, confident thumbs up. I'm with her all the way. A pressing question surfaced in Kendra's mind. I have to ask, she began.
Why did you allow Ronodin into the fairy realm? Were you deceived? It was not a choice I made willingly, the Fairy King said, the words heavy. I was manipulated in my sleep. Nissa, the progenitor of all narco-blixes, bit me while I was imprisoned within Zizix, shackled beside Gorgrog. I only became aware of her connection to me after I awoke from her influence. I believe permitting Ronodin entry was the single instance she forced her will upon me.
That wasn't your fault,
Kendra said quickly. It was not a conscious decision, he conceded. But I knew those long years spent in darkness might have left me vulnerable. I existed in a hazy, half-aware state for much of that time. My captivity has likely stained me in other ways I do not yet perceive. I should never have returned to a pristine sanctuary unless I was certain I was wholly cleansed. I attempted to reach the source, but found the path barred. I tried to warn my family. I meant to depart, but I hesitated for too long. His hands clenched the fabric of his cloak. And now the profound damage I have enabled cannot be reversed. I have become a danger, so if I wish to help, it must be from the shadows. It's a terrible tragedy, Kendra said softly, but you fought against it? A meagre comfort to those who have suffered because of me, the Fairy King replied, his regret palpable. You are seeking knowledge from Talizar?
Those astrids certainly keep you well informed, Kendra observed, a faint, wry smile touching her lips. Perhaps I could bypass that entirely if you happen to know the whereabouts of the legendary dragon slayers? Kendra asked. The Fairy King shook his head. I'm afraid I do not. Does the idea of seeking information from a demon unsettle you? It's not exactly my preferred method, Kendra admitted.
Few have more reason to loathe their kind than I, the Fairy King stated, a flicker of old pain in his eyes. Yet over the long years I have, with extreme caution, found occasional and profitable assistance among them. It is a delicate dance. The war is a disaster, Kendra said, her frustration boiling over. We haven't won a single engagement. Even our apparent victories turn to ash. It feels like we're always one step behind, reacting instead of acting. Seeking the dragon slayers is a wise and necessary path, the Fairy King affirmed. I can aid your journey to Talizar. Do you have any spare wings? Kendra inquired, thinking of the astrid wings. I had only the 2 sets to give, he replied, but I can secure your transportation. He raised his fingers to his lips and issued a piercing whistle, which was instantly answered by a familiar whinny from above. Kendra turned to see 2 magnificent winged horses descending, a chestnut mare adorned with snowy patches and a sleek, dark brown stallion with a jet-black mane. "Glory noble!" she cried out. "You're acquainted with flying horses?" Virgil asked, his voice tinged with awe. "I helped them earn those wings," Kendra said simply. Virgil gave a short laugh. "I really need to stop being surprised by anything around you. At this point, I should just expect the impossible." Glory touched down gently, and Kendra rushed forward, wrapping her arms around the mare's powerful neck, her fingers sinking into the warm coat. "It's so wonderful to see you," she whispered, emotion thickening her voice. "I'm so relieved you're both safe." Noble dipped his head in a regal nod, while Glory nuzzled her affectionately, a soft huff of warm breath against her cheek. "The protective boundaries of Wimroost are failing," the Fairy King explained gravely. "These mounts can now carry you anywhere without restriction. Your first destination should be the moonlit tower, deep within the pathless forest. Though it is day, the moon hangs visible, and the tower should reveal itself. Do you know the route?" Kendra asked, looking into Glory's intelligent eyes. The mare nodded firmly and stamped a hoof for emphasis. "Glory has a particular fondness for cartography," the Fairy King noted with a hint of amusement. "She knows the lay of Wyrmroost as well as any creature living." Noble let out a proud neigh. "Noble, you are an undisputed expert on the finest grazing meadows," the Fairy King acknowledged. "But have you applied yourself to the study of maps with the same dedication as your companion?" After a moment of apparent consideration, Noble shook his head and gave a dismissive snort. "Honesty is a virtue," the Fairy King said. He then fixed his gaze intently on Kendra. "Would you care to deepen your connection with these companions to communicate more clearly?"
"Absolutely," Kendra said without hesitation.
"I sense you are far more attuned to your innate power than during our last meeting," he observed. "Lizelle guided me," Kendra replied. "You could not have asked for a more capable teacher," he said. "Would you permit me to assist you in a brief exercise with these Luvians to channel that power?" "I'd be grateful for the help," Kendra answered. Turning to the horses, the Fairy King posed a question. "And how would you two feel about the gift of speech?" Both creatures nodded vigorously, their hooves tapping the ground with eager excitement. "May we have temporary access to your minds?" he asked them next. Each horse dipped their head in clear consent. "Place a hand on each, upon the head or the neck," he instructed Kendra. Kendra positioned herself between Noble and Glory, resting a palm on each strong neck, just behind their ears. The Fairy King laid a light hand on her shoulder. Immediately she felt a surge within her, as if a dormant flower had suddenly burst into full, radiant bloom. Her awareness expanded, stretching to encompass the very life essence of the 2 horses. She could perceive the steady rhythm of their hearts, the flow of their breath, even the subtle processes within. A cascade of memories, sun-drenched flights, quiet forest pools, the scent of wild herbs flooded her perception, mingled with their immediate, wordless thoughts and a profound, hopeful curiosity. Her own power flowed outward, wrapping around them, and she felt enveloped in a comforting, luminous warmth. Then the Fairy King withdrew his hand, and Kendra slowly lowered hers. "Did it work?" she whispered. "Let Glory be the one to tell you," the Fairy King suggested gently. "How am I supposed to?" Glory's voice began, clear and astonished in Kendra's mind. Truly? Just like that? After all these silent years? "We can speak," Noble said, his mental voice rich with satisfaction. "I have formed thoughts since I was a foal," Glory marveled, "but I could never give them sound. I never dared to dream this day would arrive." She bent her front legs in a graceful bow toward the Fairy King. "Our deepest thanks, Your Majesty. Direct your gratitude to Kendra," he corrected softly. "It was accomplished through her power, not mine. Bear them safely, wherever they choose to travel," the Fairy King declared. Noble spoke with conviction. "They have our unwavering loyalty." "Thank you, Kendra," Glory said, a new warmth in her voice. "I finally feel like I truly belong here." "Same," Noble agreed, shifting his weight. "I have so much to say." "Perhaps save some for the journey," the Fairy King advised gently. "You know where you must go. Do not delay." Kendra settled onto Glory's back. "Your turn, Virgil." The satyr looked at Noble with clear apprehension. "Satyrs aren't really known for—" "Riding horses?" Noble offered. "Riding anything with a backbone," Virgil clarified, scratching his head. "It's just not done. We all adapt when we have to," Kendra reassured him. "It'll be fine. What if I slip?" Virgil fretted. "Tuck into a ball," Noble suggested, not entirely helpfully. "What if we're 1,000 feet up?" Virgil's voice climbed an octave.
"Then definitely don't slip,"
Noble replied, a grin in his tone. "You will not fall," Glory said, her voice steadying. "I promise." With a resigned sigh, Virgil approached. Placing his hands on Glory's flank, he gave an ungainly hop, trying to swing a furry leg over. It was not a graceful maneuver. "Here, give it a proper jump," Noble said, dipping his own shoulders slightly. Changing strategy, Virgil gathered himself and pushed off with both hooves, hauling himself sideways across the horse's back. After some determined wriggling, he finally righted himself into a seated position. "Whoa, it feels incredibly high already." "Hold that feeling," Noble said, and with a powerful beat of his wings, they surged upward from the cliff's edge. The waterfall's roar faded instantly beneath them. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Kendra called down.
"Please call me the Traveller," came the distant reply. "Thank you, Traveller," Glory echoed, her voice carrying on the wind as she pushed forward into the vast sky. For one heart-stopping second, Kendra was certain they would drop like stones. Instead, Glory caught the air, climbing steadily as the mountain face plunged away beneath them. Soon their elongated shadow was skimming over the canopy of a distant forest, a tiny, swift-moving blot.
"I was meant for this," Glory said, her voice filled with a quiet joy. "Traveling on the ground feels clumsy and earthbound now. You're a natural," Kendra said, impressed by the smooth glide. "It's not only the wings," Glory explained. "When I fly, my entire being lightens. The wings guide us, but the sky itself seems to lift me." "Am I too heavy?" Kendra asked. "Barely a consideration," Glory assured her. Kendra recalled wild flights with Raxtus over Wyrmroost, full of steep dives and sudden loops. Glory's flight was different, controlled, steady, yet no less exhilarating. The wind whipped through Kendra's hair, and the sprawling sanctuary below looked like a detailed diorama. Glory adjusted her pace, holding a position about a football field's length behind Noble. "The moon is trying to say hello," Glory observed. Kendra scanned the horizon and spotted it, a pale, ghostly disk nestled in a break between the gauzy clouds. It was strange, she thought, how the moon could seem so meek and insignificant in the bright blue day, yet command the entire sky once night fell. As they sailed over sharp ridges and dense woodlands, Kendra kept a wary eye out for dragons. She spotted a pair of griffins circling far off, and they passed surprisingly close to a swan with an immense wingspan. "How many dragons are left here?" Kendra asked. "We must always be vigilant," Glory answered. "I was sheltered with Thronis after the sanctuary's fall. The dragons had their freedom, but many chose to leave within days. Not all departed, however. Caution is our constant companion." "Do the undead still control Blackwell Keep?" Kendra asked, her thoughts turning to her grandparents. "The stronghold remains besieged by them," Glory confirmed. "Could you outrun a dragon?" Kendra pressed. "I would certainly hope so," Glory said, a flicker of uncertainty in her tone. "It is a test I have not yet faced." Glancing down and to the left, Kendra saw Stormguard Castle, looking like a child's toy from this altitude. It seemed not so long ago that she and Seth had broken the curse there. Seeing it still standing, apparently untouched by dragonfire, brought a surge of relief. The old protections must still hold. She briefly wondered what aid King Hollerix and Queen Satilla might offer if she asked. Lochland and the others were likely there too, but her path now led to a darker source of information, a demon. A detour to the castle, however comforting, would cost precious time they did not have. Soaring past a line of jagged peaks, they descended into a wide basin choked with a wild, knotted jungle. The trees were stunted and gnarled, their branches locked in a perpetual twisted struggle. Below, Kendra spotted murky ponds clogged with cattails and water lilies. Eyes forward, Glory directed. The moonlit tower rose from the greenery, more delicate and intricate than Kendra had imagined. Standing perhaps 5 levels tall, its hexagonal form was a canvas of elaborate carvings, figures and visages covered its pale facade. The stone had an eerie, milky quality, like a daytime moon, and as they approached, the entire structure seemed to gain a ghostly translucence. Noble touched down on the flat rooftop, with Glory landing beside him, her hooves striking the stone with a sharp clatter. "That jungle is no place for anyone ever," Glory warned. "Staying up here is the wise choice." Virgil slid off Noble immediately, but Kendra stayed put for a moment. "How was the ride?" she inquired. "Terrifying initially," Virgil admitted. "I found my nerve after a while." Finally dismounting, Kendra knelt to examine the tower's surface. The stone retained its hazy, almost spectral appearance, yet it was unyieldingly solid under her touch. One section of the roof rose into a small turret housing a slender door. As it swung inward, both horses shied, and Kendra sprang to her feet. A wolfman emerged, draped in a long burgundy robe. His fur was slick and dark, his eyes glowing like coals. His paws were oddly rodent-like, tipped with cruel black talons. "Kendra Sorensen," he rasped, revealing a jagged mouthful of fangs. "I anticipated your arrival. Your companions may wait here, where it is secure." He moved aside and gestured into the doorway. "If you would join me inside, we can converse under the safeguard of my guest right." Just beyond the smouldering perimeter of Humberg's walls, Raxtus and Seth landed near Tanu, Warren, and Vanessa on Earth, scorched by dragon flame. No giants were visible from their position, not on the battlements, nor on the surrounding plains. "Seth," Tanu boomed, his face splitting into a huge grin as he opened his arms. "You made it, for now," Seth replied. "Vanessa's condition? Blind?" Vanessa stated flatly. "Hey, Raxtus," Warren said, shielding his eyes. "You're about as clear to me as you are to her." Vanessa smacked Warren's arm with the back of her hand. "What? Bad timing. Sky giants are charging toward Hamburg," Seth said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "From that way, just beyond the horizon." "We need to locate Nox and Tess," Warren insisted. "Already handled," Seth said. "But there's news. Nox escaped Terrastios with the giant queen's crown. By their laws, that makes him the giant king." "Nox, a king?" Warren exclaimed. "He's a kid from Arizona. How does that function?" "Exactly. It paints a target on his back. So he's hiding inside the city," Seth explained. "I shattered the Wizen Stone and have the fragments. Also, the Singing Sisters collected my debt. They sent me to retrieve all the components of the ether gem." "The ether, what?" Warren asked, bewildered. "A primordial artifact of immense power. Vanessa cut in. Its fragments are set as the centerpieces in 3 royal crowns." "Right. Those 3, plus the Wizen Stone and the ether's hard," Seth confirmed. "Our first job is to extract Nox, Tess, and the satyrs from Hamburg. I know their location."
"And I have our exit strategy," Tanu said, pulling a small rune-inscribed disc from his pouch. "Andromedus tracked us down yesterday. He gave me a single-use teleporter to evacuate anyone who wants out of Titan Valley." "One trip only." "Andromedus was here?" Seth asked, surprised. "Briefly," Tanu nodded. "He's bouncing around the world trying to aid what's left of the resistance. The Dragonwatch allies are retreating to a stronghold in the kingdom of Salona." "Where's that?" Seth asked. "Somewhere in Europe," Warren said with a shrug. "Total secret, an entire nation concealed from ordinary eyes by a powerful enchantment of misdirection." "I'd only ever caught whispers of such a place," Vanessa admitted. "It's the ancestral homeland of the fair folk," Tanu explained. "That's incredible," Seth replied. "My mission to gather the remaining ether gem pieces is urgent, but first we're getting Nox and Tess back. We can't waste a second. Raxtus, are you able to carry me?" Tanu inquired. "Let's move," the dragon affirmed. Warren pointed toward a crumbled section of the city's defensive wall. "Vanessa and I will take cover just inside past that breach." "Understood," Seth said, leaping skyward with a powerful beat of his wings. As he climbed, the distant figures of the sky giants became visible again, charging across the landscape with alarming speed. They would reach Hamburg in mere minutes. "Spot the golden dome atop the white tower," Calvin called out.
"I see it,"
Seth confirmed. He drove himself forward, wings pumping as he dipped low, weaving between chimney stacks and skimming over slanted roofs in a desperate sprint toward the landmark. The streets below seemed abandoned until he approached the tower's vicinity, where a crowd of valley giants had amassed in the adjacent plaza. They were clustered outside a low, sturdy building set kitty-corner from the tower's base. A group was busy around a crackling fire, igniting torches and passing them out. Seth glanced back, catching the faint, glimmering outline of Raxtus with Tanu, and signaled for them to hold position on a nearby rooftop. He then descended, landing softly beside a shuttered well just a short distance from Runda. The valley giant commander stood with his bronze helmet gleaming, arms crossed, deep in conversation with 2 others. While not as colossal as the sky giants, the valley giants still towered over Seth, their knees level with his head. "What's the plan here, Runda?" Seth asked in the Giganti tongue. The giants whirled toward him, several casting uncertain looks at their leader. Runda raised a hand to silence them. "Our so-called king attempted a cowardly escape." Runda grumbled. "Isn't a king free to travel as he wishes?" Seth challenged. Runda let out a derisive snort. "Not when he slinks off with the crown to evade my rightful challenge." "The duel is set for a month from now," Seth stated. "Until then, he retains his freedom." "Not with the sky giants at our gates," Runda argued. "A true king confronts his enemies." "A king isn't answerable to every subject who questions him," Seth fired back. Runda studied him with a long, appraising look, then spoke as if sharing a hard truth. "That child is no king. He is not a giant." He is most certainly not a giant king. He holds the crown, Seth pressed. You pledged your loyalty to him? It was a game, Runda dismissed with a wave. A bit of theatre. You wanted to fight someone you believed was weak, just to claim the crown for yourself. Seth accused. Runda's lips curled into a smile. No valley giant has ever worn it. Do you honestly think the sky giants would let you keep it? Seth asked, his tone turning sharp and sarcastic. You'd look just as ridiculous to them as Nox does to you. Maybe more so, playing at royalty while they roll in to take everything. But I would be the first, Runda said, savouring the idea. A chorus of supportive shouts erupted from the surrounding giants. And if we move quickly, I can be wearing it when those loudmouths get here. If you murder your king in a betrayal, you're no better than the dragons, Seth said. Did that boy slay our queen honourably? Runda shot back. He didn't kill your queen, Seth corrected, his voice growing stronger, more resolute. He took the crown back from the creatures who did. That's more than any giant here accomplished. You should be honouring him, not hunting him. We'll honour him with a swift end, Runda declared. How do you plan to get him out? Seth asked. That building is solid stone. It won't burn. Fire is pointless, Runda said. He's buried himself too deep. We'll tear the place down and dig him out.
Before the sky giants get here? Seth questioned. When they arrive, we'll join forces, Runda stated. Then you'll never touch that crown, Seth pointed out. Runda merely shrugged. At least a human brat won't be defiling it any longer. Would you like a lesson in what defilement really looks like? Seth asked coolly. He reached into his bag and withdrew the radiant stone from the giant queen's crown, holding it aloft. Recognize this, Runda's expression turned to stone.
You wouldn't have the nerve. This is a trick, Seth declared, testing the weight of the unforgiving blade with a few experimental swings. Honestly, it feels like cheap construction. Whoever ends up with that crown will be wearing a broken souvenir. The real power was in this jewel, a piece of the original ether gem. He tossed the stone lightly, caught it, and slipped it back into his bag. Runda's voice was a low growl of fury. This is a worthless deception. Your gem is nothing but glass.
Your head is full of sawdust, Seth shot back. You want it? Come and take it. I'm calling you out, right here, right now. I have an army of warriors who will. You were all set to fight my cousin. Seth cut him off. What's the matter? Scared? If I lose, you can pry the stone from my cold hand. If I win, you call off your crew. Simple, you actually want to fight me? Runda asked, a smirk playing on his lips.
I don't want to, Seth clarified, his tone shifting from confrontational to weary and resolute. But I need to get my cousin and get out of this charred ruin. If ending you is the quickest path, then let's stop dancing around it. Runda lowered his massive club, a crude boulder tied to a gnarled tree limb. He spat into a grimy palm, rubbed his hands together with a gritty sound, and hefted the weapon once more. You have a deal. With a flash, Seth's golden wings unfurled, and he drew Vasilis, the blade igniting in a deep crimson glow. Just so you know, I can fly, and both my swords have names. They're not fond of bullies. Enough chatter. Runda roared, his amusement gone. Let's fight. I'm waiting, Seth said, hovering just out of reach. Come on, I know you enjoy targeting the smaller opponents. Amid the roaring encouragement of the other giants, Runda charged, his club raised high. Seth knew a single direct blow would crush him. The plan was to evade that first devastating swing. Vasilis hummed with eager heat in his grip, but he held back until the club came arcing down. With a powerful beat of his wings, Seth darted forward at an angle. The club head smashed into the paving stones right where he had stood, sending fragments flying. Skimming low, Seth swept Vasilis in a blazing arc through Runda's leg, just above the knee, cleanly separating it. A bellow of pain and rage erupted from the giant. Using his club as a crutch, Runda pivoted clumsily, Seth banked hard, Vasilis painting a fiery line in the air as he circled back. Runda took a wild swing. Seth felt the wind of it brush past him as he dodged, then severed the giant's other leg in the same spot. Runda crashed to the ground, his face twisted in agony. Seth landed a safe distance away. "Do you yield?" "Never!" Runda snarled. "Finish it, if you have the nerve." "You could still walk away with a pair of wooden legs," Seth offered, a strange pang of pity cutting through his determination. "We can end this now." In response, Runda hurled his club. Seth soared over it, landed beside the fallen giant, and drove the unforgiving blade into his side. Runda's body went instantly rigid. Seth braced to leap back, but the giant only trembled with a series of violent, jerking spasms. "No!" Runda choked out, his voice ragged. "No, please stop!" Seth withdrew the dark blade and moved to see Runda's face. The giant's eyes were wide, bloodshot, and staring. His features looked sunken and aged. Streaks of white now shot through his hair and beard. His mouth gaped, his throat working silently. From the circle of giants, Seth caught the whispered, fearful word, Darkcraft. They began to back away. Then a giant with a wild, fiery red beard broke from the crowd and charged. Seth sprang skyward, but the giant ignored him. Instead, with a single brutal chop of a stone axe, he ended Runda's suffering. The remaining giants scattered in panic. Redbeard retreated, his eyes locked on Seth with a look of pure terror, as if beholding a phantom before he too turned and fled. Seth looked down at the unforgiving blade in his hand, its dark metal seeming to drink the light. He remembered the dragon Velrog, and how he too had begged for death with this very blade inside him. Runda might have been grasping for words to express a similar sentiment before his companion intervened and put an end to his suffering. What did they truly endure when that blade pierced them? It was more than just a wound that refused to close. The victims appeared to witness terrors far surpassing a simple death. Raxtus deposited Tanu beside Seth, and the nearly transparent dragon touched down a short distance away. The Samoan potion master raised the crossbow he had taken from the dragon temple. "I was prepared to jump into the fray. You managed that expertly? You're incredibly skilled with those blades. How did Vasilis find its way back to you?" "The Singing Sisters delivered it when they tasked me with locating the fragments of the ether gem," Seth replied. His gaze drifted to Runda's lifeless form, his expression tightening with unease. "I didn't want to end the giant's life." "He was a hunter stalking your family," Tanu stated firmly. "You made the necessary choice." Seth gave a slow nod, sliding Vasilis into its sheath. The moment the sword left his grip, a profound weariness washed over him. "I'm exhausted by all this violence. I don't wish to confront anyone else." Tanu nodded in understanding. "I'm relieved to hear you say that. I don't want you to take another life either, but we're caught in a conflict. Sometimes we must perform distasteful acts to protect what we hold dear." "Where are your cousins?" Raxtus interjected, his voice urgent. "Those winged giants will arrive any moment. My hermit troll contact mentioned he would locate me if I entered that structure," Seth said, pointing. "Why don't I fetch Warren and Vanessa while you two recover the children?" Raxtus proposed. "Smart plan, Raxtus," Seth agreed. "Make it quick," Tanu urged. "The teleporter has a single charge." Everyone departing must be assembled together. Raxtus launched into the air. "Let's move," Tanu said, breaking into a jog toward the stone building. He tested the front door. "It's secured. I can manage it," Seth said, focusing his energy to manipulate two internal locks. The door swung inward before Tanu could even grasp the handle. Both men recoiled, startled, but relaxed upon seeing Nox. "Are the giants truly gone?" Nox asked. "Told you," Hermo grumbled. "Hermo rushed us," Tess added. "He was correct," Tanu confirmed. "The sky giants are nearly upon us." Nox, Tess, and Hermo emerged from the building. Followed by Newell, leaning heavily on Doran for support, with Dagny bringing up the rear. "No safer spot than this," Hermo declared, jerking a thumb toward the doorway. "We hide now?" "Tanu has a way to evacuate everyone," Seth explained. "You should all depart with him." "How?" Nox questioned. "Andromeda's provided me with a teleportation device," Tanu answered. "It will transport us to a secure location very far from here." "Why don't we use those things all the time?" Nox wondered aloud. "It's the first I've ever encountered," Tanu admitted. "Andromeda's crafted it. Teleportation seems to be a particular talent of his." "Aren't you coming?" Tess asked, turning to Seth. "I have other responsibilities to attend to," Seth said. "Where are Warren and Vanessa?" Nox pressed. "Raxtus is retrieving them," Seth replied. "Vanessa has lost her sight."
For good?
Tess asked, her voice soft. "It appears so," Seth said. Nox's eyes moved past Seth, settling on the fallen giant.
Is that Runda?
"Seth defeated him," Tanu said. "He was attempting to reach all of you," Seth added, a hint of defensive frustration colouring his tone. "Since when did he have to justify saving their necks?" "I told you I could have taken him with a magical sword," Nox exclaimed. "The wings provided a significant advantage," Seth noted dryly. "Hermo, you should go with them." "Me no need ride," Hermo stated. "You'll find safety with them," Seth insisted. "Me no want them," Hermo grumbled. "Me want quiet lair. Maybe one friend. The place they're heading will have excellent spots for a lair," Seth promised. "Me stay," Hermo decided. "Help you? It would involve constant conflict," Hermo, Seth warned. "Very little hiding." "Me go then," Hermo conceded. "With the giants overrunning Hamburg, there is nothing left for me here," Dagny said, stepping forward.
"Potion Master, I can be an asset, if you will permit me to join your company."
"This is the woman who treated our wounds," Seth told Tanu. "I am a dragon," Dagny clarified, "but I am wholly dedicated to maintaining this human form."
"Can we afford that risk?"
Tanu questioned, his brow furrowed. "It's not a risk," Tess asserted. "She's trustworthy." "I'll stand for her," Doran added. "She's had plenty of opportunity to harm us, if that was her intention." "I will comply with any security measures you deem required," Dagny offered. "Very well," Tanu agreed. "I need you to understand. I can't make any guarantees," Seth began, but his words were cut off. "The sky giants are inside the city." Raxtus's voice echoed from above as he swooped over the closest rooftops, Warren and Vanessa unsteadily clutched in his talons. The dragon deposited his passengers near Seth before landing a short distance away, his form shimmering into visibility, silver scales catching the light. Tanu produced a clay sphere about the size of a baseball, its surface etched with intricate symbols. "How much time do we have? They're about 7 or 8 blocks out," Raxtus reported urgently. "This is our only chance." Tanu turned to Seth, his expression grave. "You're absolutely certain about remaining behind?" "I don't have a choice," Seth insisted. "The ether shard is close by." "I'll stay with Seth," Raxtus offered. Tanu met the dragon's gaze. "That would mean a great deal. Count me in as well," Vanessa stated. "I might be stuck in Salona, but my skills aren't entirely useless from a distance." Warren looked concerned. "We should focus on finding a way to restore you?" Vanessa gave a thin smile. "Remember my capabilities. I managed to bite 3 giants at Terrastios while they were sleeping. 2 perished in the dragon assault, but my link to the 3rd is still active." "Is it possible for you to command a sky giant?" Tanu asked. "It won't be easy," Vanessa admitted. "But I chose my targets carefully. Giants both magically weak and dull of mind. I believe I can seize control. Where is this shard located?" "It's in a settlement near Terrastios, where everything is built to sky giant scale," Seth explained. "The animals, the plants, all of it." "That's Stratos," Vanessa identified. "Where shall I rendezvous with you?" "There's a large oak tree just outside the town wall," Seth said. "Can you meet at sunset? Is it the only oak nearby?" Vanessa questioned. Calvin chimed in. The only one by the wall. There are a few elms, though. I'll be there, Vanessa confirmed. Warren looked skeptical. Can you really maintain control over a giant from all the way in Salona? I'll coordinate with Andromadas, Vanessa assured him. My giant will be present. We'll be there too, Calvin added. Actually, we might even. The immense head and shoulders of a giant rose into view above the buildings lining the far side of the square. This warrior stood more than twice the height of the valley giants they had previously encountered. Raxtus instantly vanished from sight. Everyone who is leaving must touch me now, Tanu commanded, raising the clay sphere. Nox, Tess, Newell, Doran, Warren, Vanessa, Dagny, and Hermo quickly gathered around Tanu, reaching out to make contact. "Ensure you are all connected," Tanu yelled. "Take us to Salona." In a flash of reddish light, the group vanished. The lead giant was already scaling a building to enter the square, causing part of the roof to crumble and momentarily hinder its progress. The enraged face of a towering female giant became visible, the glint of her massive sword beside her. "Stay low initially," Raxtus advised Seth. "Follow me." Flying behind the invisible dragon, Seth sped away from the square. They raced along the streets, keeping below the rooflines, sharply navigating turns. "We need to put more ground between us before gaining altitude," Raxtus said. "If we ascend too soon, they'll use us for target practice," Seth pointed out. "Exactly the issue," Raxtus replied. When they reached a street that terminated at the city wall, Raxtus ascended just enough to clear the battlements before they sped away low over the open plains. Meanwhile, within the moonlit tower, each entire floor comprised a single room linked by a central wrought-iron spiral staircase. The only variance was a narrow set of stairs along one wall, granting access to the roof. The tower's walls did not slope, so every chamber was an identical hexagon. Talizar guided Kendra down the cramped, steep staircase, passing through 3 levels before halting at the 4th. Heavy velvet drapes obscured the windows, and the walls were decorated with ornately framed oil paintings. The lavish furniture appeared as if transplanted from an antique estate. In one corner sat a white harpsichord, delicately painted with small floral patterns. Numerous candelabras provided a flickering glow. "Please, relax," Talizar said, gesturing toward a large armchair. A small adjacent table held a tray with cookies and a mug of steaming liquid. "Thank you," Kendra said, moving a bolster and a tasseled pillow aside before taking a seat. Talizar gestured toward the plate and steaming cup. "Please, have some ginger snaps and mint tea." He remained standing, his posture slightly stooped, hands clasped behind his back. Kendra eyed the offering. "Is this your usual fare?" she inquired. "Only on special occasions," Talizar replied, a low rumble in his voice. "My own tastes tend to be far more meat-centric. Aren't you going to sit down?" "I prefer to stand, thank you. Now tell me the purpose of your visit." Kendra took a breath. "I'm searching for the legendary dragon slayers. I need to find them." The wolfman's lips pulled back, revealing a sharp, humorless grin. "An admirable ambition. I'm pleased to know my hospitality won't be entirely squandered." She picked up a cookie to be polite. It was pleasantly spiced and chewy, though gingerbread was never her first choice. "Did you know I was coming?" "From the moment Jubear placed her mark upon you, I harbored a hope you might seek me out," Talizar stated. "Your standing with the demonic ranks is decidedly unstable." "I killed your king," Kendra said bluntly. Talizar's eyes ignited with a sudden intensity, and he started a slow, measured pacing. "Precisely. The majority of us anticipated Gorgrog's reign enduring for another 1,000 years. You plunged our entire power structure into disarray. However, the present turmoil may present you with an opportunity to balance the scales. We share a mutual foe," Kendra offered. "The dragons have clouded every issue for generations," Talizar growled. "But never have they been as perilous as they are under Celebrant's rule. They have transformed into a conscious force of nature, as if a tornado could personally hold a grudge. I'm trying to end their threat, Kendra insisted. Talizar abruptly closed the distance, crouching low until his snout was mere inches from her. And that is the sole reason we are prepared to bargain. A king for a king. Eliminate Celebrant, and the death of our sovereign will be considered settled. What if I could take him prisoner instead? Kendra asked. Talizar leaned back, emitting a slow, derisive laugh. Do you genuinely believe Celebrant would ever allow himself to be captured again? Can you picture him meekly signing a peace accord, voluntarily returning to a cage? Not likely, Kendra admitted. If you wish to calm this draconic tempest, Celebrant must perish. Talizar stated flatly. Otherwise, the conflict will rage until the final dragon breathes its last. Ideally, his heir, Tamrin, would follow. But priorities first. We must cut off the head of the beast. Kendra took a tentative sip of the tea, finding it scalding. That's much easier to say than to do. The dragons are currently winning this war. We are not blind to that reality, Talizar said. You require the dragon slayers, and I will guide you to them, provided you swear an oath to ensure Celebrant's death. Does it have to be by my own hand? Kendra pressed. What a peculiar thing to ask. Talizar exclaimed, resuming his agitated stride across the stone floor. The identity of the one who delivers the final blow is irrelevant. I require your solemn vow that you will engineer the Dragon King's end, whether through a slayer's blade, a wizard's spell, or your own effort. Pledge to pursue this objective relentlessly until Celebrant is dead, and you shall have my aid. What if circumstances change? Kendra persisted. What if Celebrant is defeated and actually surrenders?
That will not occur, Talizar said, his tone final. And if such a farce were attempted, it would be a deception. The same war would simply reignite years later. Kendra weighed the consequences of making a promise to a demon. She already planned to stop Celebrant. The forces of light were at war with the dragons. Celebrant had targeted nearly everyone she cared for, with tragic results. He was a global menace, a clear and present danger.
But could she absolutely guarantee his death, regardless of the situation? Would that make her nothing more than a contracted killer for demons? The war was dire. She needed every advantage. Stopping Celebrant was almost certainly essential for victory, and achieving it alone seemed nearly impossible. Do you already know where to find these legendary slayers? She finally asked. I can direct you to one of them, Talizar confirmed. She resides not too far from here at Wyrmroost. No, but she makes her home within this region of the country. She is akin to me. Another werewolf, Kendra guessed. No further details until you pledge to see this through to the end, Talizar said firmly. Kendra, you are not the only candidate for this task. If you would prefer to remain an enemy of the demonic hordes, that is your choice to make. The memory flashed, unbidden and painful. Celebrant had been responsible for Agad's death. Andromedas had to step in to stop him from taking her life and the lives of several of her relatives. Celebrant had dismantled the dragon sanctuaries and was bent on global conquest. I'll put an end to him, Kendra declared. Talizar sprang forward, causing her to drop her second cookie. Perfect, that's the spirit. A king in exchange for a king. Agreed? Magdalena is not a werewolf, Talizar stated. But if my intuition is right, she has contracted lycanthropy. So, she turns into some kind of creature. She rarely appears in human form anymore, Talizar explained. He moved to a small side table and took a drink from an ornate golden bowl. You're a werewolf yourself, aren't you? Talizar glanced up, the fur around his mouth damp. Primarily, I'm a demon. The werewolf aspect is secondary. Do you ever change back to human? Kendra inquired. Why would I opt for a weaker form? Talizar countered. To fit in, Kendra suggested. Talizar gave a dismissive shake of his head. This is my true form now, Years ago I fought against it, only giving in when the moon was at its brightest. The full moon really matters, Kendra asked. Every lycanthrope feels the moon's call, Talizar said. Almost everyone resists at the beginning. The animal inside craves command, you understand, and that naturally alarms the logical mind. Nobody wants to horrify their loved ones, yet some of us discover advantages when facing our foes. A chill ran through Kendra. How long did you hold out? For a while, Talizar admitted. But when the moon is full, no lycanthrope can ignore its power. I'd wake up afterward feeling dazed, ashamed of the hunt. Everything changed after that first kill. The resistance slowly erodes. The change comes whether the moon is full or just a sliver. Most are eventually swallowed by the beast. Given enough time, the majority never shift back, and reasoned thought becomes a distant echo. You seem perfectly rational right now, Kendra observed. A handful of us master those raw instincts, Talizar said. Rather than trying to crush our wild nature, we learn to cooperate with it, evolving into a genuine fusion of human and animal, a thinking predator. How many lycanthropes turn into demons? Kendra asked. Exceedingly rare, Talizar replied. And you believe Magdalena is one? Kendra pressed. That is my theory, Talizar confirmed.
I have vast experience guiding lycanthropes. Right here at Wyrmroost, I oversee hundreds, assisting them in reaching their fullest potential. Has Magdalena gone completely feral? Kendra asked. Assuming I'm correct, the beast's grip on her strength ebbs and flows, Talizar said. When her sense of self fades, the creature takes over. When she recalls her ancient past, she regains control. What sort of creature is she? Kendra asked. If I'm right, she is unique, Talizar said.
A Yeti. Kendra recalled a detail from Legend of the Dragon Slayer. She possesses the Fang, and sometimes it possesses her, Talizar said, returning to his bowl for another drink. Kendra picked up her mug of mint tea and blew gently on it. She took a cautious sip. It was still almost too hot. She would have added a bit of sugar if any were around, but the flavor was pleasant and the aroma was wonderful. So, I'm hunting for a Yeti? Some would call it a Sasquatch, Talizar said, liquid dripping from his snout. You can't be serious, Kendra replied, a hint of sarcasm creeping into her tone. I'm supposed to go find Bigfoot? What's next, chasing unicorns? Whatever else shaped those tales, Magdalena is woven into them. Talizar insisted, unfazed by her skepticism. Where should I begin looking? Kendra asked. I'd advise starting your hunt in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Talizar said. Are you certain about this? Kendra questioned. I cannot be absolutely sure, Talizar admitted. I've never laid eyes on her, but my research is thorough. The subject holds deep personal significance for me. Head to the Coeur d'Alene resort and scan the lakeshore for an elderly man with a metal detector. His name is Sal Greenbaum. Your task is to persuade him that your interest in the Sasquatch is genuine. If Sal trusts your story, he'll lend his aid, Talizar explained. Kendra frowned. And if he doesn't? Then your task becomes monumentally harder, Talizar said, resuming his slow pacing across the stone floor. You'd be hunting for a single needle across an endless prairie of hay. What about the other legendary dragon slayers? Kendra pressed. Their precise whereabouts are unknown to me, Talizar admitted. We've been scouring the globe for months, expecting this dragon offensive. Your next stop should be Batusa. He's convinced Gerwin is hiding somewhere in his territory.
Which is where, Peru? Talizar replied. The Starlit Shrine, high in the mountains south of Machu Picchu, Kendra let out a short, humorless laugh. Of course it is. Nothing about this is straightforward, is it? Talizar stopped pacing and gave her a pointed look. Did you imagine it would be? At least you have the advantage of flying steeds. Fine. How do I find this shrine? Look southeast of Salcante, the region's highest peak, Talizar instructed. You'll find a deep valley concealed by a powerful misdirection spell. Because of the mark,
Jubaya gave you and your sworn purpose against Celebrant. The spell will work inversely for you. It will draw you in, not push you away. At the valley's base, you'll discover Batusa and his sanctuary. Kendra shifted the topic. If Magdalena has lost herself to her wild side, how do I reach the person she used to be? That will be your greatest test, Talizar said, his voice lowering. She may crave a fight, but you must offer peace. Calm her, soothe her, remind her of who she is, and never under any circumstances approach her when the moon is visible. But how do I calm a feral legend? Kendra asked, frustration creeping into her tone. It depends, Talizar said vaguely. Aren't you supposed to be the expert here? Kendra challenged, crossing her arms. Effective methods vary by individual, Talizar countered, unruffled. Use a soft voice. Move with deliberate slowness. Show no trace of fear. Sometimes music helps objects from their past. Beloved foods for Magdalena, the Yeti fang she carries, is key to her transformation. Removing it might sever her connection to her bestial nature, but seizing it could also send her into a primal rage. She's lived for centuries, Kendra mused, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Is it possible she's learned to control it by now? Talizar's chuckle was a dry, rasping sound. You are young. For many of us, a long life isn't about mastering our demons. It's about collecting more scars. Magdalena has likely just found her own way to survive them. Is there anything else you can tell me? Kendra asked, feeling the weight of the journey settle on her shoulders. Remember her strength, Talizar said, his tone softening slightly. If you can awaken her, Magdalena will be a formidable ally. To stand against Celebrant, you'll need every ounce of power you can rally. That tea should be cool enough to drink now. Kendra took a tentative sip. He was right. She nibbled another cookie, the simple sweetness a stark contrast to the dire conversation. As she finished, Talizar gestured toward the door. When you're ready, I'll see you out. Should you cross paths with your brother, please extend my greetings. You know Seth. Kendra asked, surprised. Our paths have crossed before, Talizar said, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. Though between the two of you, I confess I expected him to darken my doorstep before you did. Seth has enough of his own troubles, Kendra said firmly, a protective edge in her voice. The last thing he needs is to get tangled up with more demons. Talizar spread his hands wide, palms open, in a gesture that was both innocent and profound. We exist for those who have need of us. The last coals of sunset were fading on the horizon as Seth waited with Raxtus on the massive limb of an ancient oak. It was the same tree he had used as a perch before his first ill-fated attempt to steal the Aethishard. Raxtus stretched in the twilight, his sleek form seeming to elongate. This place never ceases to amaze me, the dragon murmured. I'm not large for a dragon, but here I feel positively tiny. You think you feel small? Calvin piped up from Seth's pocket.
The bugs around here could gobble me up as an appetizer and still have room for a main course. I've met giants before, Seth said, picking at the rugged bark. I just never imagined an entire homeland for them. Giant trees, giant livestock, giant crops. I suppose it makes a twisted kind of sense. Everyone needs a place to call home. You tried to take the Aethishard once already, Raxtus recalled, his voice thoughtful.
Seth's gaze drifted toward the distant town square, a memory of failure sharp in his mind. It's just sitting out in the open. It should have been simple. There's a huge burning cauldron right in the middle of the square, and the shard is right there in the flames. But it was a complete disaster. He shook his head, the old embarrassment mixing with a new, grim determination. This time, nothing would be left to chance. I attempted a sudden strike under cover of darkness, reaching the cauldron before the guards could react. The moment my fingers brushed the fire, I was whisked away into a barred prison. My momentum sent me crashing into the cage, and the unforgiving blade sliced a gash in my leg. Luckily, the weapon lived up to its name, shearing through the metal bars and allowing me a narrow escape. "So what's the next move?" Raxtus inquired. Seth replied, figuring it out. "But are you certain about helping me? This gets personal. Celebrant is your father, and the gem in his crown is a target." "Celebrant may be my sire," Raxtus stated, "but he was never a father. My stepmother showed me more kindness. The only attention he ever gave me was when he saw me as a tool, which hurt more than being overlooked." "That's awful," Seth said. "He already wants me dead," Raxtus continued. "I crossed him, rescuing Kendra from Skyhold. I've been a hunted dragon ever since, an enemy to all who follow him. Why not truly become what they fear?" "I'm grateful for your help," Seth told him. "Look," Calvin murmured. "A giant is approaching." "I was getting concerned she wouldn't appear," Seth admitted. "Stay silent until we're certain it's her," Raxtus whispered, vanishing from sight. The sky giant strode toward the oak, broader and more powerfully built than others of his kind. With dark hair, a neat beard, and a greatsword strapped to his back. His battered nose hinted at many fights. He stopped beneath the tree, crossed his arms, and leaned against the massive trunk. Seth, perched high in the branches, suddenly felt exposed. This giant could scale the tree effortlessly. "Still up there?" The deep voice grumbled. "We're here." Seth called down. The giant placed his hands on his hips, stretched with a twist, and then sat with his back to the tree. "Apologies for the wait. I meant to arrive at sunset, but securing control over Moro proved more time-consuming. It was odd hearing Vanessa's words in that gravelly tone. "You're in command now?" Seth verified. "He won't break free until I let him." Vanessa confirmed through the giant. "It's a relief to have eyes again. Have you ever possessed someone this large?" Seth asked. "Nothing close," Vanessa answered. "It's exhilarating." Was he asleep so early? Seth wondered. "I began influencing him this afternoon," she explained. "My first task was to make him drowsy, a subtle nudge towards slumber." "I didn't realize you could induce sleep," Seth said. "I can encourage it," Vanessa clarified, after I soothed his mind. "Moro drifted off about an hour ago. Then it was a slow, persistent effort to assume control." "Did he fight you?" Seth asked. "If a target becomes aware of my intrusion, I fail," Vanessa said. "But he didn't. Moro possessed strong mental discipline, so infiltrating his senses required patience and precision." "Are you physically at Salona?" Seth questioned. "No," Vanessa replied. "We arrived there safely, however. Andromedus supports your mission, particularly the goal of removing the jewel from Celebrant's crown. He believes its loss could weaken Celebrant's influence over dragonkind." "Where are you, then?" Seth pressed. "Here in Titan Valley," Vanessa said. "Andromedus used magic to send my consciousness back, with Warren guarding my real body in a cave near Terrastios. I tried connecting to the giant from Salona, but the distance was too great for a stable link. Being closer makes all the difference." "Incredible," Raxtus remarked. "What's the strategy?" Vanessa asked. "The Ether's Hard rests in a flaming cauldron in the town square," Seth outlined. "Touching the flames transports you to a cage. So I plan to dismantle the cauldron with the unforgiving blade until the fire goes out. Which means you'll need sufficient time to work," Vanessa concluded. Seth nodded. "Exactly. Why have a sword that cuts anything if you don't use it? Your presence will be a huge advantage. The longer you can keep them busy, the better for me," Seth murmured, his eyes fixed on the scene below. Raxtus shifted his wings, the scales glinting faintly in the scarce starlight. "I'm the opening act. After the dragon attack, these giants are jumpy. I'll make a run at the shard, then lead any pursuers on a wild chase across the rooftops. Don't let them grab you," Vanessa's voice echoed through Morrow's lips from the square. I know, Raxtus replied, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. Compared to a sky giant, I'm about as threatening as a sparrow. They'd squash me flat just for the fun of it. In the square, Vanessa flexed Morrow's powerful hands, the thick knuckles popping. I don't doubt they could. They won't lay a finger on me, Raxtus insisted, but I'll let them think they have a chance. Close enough to keep them interested, far enough to dodge whatever they hurl my way. Arrows, spears, insults, I'm ready. Assume nothing is as it seems. Vanessa cautioned through her giant host. There could be sentries we can't see, nets, pitfalls, who knows what else they've rigged up. Seth chewed his lip, thinking, maybe Vanessa should make the first contact. Just talk to them. Once Raxtus stirs the pot, she can occupy the ones who stay behind while I go for the cauldron. Don't waste a worry on my safety, Vanessa reminded them. Even if this lumbering oaf Morrow gets captured or worse, I'm tucked away miles from here. Still, we'd rather not get him killed, Seth pointed out. Vanessa's voice was cold and precise. I choose my vessels with care. Morrow is a bully and a coward who preys on the weak. But for the sake of the mission, I'll give him every opportunity to survive this. Fair enough, Seth conceded. When do we start? Calvin's whisper was tense. After our last failure, they'll be watching like hawks. Let's wait a little longer, Vanessa suggested. We'll move in the deepest part of the night, when the town is lost in dreams. For now I'll pretend to snore. I despise waiting, Raxtus grumbled, his tail twitching, especially with a job this big hanging over us. There's no calm before this storm. Seth stifled a yawn. If it means the guards will be half asleep, I'll manage the nerves. By the time Seth soared beside Raxtus, midnight was a distant memory. Thick clouds smothered the moon and stars, draping the town in a cloak of perfect shadow. Their silent approach to the bell tower met no resistance. Peering from the belfry, Seth counted 6 hulking soldiers in leather armor encircling the cauldron. The cage he had destroyed was already mended, standing like a grim reminder. The cauldron sat on its raised dais, just as he remembered, bathed in flickering rainbow-hued flames and guarded by 2 massive iron statues with cruel vulture-like heads. They've doubled the watch, Calvin breathed. I was afraid they might have moved the whole operation. Seth whispered back. Our best chance is that the square is open to the sky, Raxtus pointed out, his voice barely audible. If you can get the shard, you can fly straight out of here. My wings are my best asset, Seth agreed, a cold knot forming in his stomach. I just have to avoid taking a single hit. One solid blow from those weapons, and it's over. Vanessa's making her move, Calvin whispered. Below, inhabiting Morrow's brawny form, Vanessa strolled into the square with deliberate nonchalance. A guard hefting a halberd broke from his post to intercept her. Heritage Square is closed from dusk till dawn, the guard stated. Surely you heard the orders, Morrow. I'm here to offer my blade. Morrow's voice boomed with false patriotism. The guard turned his head. He says he wants to help stand watch. Near the cauldron, a giant wearing a horned helmet. Clearly, the captain didn't bother to look over. If Morrow wants to help, he can do it from beyond the perimeter. We keep sightlines clear and follow procedure. You want me on a side alley? Morrow protested, sounding genuinely aggrieved. Guarding what? The cobblestones? Stand ready to assist if called. The captain replied dismissively. The last thief got away. He might be foolish enough to try again. Assist from an alley, Morrow scoffed, laying the outrage on thick. What is the thief going to arrive in a parade float? She's really hamming it up, Seth whispered, a flicker of hope cutting through his tension. Maybe you should go now, while their attention is split.
Really?
Raxtus asked, this instant. Seth gave a sharp single nod. Raxtus seemed to dissolve into a mere shimmer in the air, then streaked away from the belfry, arcing toward the opposite side of the square. The plan was simple. He would draw their eyes away from Seth's position. Vanessa's voice carried up from below, sharp with frustration. "So you're telling me the 6 of you can guard the shard alone? I thought the whole point of keeping it in the town square was so the entire community could help protect it. If you fail, do you understand I will have no choice but to hold you accountable?" Suddenly, Raxtus materialized out of the darkness, a silver streak diving straight for the giant cauldron. It took a second for a guard to notice. "Dragon!" he yelled, triggering instant chaos. To their credit, the other sentries snapped into action. Weapons raised as they rushed to form a barrier around the iron vessel. Raxtus veered near a female guard, easily dodging her spear thrust before banking away. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, striking his scales with a loud ping that sent him into a brief, uncontrolled spiral before he steadied himself. Was it a dragon during the last attempt? Bellowed the burliest guard. No, it was that small guy with the golden wings. The captain snapped back. 3 guards broke off to pursue Raxtus, hurling knives and hand axes as they ran. 2 others took up defensive posts on either side of the cauldron, facing outward. The captain paced around the platform's perimeter, sword ready, his eyes scanning the shadows. "What should I do?" Vanessa called out. "Sound the alarm," the captain ordered without looking at her. "For one little dragon," she protested. The captain kept moving, his head swiveling. That little dragon could be the start of something bigger. "Sound it now. We need reinforcements." "Where's the alarm?" Vanessa asked. "Are you serious?" the captain retorted. "By the cages. The bell." "Right," Vanessa said, hurrying toward the row of iron cages. When she reached the bell, she realized with a start that she was only a few yards from the cauldron itself. A sly idea formed. "Is that another dragon?" She shouted, pointing dramatically into the starless sky. "Where?" One of the guards, flanking the cauldron, called out, turning with her companion to peer upward. Seizing the moment, Vanessa sprinted forward, grabbed the female guard, and shoved her straight into the cauldron's flames. In a flash, the guard vanished from the platform and reappeared inside the largest cage, just as a deafening alarm began to blare. As the other guards spun around, Vanessa lowered her shoulder and drove him into the flames as well, trapping a second occupant in the cage. "Traitor!" roared the captain, charging toward her. Vanessa yanked her broadsword free from its sheath and met his attack with a ringing clash of steel. As they duelled, Seth launched himself from the belfry, gliding down toward the cauldron. From his quick glance, Vanessa and the captain seemed evenly matched, their blades a blur of motion. "Return to me!" the captain shouted mid-swing, but the giants who had chased Raxtus were now out of sight, and Seth doubted they could hear anything over the blaring siren. Seth landed on the platform and dashed to one of the 3 ornate legs supporting the cauldron. With a powerful swing of the unforgiving blade, he severed the iron leg. The massive cauldron lurched and tipped toward him. He threw himself sideways, his wings beating frantically, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Scrambling back up, he began hacking at the cauldron's curved side. After several deep gashes, the magical flames inside sputtered and died. Looking up, Seth saw the captain's sword buried in Vanessa's side, but she had him locked in a fierce headlock. The captain staggered, trying to throw her off. 2 of the guards who had pursued Raxtus were now sprinting back toward the square, and from a side street fresh soldiers poured in, drawn by the alarm. Seth couldn't spot the Aethershard inside the ruined cauldron. He pulled out half of the wizenstone and swept it around until the hemisphere suddenly glowed and hummed. There it was. Smaller than he'd imagined, the Aethershard had tumbled free during the chaos and lay near the platform's edge. The captain finally flung Vanessa to the ground and snatched up her fallen broadsword. Seth took flight, skimming low across the wooden planks toward the shard. The broadsword came hurtling through the air, missing him by inches, as his wings pulled him into a sharp, evasive turn. The massive sword swept past, striking the Aethosard and sending the small stone skittering off the platform's edge. "Retrieve the shard," the captain bellowed, gesturing wildly toward its landing spot. Guards surged forward from all sides, the captain himself charging ahead. Seth launched himself from the platform, hitting the ground with a jarring impact that sent a sharp ache radiating from the gash in his leg. His gaze darted desperately as he shifted the wizenstone hemisphere, its surface shimmering. "Over there!" Calvin yelled, pointing urgently. A sudden burst of multicolored light from the hemisphere illuminated the Aethosard, now partially embedded in the soil. With guards converging, Seth sprinted and dropped into a slide, his hand closing around the stone an instant before he propelled himself skyward, wings beating furiously. He veered sharply to avoid a hurled spear, then twisted aside as a polax whistled past. To his alarm, the iron statues, their heads carved like vultures, lurched to life, reaching for him with metallic arms, but they were rooted to the earth, their movements sluggish. Fixing his eyes on the faint, mist-veiled stars above, Seth ascended beyond their grasp, the enraged shouts of the giants fading into a distant rumble. From her vantage point in the sky, Kendra observed Lake Coeur d'Alene stretching out, a long, slender ribbon of water with a deeply indented shoreline. The Coeur d'Alene resort towered near the water's edge, its marina packed with countless private vessels. "We can set down near those rocks," Kendra suggested, indicating a wooded rise across from the bustling marina. "It's a bit of a walk from the beach," Glory noted, her tone practical. "If we land right on the shore, we might cause a panic among the non-magical folks," Kendra reasoned. Virgil, adjusting his grip on the reins, asked, "What exactly do mortals perceive when we're flying? A large bird, perhaps?" "Something like that," Kendra replied. "But the real issue is what they see once we land. They'll see me as an ordinary person. How would an ordinary person explain arriving on the back of a giant bird? And Virgil's appearance? Well, let's just not push the limits of the illusion." The winged horses descended gracefully, touching down on the grassy hillside overlooking the lake. After dismounting, Kendra and Virgil watched as Glory and Noble trotted toward a cluster of trees. "We'll find some shade and graze," Glory said. "But shout if you need us," Noble added, giving his mane a spirited toss. Virgil placed the pendant around his neck. "This will make me appear human to them." "Yes," Kendra confirmed, "otherwise it might look like I'm taking a goat for a stroll." A new worry surfaced as Glory asked, "What if you can't locate the man Talazar mentioned?" "We'll need shelter for the night," Kendra said. Virgil brightened. "An inn, I have coins from Hamburg. Some are silver and gold." Kendra shook her head gently. "Here, people use dollars or credit cards. It's not easy to exchange ancient coins for cash." Noble, ever the pragmatist, chimed in. "Worst case, we camp. You should find your contact before it gets dark." Picking their way down the slope, Kendra and Virgil emerged near a quiet military memorial featuring a large bell and several flagpoles. The marina lay still, rows of boats sleeping in their slips, and Kendra noted stone coyotes positioned along the docks, likely meant to deter seabirds. They circled the resort to reach the public beach on the opposite side. Though the day was winding down, the beach was still lively. Families packed up coolers while a line formed on a nearby pier for kayak rentals. A clock tower showed the time as nearly 4:30. As they walked along the sand behind sunbathers and waders, Virgil stared in wonder at the cars exiting the parking lot. "I've never been among a mortal community," he murmured. "Your technology is bewildering." Kendra offered a wry smile. "It has its perks, but there's no real magic here." Virgil watched a pickup truck rumble by. It seems plenty magical to me. Is that enormous building the inn you spoke of? It's a resort, Kendra corrected, her eyes already scanning the crowd for a familiar face. They stood outside a large upscale resort, the kind people visited for a relaxing getaway. Let's check the beach for someone with a metal detector, Kendra suggested. Right, Virgil agreed. A pole with a coil at the end for finding metal. And you still think humans don't have any magic? We're skilled at using certain forces, Kendra replied. Electricity, combustible fuels. Check out that speedboat, Virgil said, pointing toward the lake. Dragons are quicker, Kendra countered. Though I'll admit some of our technology is pretty remarkable. I wouldn't mind a boat that fast, Virgil mused. Kendra scanned the shoreline, searching for anyone sweeping a detector over the sand. She saw no one. What if this person only came out at dawn or on specific weekdays? Virgil placed a hand on her shoulder. Over there, he said, tilting his head toward a shaded park dotted with large, sprawling trees. An older man in cargo shorts, a washed-out yellow Hawaiian shirt and a broad-brimmed hat was pacing the grass, a metal detector swinging gently in his grip. Good spot, Kendra said. That might be our man. Maybe you should talk to him alone, Virgil suggested. A teenage girl by herself will seem less threatening. Okay, Kendra agreed. Just watch my back in case he gives off a weird vibe. Absolutely, Virgil assured her. Kendra left the satyr and walked toward the man. As she got closer, she gave a friendly wave and a smile. Hi there. The man stopped, removed his outdated sunglasses, and offered a nod. Lose something? You'd be amazed how many wedding bands I've helped people track down. I'm fine, thanks, Kendra said. Find anything exciting today? A bit of this and that, the man replied. His faint accent reminded Kendra of someone from the northeast. Just another day, another collection of bottle caps. What's the coolest thing you've ever dug up? Kendra inquired. He shrugged his rounded shoulders. That depends on your definition of cool. Any actual treasure, Kendra pressed.
Not the pirate chest variety, the man said. No locked boxes full of gold coins. I did find an old bayonet once. What about cell phones? Kendra asked. Is that the treasure you're after? Found plenty of phones, keys, and loose change, of course. The odd railroad spike. When's the best time to look for things? Kendra wondered. Early morning, the man said. Or in the evening, after the crowds leave. It's surprising what people leave behind.
Do you ever come across any unusually large footprints? Kendra asked. The man shifted his weight and looked slightly guarded. With a metal detector. Just while you're walking around, why would I see huge footprints? Sasquatches, Kendra stated. The man frowned. Did someone send you to bother me? Bother you about what? Kendra asked. About Bigfoot, the man said. I'm genuinely interested in Bigfoot, Kendra insisted. I'm trying to find a man named Sal. Are you Sal?
You found me, Sal confirmed. Who said I know anything about Sasquatches? I have a particular curiosity about Bigfoot, Kendra explained. I ask a lot of questions. I heard you might have some answers, so you tracked me down, Sal observed. Kendra nodded. What can you tell me? Why do you want to know? Sal asked. Because I think Bigfoot is real, Kendra said. A lot of people would call that crazy. It's smart to keep an open mind, Sal advised.
Don't let anyone tell you different. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. The world is a far stranger and more fascinating place than most people care to admit. I believe that. I'm Kendra. Pleasure to meet you, Sal said. Care to sit and chat for a bit? That would be great, Kendra said with a bright smile. Sal walked to a nearby picnic table, set his metal detector down, and took a seat. Kendra sat across from him. Did something specific happen to make you believe in Bigfoot? Sal asked. In a way, Kendra said. I've witnessed some things most people wouldn't believe. I see, Sal said thoughtfully. Such mysteries are out there. Why the focus on Sasquatches? A friend convinced me that one lives around this area. Near here? Sal asked. Yes, Kendra said. Who's the friend you mentioned? Sal inquired. Kendra replied, Just someone I know. Sal gestured subtly with his chin. Is that him over there keeping an eye on us? Where? He looks old enough to be your father, Sal observed. Or maybe an uncle. Kendra glanced around and saw Virgil near the park's perimeter, deliberately looking in the opposite direction. That's Uncle Virgil. He's not the one who told me about the Sasquatch. He's just here to make sure I'm okay. The dad in me respects that, Sal said with an approving nod. So are you with the press? No. Running a vlog or something online?
Not at all, Kendra answered. I'm just interested. Well, that's a nice change, Sal remarked. I've got plenty of interests myself. Looking into cryptids is one of them. Cryptids, legendary beings, Sal explained. Think lake serpents, chupacabras, those elusive hairy humanoids people talk about. You mean like Bigfoot, Kendra said. Exactly, Sal confirmed. Plenty of cultures have their own name for him. Sasquatch, Yeti, Yeren, Yowie, skunk ape.
It's like there's this giant, mysterious figure that keeps popping up all over the world, across different eras. You still haven't told me what you witnessed. It feels a little foolish to say, Kendra admitted. I don't bring it up much. I suppose you could say I've encountered a winged cryptid. Wait, you saw the Mothman? Sal asked, his eyebrows lifting in surprise. Think smaller, Kendra hinted. Much smaller fairies? You're being serious? Sal's tone was skeptical. Nobody ever believes me, Kendra sighed. I understand that feeling perfectly, Sal said, his expression softening. I've come across some bizarre things out in the wilderness that I still can't rationalize. I go on fishing trips. When you stand perfectly still for long enough, you start to notice details most people overlook. He gave his metal detector a little shake. I get a kick out of discovering what everyone else ignores. What have you seen? Kendra pressed, leaning forward. A few times, deep in isolated woods, I've felt the hairs on my neck stand straight up, knowing I was being watched, maybe even stalked. I've caught sight of lights in the sky, moving in impossible patterns. I've heard eerie chanting carried on the breeze and been jolted awake by otherworldly screams in the dark. I've learned to keep most of these experiences to myself to avoid the sideways glances and the doubt. I know exactly what you mean, Kendra said quietly. It makes the whole experience feel less real when people just dismiss it. So what did you do, Kendra, when you saw these fairies? Sal asked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Shouted from the rooftops. Tried to trap one in a jar. I was just thrilled, she said. I didn't want to ruin the magic for them, but I went back to those spots whenever I could, hoping for another glimpse. Do they still show up? I know a few places where I can usually find them, Kendra revealed. Sal gave a slow, thoughtful nod. That's fascinating. My own encounter was a complete accident. I was following an elk up a brutal incline, getting pulled deeper into territory I didn't know. If I'd collapsed out there, they might never have found my body. I climbed a tree to get my bearings, and for one split second I was staring right at something massive, covered in hair like an ape, but with a sharp, knowing look in its eyes. It was over in a flash. The thing just dropped through the branches and vanished. But for one perfectly clear moment, Kendra, I was up close with a Sasquatch, and it saw me right back. Wow, Kendra breathed. I've been watching ever since, Sal continued. Even gone out searching a few times on purpose. Never had another clear sighting. Weren't you terrified? Kendra asked. Oh, I'm certain it could have snapped me in two without a second thought, Sal said. But here's the strange part.
In that tiny fraction of a second when our eyes locked, right before it crashed down and bolted, I saw something in its gaze. What was it? Kendra urged. Intelligence? Maybe. Sal shrugged, his eyes narrowing as he watched the dappled shadows shift on the grass. Recognition, definitely surprise. It wasn't just some mindless animal. Whatever it was, Kendra added softly, you felt a connection to it, even respect. Not fear. Kendra waited,
letting the silence settle before she whispered, "That's incredible." Sal seemed to shake himself out of a deep reverie. "Listen, kid, I usually try to talk people out of hunting for Bigfoot. I don't want to scare it off from these woods for good. I almost never tell anyone the whole story." "I see something else in you," he observed. "This is important to me," Kendra replied. Sal gave a thoughtful sniff and nodded. "You'd be amazed how many folks have a story like mine if you just give them space to tell it. A while back, I met a woman who knows more about this than anyone alive. How good are you at keeping a secret?" "I'm a professional," Kendra assured him. "Most people clam up if they think it'll get out," Sal continued. "I'm more interested in understanding these creatures than putting them on display. If they wanted to be discovered, they'd have made themselves known generations ago."
"I'm not looking to spread this around," Kendra said. "It's just for my own understanding. You have my word." "All right then," Sal conceded. "Some of what I know isn't mine to give away, but I can set you on the right path. Head east on the interstate toward Montana. Once you've passed the old mission exit, keep an eye out for the Canyon Grill. They've got a charmingly tacky little Bigfoot display right in the lobby. Ask for Bernice.
If you can earn her trust, she'll tell you things hardly anyone else knows." "Bernice?" Kendra repeated. "At the Canyon Grill?" "Tell her Sal sent you," he said, "but be respectful. If she isn't in the mood to talk, don't push her." "I'll be on my best behavior," Kendra promised. "You seem too young to be a journalist anyway," Sal remarked, almost to himself. "I should get back to my other pastime." "Thank you for the help," Kendra said. She rose and walked away from the picnic table. A glance over her shoulder showed Sal already sweeping the ground again with his detector. Not seeing Virgil nearby, she started back toward the hill. The satyr caught up to her near the edge of the parking lot, emerging from behind a cluster of pines. "Thought you might have left me?" Kendra said. "I was observing from a distance," Virgil replied. "Looked like a productive conversation." "We have a new destination," Kendra informed him. "Another person who might have answers." "Excellent," Virgil said. Then, with a note of playful curiosity, he asked, "Do I appear human to you right now?" Kendra looked pointedly at his shaggy goat legs. "You're still very much a satyr from where I'm standing. The other mortals barely glance my way." Virgil mused, fingering the pendant around his neck. "The charm must be holding. They found the winged horses grazing peacefully in a nearby meadow. Finished already?" Noble asked, grass sticking out from the sides of his mouth.
"We have another lead," Kendra explained. "We need to follow the interstate toward Montana, past the mission, and find a place called the Canyon Grill. I don't understand half of those words," Glory admitted. "The widest road full of speeding vehicles," Kendra clarified. "I saw it earlier. We follow it east." "Then let's go explore more of this vast country," Glory said, shaking out her wings. "Are you hungry?" Virgil asked Kendra, rummaging in his pack.
"I have some trail mix and dried fruit. I'm all right for now, thanks. Maybe after we speak with Bernice." With a powerful beat of her wings, Glory launched into the air, Noble falling into formation beside her. Kendra guided them, pointing out the ribbon of highway below. Soon they were soaring hundreds of feet above the cars, the landscape unfolding into a patchwork of dense forest and shimmering lakes. When Kendra spotted the historic mission building, she signaled the horses to descend, scanning the roadside for any structure that looked like a restaurant. Further east, just off an exit, she finally saw the weathered sign for the Canyon Grill. The winged horses touched down on a secluded dirt track, hidden from the restaurant by a thick stand of fir trees. "I might go in alone again," Kendra suggested. "I think you were right. My age makes people less guarded." "I'll follow in a few minutes," Virgil agreed, "just to make sure everything's fine." Kendra nodded. She made her way through the fragrant pines, crossed the crunching gravel of the parking lot, and stepped into the rustic log building. A handmade tribute to Bigfoot dominated the small lobby, The centerpiece was a roughly hewn wooden statue of a Sasquatch standing over 7 feet tall and sporting a comfy-looking trapper hat with flaps. Surrounding it were various curios, a plaster cast of an enormous footprint, a collection of blurry photographs depicting a hairy figure, several ape-like knickknacks, and a faux wanted poster offering a reward for Bigfoot's capture. A string of multicolored Christmas lights framed the entire display, cementing its delightfully cheesy atmosphere. The dining room was quiet, with only a handful of customers scattered at tables. Seeing no host stand, Kendra ventured inside and approached a server who was just turning away from delivering a meal. The server's rolled-up sleeves showed off intricate tattoos winding around his lean arms. "Pardon me," Kendra began. "I'm trying to find Bernice. She just clocked in," he replied. "Want me to let her know who's asking?" "She wouldn't recognize my name," Kendra said. "I'm a friend of Sal's." The man let out a soft laugh. "You, his niece, or what, Kendra answered. He vanished into the back, and Kendra waited near the doorway. Soon a woman pushed through the kitchen door. She was dressed in a faded flannel shirt and well-worn jeans, her grey-streaked hair piled into a haphazard bun. Her laceless Converse were worn without socks. "Sal's collecting teenage friends now?" the woman said dryly. "Lucky me, I'm Kendra. You must be Bernice." "What brings you here?" Bernice asked. "I'm trying to locate a Sasquatch," Kendra stated. Bernice's lips quirked into a smirk. "We've got a whole wall of knickknacks right behind you, or I could offer you a souvenir shirt." Kendra looked back at the collection of curios. Virgil had come in and was kneeling, examining a small statue. "I'm not joking," Kendra insisted. "There's a Sasquatch around here, and I need to find her." "Her?" Bernice echoed. "I believe she's female and technically a Yeti," Kendra explained. "Can you help?" "Why in the world would I know anything about a Yeti?" Bernice countered. "That front display is all for show, kid. You want to order something?" "Sal told me you know more about Sasquatches than anybody," Kendra pressed. "Maybe more than anybody in Sal's little orbit," Bernice conceded. "His social network isn't exactly vast. Is this for some school project?" "It's personal," Kendra said. "I've had encounters that make me certain a Yeti is close by." "You might not be crazy," Bernice allowed. "Stories have floated around for decades. What's strange is that, with all the talk, nobody's ever come up with solid proof." "I think you're holding back," Kendra challenged. "Whatever I might have heard, I don't want any part of a Sasquatch hunt," Bernice said firmly. "Or a Yeti hunt. If they're real, they deserve their privacy. They don't owe us a spectacle. Listen, my shift's starting." "I'm sorry you came all this way, but you're probably wasting your time." Kendra felt her chance slipping away. She had to reveal a piece of what she knew. What if the Yeti needs help? What if she's really a lost woman who doesn't remember herself? Bernice's face lost some color. "A woman? Who says that?" Kendra knew she'd hit a nerve. "It sounds strange, but I have a message for her from her family." Bernice nodded slowly, her demeanor shifting. "You're dead serious." "Her name is Magdalena," Kendra revealed. "I have to find her." "All right," Bernice said, her voice dropping. "Let's talk. You eaten yet?" "No," Kendra admitted. "What about your job?" "Come on," Bernice said, gesturing. "I own this diner. We can talk in my office."